First, let's hear a big round of applause for that playlist. It's the President's Playlist. Great music from a great man to get us excited about his presence here today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I call to order this special session of the 2019 Annual Conference and Expedition of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Over the past year, I have had the honor to meet with the President several times. During these meetings, I have witnessed a President who has demonstrated commitment and meaningful work with criminal justice reform that will make both law enforcement and our communities stronger and safer. IACP was fortunate enough to work closely with the President and his staff during the development of the First Step Act, a process that involved not only the IACP, but also prosecutors, community members, civic leaders, and religious organizations. All input was heard, discussed, and thoughtfully deliberated, and this effort led to the historic bipartisan passage of the First Step Act. I want to thank the President for his support of law enforcement and his continued commitment to strengthening our criminal justice system. It is now my distinct honor to introduce the strongest supporter of law enforcement that this profession has ever seen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and live her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Been my friend for a long time. But thank you for that introduction. That says it all. You can say very shortly, but I think there's nobody that's ever done more, certainly in the position of president, for our great police. And it's an honor to be with you. And please sit down. Let's go have a good time. And Paul, I want to thank you for nearly 4 decades of exceptional service in the line of duty. I'm thrilled to be here at the 126th Annual Conference of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, joined by thousands of amazing law enforcement leaders, people that I know, people that I love, people that I respect, who defend our communities, chase down criminals, and keep America safe. You don't hear it enough. You do an incredible job. The people of this country know it. And the people of this country love you. You don't hear that from these people back here, but they love you. You don't hear it from the fake news. The fake news doesn't like talking about that, but they love you. Every day of my presidency, I will be your greatest and most loyal champion. I have been, and I will continue to be. It was a tremendous weekend. As you very well know, it was a tremendous weekend for our country. We killed ISIS leader al-Baghdadi. They've been looking for him for a long time. They've been looking for him for many years. He was a sick and depraved man, and now he's dead. He's dead. He's dead as a doornail. And he didn't die bravely either, I will tell you that. He should have been killed years ago. Another president should have gotten him. But to me, it was a very important. I would say all the time they'd walk into my office, sir, we killed this leader at a low level, this leader at... I said, I never heard of him. I want al-Baghdadi. That's the only one I know now. I want al-Baghdadi. Get him. And they got him. But he was big time. He built the ISIS caliphate. You hear about ISIS, that was him. It was once the physical size of the state of Ohio and had 7 million people, and it was growing big, big, big. And they had a problem. It started about 2.5 years ago. And during my administration, we all together destroyed the caliphate 100%. Remember, I got it down to 97%. And I said, all right, let's go home. And then those people started saying 100%. You know, before me, they didn't care. But now they say, what about 100%? And we met some great generals. I learned a lot about generals. I met some good ones, and I saw some bad ones, some that didn't have what it takes, and others that had more than anyone would have thought. And it was supposed to take a year, maybe even 2 years, and I said to one of them, how long will it take? Think we can do it in 1 week, sir? He was a little more like you. But we have now tens of thousands of ISIS prisoners under tight supervision. And now we want the countries in the region to police their own borders. We don't want to be a policeman in this case of two countries that haven't gotten along for centuries. But we're keeping the oil. Remember that. I've always said that. Keep the oil. We want to keep the oil. $45 million a month. Keep the oil. We've secured the oil. This morning, we are delighted to be joined by a lifelong friend of our brave police. Incredible guy, tough guy, and somebody with a tremendous heart also. But he is strong. He can take it. Attorney General William Barr. Where is William Barr? Where is he? Where is he? They're giving him a side angle of this. Good. Thank you, Bill. Doing a great job. We're also glad to have with us representatives Rodney Davis, Mike Box, and Darren LaHood. These are warriors. Where are they? Where are they? The three of them. They're warriors for us, for all of us. They're warriors. Thank you. They've done an incredible job. Thanks as well to the entire IACP board, and congratulations to your new incoming president, Chief Stephen Castevens. That's a nice name. I like that name. Where is he? Where's that name? Where is he? He should be sitting right up front here someplace. I mean, okay, I'm going over here. Stand up, Stephen. Okay, Stephen, there you go. I went all the way around the room to find you. Thank you very much. Congratulations, incredible group. And I hear you're an incredible leader. Thank you very much. And thank you also to the international law enforcement partners who join us together. Our nations ensure the rule of law prevails in the entire civilized world. We work together. I also want to extend our immense appreciation to all of the law enforcement family members in the room. Please stand. The family members really make you folks work. I know how it all is. They're so proud of you. Family members, please stand. I know how that works. I know how that works. Without those family members, you wouldn't be doing so good. I know that. But there is one person that's not here today. We're in Chicago. I said, where is he? I want to talk to him. In fact, more than anyone else, This person should be here because maybe he could learn something. And that's the Superintendent of Chicago Police, Eddie Johnson. A few days ago, Johnson said, quote, "The values of the people of Chicago are more important than anything President Trump would have to say." I don't think so, because that's a very insulting statement after all I've done for the police, and I've done more than any other president's ever done for the police. Over 100 years we can prove it, but probably from the beginning. And here's a man that could not bother to show up for a meeting of police chiefs, most respected people in the country, in his hometown, and with the President of the United States. And you know why? It's because he's not doing his job. Last year, 565 people were murdered in Chicago. Since Eddie Johnson has been police chief, more than 1,500 people have been murdered in Chicago, and 13,067 people have been shot. During the first weekend of August 2019, 7 people were murdered and 52 were wounded in 32 shootings in Chicago. And recently they had 78 shootings over a weekend spree and 3 people killed. And Chicago has the toughest gun laws in the United States. That doesn't seem to be working too well, does it? And a lot of you people know exactly what I mean. But under Johnson's leadership, they certainly don't protect people. Then you have the case of this wise guy, Jesse Smollett, who beat up himself. And he said MAGA country did it, MAGA country. Okay? He said MAGA, that's a hate crime. That's a hate crime. And it's a scam. It's a real big scam, just like the impeachment of your president is a scam. And then you look what's going on. Smollett is still trying to get away with it. He would have been better off if he paid his $100,000 bill. Chicago is, unfortunately, the worst sanctuary city in America. Chicago protects criminals at a level few could even imagine. Last year in Cook County alone, ICE asked local law enforcement people to please, pretty please, we beg you, we'll do anything necessary to stop crime. We want to stop crime. Please detain 1,162 people, please. But in each case, the detainer was denied. And Eddie Johnson wants to talk about values. No. People like Johnson put criminals and illegal aliens before the citizens of Chicago, and those are his values, and frankly, those values to me are a disgrace. I will never put the needs of illegal criminals before I put the needs of law-abiding citizens. It's very simple to me. So when Eddie Johnson and many other people from lots of other regions and areas support sanctuary cities, it's really, in my opinion, a betrayal of their oath to the Shield and a violation of his duty to serve and to protect the courageous police officers of Chicago. And I know some of them, and they're the most incredible people. They could solve this problem quickly. It's embarrassing to us as a nation. All over the world, they're talking about Chicago. Afghanistan is a safe place by comparison. It's true. Police officers of Chicago are entitled to a police superintendent who has their backs and knows what he's doing. You're entitled to a police superintendent who sides with you, with the people of Chicago. The people want this. And with the families of Chicago, not the criminals and the gang members that are here illegally, and not the stupid politicians that have no idea what the hell they're doing. But I'm going to tell you a quick story, because it happened right here, and I was very impressed with a certain person, whoever that person may be. I'm sure that we could find him. But about 3 years ago, I was leaving Chicago, and I was accompanied by a massive motorcycle brigade of policemen. And to do that, they have to volunteer, because I guess most places say you have to volunteer. Well, I had a lot of volunteers, I'll tell you, hundreds and hundreds of them. Other candidates have none. It's almost like a free poll. I had hundreds of them. Chicago was in the news a lot, just like it is now, because of all of the killings going on and all of the shooting and all of the horrible things happening. When I arrived at the airplane, the police officers asked whether or not it would be possible to have some pictures. And before I won the election, I could do that. I would do that routinely. Now I think Secret Service has a little bit of a problem. It was up to me, I'd do it. But it was just before, might have even been president-elect. Wasn't long ago. The leader of the brigade was this really powerful, strong-looking guy. Big, booming voice. And he was definitely the boss. Do we know what that means? He was the boss. Put your cycles over here. Come on, let's go. He's going to take a picture. Come on, let's go. Hurry up. Come on. And yet they all loved him. They love Vince Lombardi. They love Belichick, right? They love Coach Belichick. They love certain people. It's called respect. But he was very respectfully shouting at his men, and come on, let's go. And they were doing exactly as he said. He was the guy. Just as I'm boarding the plane, I asked this man, I had a lot of respect for him myself because I saw the way he was. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He was just the boss, who was a respected person. I said, excuse me, come here. What the hell is happening in Chicago? He said, it's very sad, sir, very, very sad. I hate to see what's going on. I love this city so much. I hate it. I asked him, what do you think the problem is? And he said, there's no leadership from the mayor, and there's none at the top of the police department. They're afraid to do anything. He said, we have great police, sir, the best in the country. And you all feel that about your own police. But he said that. He said, but we don't have the leadership at the top. It's so sad. I said, you're a tough guy. How long do you think it would take you to fix this killing problem in Chicago? He looked at me and said, one day, sir. These cops are great. They know all the bad guys, sir. They know exactly what to do. We could straighten it out so quickly that your head would spin. I left very impressed, whether it was one day, 1 week, or 1 month. There was no doubt he could have done it. And I actually told the story numerous times, and I actually sent his name in to somebody involved with Chicago. And that's the last time I ever heard of that man. He's probably got a good job someplace outside of a police force. I'm sorry to do that to you, but he's happy. He's happy. So he doesn't have to put up with the nonsense that you have to put up with. But I thought, there's a guy who could be your police superintendent and do a hell of a job. He'd straighten things out. So that was years ago, and I was just thinking about it. I just thought about it on the trip over. I said, you know, I'm going to Chicago, and I want to tell the story because it was, to me, a great story. Because you could fix this up so fast. good leadership would be pretty easy to find. You have a lot of people right now in the department. You know, I love when they go to other parts of the country and hire people, and they don't know the name of the most basic street. They go all over the country. They hire somebody. Comes in, oh, good, where's our headquarters? What does that mean? Where is it located? You have incredible people in the police department, Chicago. I know some of them. I met some of them. But remember, 565 people were murdered last year. And it's a shame. And I want Eddie Johnson to change his values and change them fast. Today, we're here to report on the outstanding progress we've made to combat violent crime and restore peace and safety to American cities. And most cities are setting records for good crime numbers. In the years before I took office, outrageous slanders on our police went unanswered and unchallenged from your leaders in Washington. You know that very well. Radical activists freely trafficked in vile and anti-police hostility, and criminals grew only more emboldened as a result. In the 2 years before my election, violent crime increased 8%. Murders were up by more than 20% and going a lot higher nationwide. The steepest 2-year consecutive increase in over 50 years. But with your help, all of that is changing, and changing very rapidly. Under this administration, we're once again standing up for law enforcement. We're condemning anti-police bias in all forms. And we're giving you the support, resources, and the respect, and we have tremendous respect for you, the respect that you deserve. Together, we have taken bold action to reverse the tide in violent crime. Over the last 2 years, the number of murders in America and America's major cities has dropped, unlike here, by more than 10%. And if we ever took the Chicago numbers out of our total numbers, the numbers would be incredible. And they already are, even including Chicago. The nationwide violent crime rate has declined for 2 consecutive years. During the same time, the number of burglaries was reduced by over, think of this, 250,000. So 250,000 less burglaries, it's a big number. Now, it also helps that we have the strongest economy in the history of our country. That probably helps. Take a little credit for that. And it was just announced as I was getting off the plane that the S&P has hit an all-time high, the highest in the history of our country. And that's not for rich people, that's for everybody. That's for your 401ks. Think of that. And I have, again, a great love for the police. And in New York, I was there not so long ago, and this was before it went as high as it is now. And this policeman, I like to shake hands after an event. Not that I like to, I do it because I respect policemen. And they want to shake my hand. And fire marshals, people in different stadiums. But I was at an event in New York and came out, I was shaking hands, and this one policeman said, "Sir, I want to thank you." Why? My 401k is through the roof, and for the first time in my life, my wife thinks I'm a financial genius. It's true. It's true. He said he was up now 72%. I said, "That's not bad." He said, "She always thought I was incompetent financially. But you have made me into a genius, sir." He hugged me. He actually wanted to kiss me. I said, "No, thank you, but you can." It's not my deal, but that's okay. But he was great. And it gave me an idea. I mean, you know, this is about 401ks. Many of you have 401ks. Does anybody in this room have a 401k that's down? Raise your hand, please. Ah. Does anybody have a 401k that's up? Everybody. I don't know what you would have had to do to get one that's down. You would have had to really be very bad. But no, they're up 70%, 80%. Last year, my administration charged the largest number of firearm defendants ever recorded in the history of our country. Bill Barr is doing a fantastic job. We have increased federal fire. That's right. Go ahead. Let him hear it. Good. And I say let him hear it because he hears from the fake news back there all the time. They want to silence everyone, you know, except for their very strange opinions. We went with that. You wouldn't have a country very long. We've increased federal firearm prosecutions by 44% compared to the last 2 years of the previous administration. This is a record, a new record. 2 years ago, we relaunched and revitalized Project Safe Neighborhoods. Now, federal prosecutors are once again working closely with state and local law enforcement and all of the community leaders to marshal our resources, target crime in the most dangerous areas, and lock up violent offenders. In coming weeks, Attorney General Barr will announce a new crackdown on violent crime, which I think is so important, targeting gangs and drug traffickers in high-crime cities and dangerous rural areas. Let's call it the surge. We can come up with lots of names, but we're going to be doing something that's very dramatic, headed up by our great Attorney General, and you're going to see tremendous results very quickly. The best way to reduce gun violence is to put criminals with firearms behind bars. And just so you understand, because I think there is no stronger protector than me, we will always protect our Second Amendment. Always. My administration has also curtailed the harmful and intrusive use of federal consent decrees, which wrongly give meddlesome officials in Washington, D.C., immense authority to tie down local police departments and make it very difficult to do their work. No longer will federal bureaucrats micromanage your local police, and we will work with, upon request, local police to help them, not to hinder them. And we're waiting for a call from Chicago, because there's no place that we would rather help than Chicago. To reduce people going back to prisons and to help nonviolent inmates successfully rejoin society. Last year, we passed historic bipartisan criminal justice reform. It's been very successful. They've been trying to get it passed for a long time. We had conservatives, super conservatives, very liberal people, Republicans, Democrats. We had a lot of people. And I'm especially grateful to the help of Chief Sell of the IACP, fantastic man, as well as Pat Yose and Jim Pasco of the Fraternal Order of Police in achieving this landmark breakthrough. As you know, in recent years, our country has seen a dangerous trend of criminals assaulting police. We don't like that. Last month, Chicago police officer Adam Wozni was serving an arrest warrant for a man suspected of shooting a woman when the suspect opened fire and shot Adam multiple times. He was very, very badly hurt. Adam's fellow officers chased down the gunman while Adam stemmed the bleeding from his wound, almost died. After a month in the hospital and multiple surgeries after that, Adam recently came home to his wife, Annie, and to his 2 young children, so badly hurt. We're profoundly grateful that Adam is with us today. Officer Wozni. Officer Wozni, we commend your tremendous bravery. Thank you. Thank you, Adam. You look good to me. You look very handsome. If I had a face like that, I would have been president 10 years earlier. You're looking good, Adam. But an attack on law enforcement is an attack on all Americans. That's true. Thank you, Adam. And we believe that criminals who murder our police should get the death penalty. To help keep you safe, I've made $600 million worth of surplus military equipment available to local law enforcement. If you remember, the previous administration didn't want to do that. Nobody knew why. Sitting in warehouses, getting older and dustier. And we pay a lot of rent to a lot of landlords all over the country. So someday I said, you'll explain. Actually, I do know why. Because they didn't want to make you look so tough. They didn't want to make you look like you're a threat. I said, that's okay. We want to protect our police. And we made it available. And we've provided nearly $29 million to train more than 80,000 police officers. And my administration is also addressing the vile acts of mass violence. We've seen some incredible police officers doing some incredible work recently. A few weeks ago, Attorney General Barr sent a letter to all law enforcement agencies announcing that he will lead an effort across the government to use the most proven methods of fighting terrorism and violent crime to identify, assess, and engage potential mass shooters before those shooters strike. And last month, I was profoundly honored to award the Medal of Valor to the 6 police officers who brought down the mass shooter in Dayton, Ohio, in 29 seconds. I don't know how many people saw that, but I thought it was incredible. And he did a lot of destruction, but it would have been the worst in history. 29, I'll never forget the scene. They showed 4 of them going down the street. There were 6 altogether, but it was on tape. And those guns, and this is boom, 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 and they were out there perfect, everything, boom. There was no fear. There was no anything. They reacted. And it's hard to figure. You know, a lot of times you'll see something, it's a surreal experience by the time they get it together. They were shooting so fast, 29 seconds, he was dead. And he was going in for a lot of shooting, a lot of killing. They were incredible. So they came to the White House and they got the Medal of Valor, which is a great honor. They were fantastic. Dayton, Ohio. And today we're grateful to be joined by Dayton Police Chief Richard Beal and Assistant Chief Matt Carper. And we commend your department's sterling professionalism. And that's a great state you're in, Ohio. We love Ohio. And what you did in Dayton and the way those police officers acted, and so quickly. Gentlemen, please stand. Please. Come up here. Come up here. Come up. Come on up here. They look pretty good, too, I have to say. You guys were unbelievable, you people. Say a couple of words, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and also to Attorney General Barr for the recognition of our police officers, 6 brave police officers that acted decisively, swiftly, ending a mass shooting in Dayton, Ohio on August the 4th. They represent the highest of ideals and performance of our profession. We are deeply proud of them. I have with me Lieutenant Colonel Matt Carper. He was the acting police chief in my absence when I was in Washington, D.C., before I could return back to Dayton, Ohio, and he was the senior commander on this scene in those very early hours of August the 4th, helping to coordinate the response, the initial response of more than 100 police officers regionally to respond to that scene and perform the very vast duties that were required at that time. I am deeply grateful to him and his leadership. The Dayton community is grateful for his leadership and for all of those dedicated law enforcement personnel that responded at early morning hours to do that very duty that they're required to do and do in such a professional manner. So my gratitude to Matt Carper for all his leadership.
Great job. Today, I'm proud to announce another historic action that we're taking to reduce violence in America. In a few moments, I will be signing an executive order to establish a new commission on law enforcement and the administration of justice. They've been trying to get this for a long time. This commission will be tasked with providing concrete recommendations to address some of the systemic challenges that burden law enforcement, including homelessness and mental illness. This includes supporting the ability of law enforcement officers to ensure troubled individuals receive the mental care they need. The Commission will provide concrete recommendations, and it will study the best practices to recruit, retrain, hire, train, and provide for health, safety, and the well-being of law enforcement officers. We want to take care of our law enforcement officers. After the Commission issues its recommendations next year, and they'll have them soon, because most of them know many of the answers before they begin. You understand that. We will begin implementing its best ideas immediately. It will take place immediately. Since I took office, we have harnessed the entire federal government to combat the drug addiction epidemic. And last year, drug overdose deaths fell for the first time in nearly 31 years. It's a great thing. I want to thank Acting Drug Enforcement Administrator Uttam Dillon, who joins us today, and almost every person in this room for working together to end this horrible plague. This is a plague not only of this nation, this is all over the world. To stop the flow of deadly drugs into our communities, we're also taking dramatic action to secure our southern border. Illegal crossings are down 60% since May. And we are building the wall faster, bigger, better than ever even anticipated. It's going up now. And I want to thank our military. Our military has been great. The Army Corps of Engineers, all of the folks in the military have been fantastic, but that wall is going up at a rapid pace. And we'll have anywhere from 400 to 500 miles built by the end of next year. That'll have a tremendous impact. And as you know, the other side knows that, but I made one big mistake on the wall. I should have said, I do not want the wall, and they would have insisted that we build it. Big mistake. I should have said, I want no money to go to the wall, and they would have thrown money at it like you wouldn't believe. But our military came through, and it's going up great, and it's top of the line. Acting Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Mark Morgan, joins us today. And I want to thank Mark and all of the members of Border Patrol for the extraordinary work to defend our homeland and protect our nation. If Uttam is there and Mark, just come up here for a second. I want to show you. I don't want you to talk because I have to get out of here. First time ever. But you know what? Because it's you, I'll stay as long as you want me. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Two great people. I think we should have them say a couple of words, yes. Come on, Mark.
Mr. President, on behalf of the brave men and women of the Drug Enforcement Administration, who I am privileged to lead, thank you for your constant and incredible support of our mission, and thank you for your support of all of law enforcement. Thank you, sir.
And soon, Uttam will not be acting, by the way. He's done a great job. So he doesn't know this yet, but soon you will not be acting. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mark?
Sir. So first of all, I just want to foot stomp that we will be building 450 miles of big, beautiful wall by the end of 2020. With every mile of wall that's being built, I promise you, it's not just the cities and towns on the border. I always say every town, every city, every state is a border town, a border city, and a border state. With every mile of the wall that's being built, we are all safer because of it. Thank you, Mr. President. And just real quickly, I'd like to say that the Officer of the Year, Agent Morales, and all the other nominees, I think that they embody the law enforcement spirit. They represent who we are as a profession and what we stand for. That we get up every single day doing something greater than ourselves. And thank you to IACP and your leadership for everything that you do. And thank you to you, the leaders of law enforcement, for supporting and doing what you do best, supporting the men and women who get up every single day, put the badge on their chest, and safeguard this country. Thank you for what you do. And Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President, for your support. I know this man personally, and when he says he loves us, it's sincere, it's heartfelt, and he means it. Thank you, Mr. President. Because of our president's support as a law enforcement profession, we are stronger for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you both. Two great people. Thank you both. To all of the law enforcement partners across the Western Hemisphere, thank you for helping shut down the smugglers, traffickers, and coyotes. Who would have ever thought in this modern age, human traffickers, you think of it as an ancient crime. It's more prevalent today because of the internet. You understand that well, than ever before all over the world. As my administration works tirelessly to protect our borders, we face an onslaught from far-left activists who want to erase America's borders and nullify our federal laws. We can't let that happen. This includes activist judges who have issued nationwide injunctions prohibiting us from enforcing the immigration laws enacted even by Congress. Just as one example, federal law authorities expedited removal for illegal aliens apprehended within 2 years of entry. But a district judge, local area, issued a ruling saying the law could only be applied to illegal aliens caught within 14 days. That's a tiny fraction of the time frame allowed by the statute. And the number of people coming in is cut to a level that becomes almost insignificant. And we'll win as we go up. How long will that take? A year? 2 years? These nationwide injunctions undermine our entire immigration system and other systems. It's not the job of judges to impose their own political views. Their job is to apply the letter of the law as per our great Constitution. That is why I have already had appointed and approved 158 brand new federal judges and Court of Appeals judges who are committed to upholding the laws and the Constitution as written. We should soon be up to 182. We're way over record territory. Nobody's seen anything like it. I want to thank you, President Obama, for giving me 142 open judges. How you allowed that to happen is beyond me. It's beyond me. Thank you, President Obama, very much. Everybody in this room thanks you. We'll have 182 very shortly. In cities such as Philadelphia, Boston, and here in Chicago, we have also seen a growing number of radical politicians and prosecutors who refuse to enforce the law. You've heard about that. For example, local prosecutors have declared that they will not charge certain offenders, including many theft and drug crime offenders. They just won't charge them. This is a fundamental violation of their sworn duty. The most dangerous and shameful attacks on the rule of law comes from and in the form of sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities order jails and prisons to release criminal aliens, people that have committed the worst crimes, directly back onto city streets, instead of safely turning them over to federal immigration authorities and ICE so they can be incarcerated or tried, or what I like to do best is get them the hell out of our country and bring them home. Let them take care of them. As you know, countries love sending their worst to us because they don't have to bother with them. They don't have to jail them. Let the United States do it. Well, we've been very tough on that, as you've probably heard over the last couple of years. Thousands of removable criminal aliens are set free into U.S. communities every single year because of these policies, terrorizing the public and menacing the peace. Inconceivable that somebody would want it. And a lot of elections are being lost because of sanctuary cities, because people don't want it. We just won 2 in the great state of North Carolina. 2 House seats. And they were won by big margins. And I helped. I was very happy about that. The only problem is they don't want to write about it. If I lose, it's the greatest catastrophe in the history of our country. If I win, they pack up their cameras and they leave. They don't want to talk about it. Let's not talk about what happened in Louisiana with the governor's race. Let's not talk about the fact that we picked up 2 Senate seats in 18. We picked up 2. We went from 51 to 53. Nobody knows that. They don't talk about these things, but we talk about them. And hopefully we talk loudly enough so people understand what's going on and how well we're doing. Last year alone, here in Illinois, local officials blocked ICE detainers for illegal aliens responsible for hundreds of offensive, including homicide, trafficking deadly drugs, trafficking humans, robbery, and sexual assault. Just a few weeks ago, near Seattle, Washington, a county jail released an illegal alien MS-13 gang member, the worst, who they previously refused to hand over to ICE. And by the way, ICE, they're heroes, they're patriots, they're tough, they're strong, they're great. Who would do that job? Who would do that job? These are warriors, and they love our country, by the way. This man went on to murder a 16-year-old boy with a baseball bat who didn't do anything. He was a young child who was on his way to a beautiful future. He didn't do anything. He murdered him with a bat. Last year, on the day after Christmas, America grieved when California police officer Ron L. Singh was murdered by a criminal alien, a known gang member, a tough guy with 2 prior arrests for bad things, who was released due to sanctuary city laws. Not one more American life should be stolen from us because a politician puts criminal aliens before American citizens. So they want open borders. Everybody come in. Come on in. They want open borders and they want sanctuary cities. Forget politics. But you tell me that's good politics? I don't think so. I think you'll find that out. Here today is someone who can tell you more about the threat posed by sanctuary cities, a career ICE officer and the current ICE director, a fantastic guy, Matt Albence. Matt, please come up. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to address our partners in law enforcement. I would note the remarks I'm about to make are the same I would have made 2 years ago, 4 years ago, and 6 years ago. Our country and every community within it is safer when law enforcement at all levels cooperates. There is significant human cost to sanctuary laws and policies, which ban local law enforcement agencies from working with ICE, to include even the simple sharing of information about criminals in their custody. Laws and politics like these make us less safe. It's plain and simple. It's past time to put aside the political rhetoric and listen to the facts. And the fact is, people are being hurt and victimized every day because of jurisdictions that refuse to cooperate with ICE. As law enforcement professionals, it is frustrating to see senseless acts of violence and other criminal activity happen in our communities. Knowing that ICE could have prevented them with just a little cooperation, and the type of cooperation we seek is simple. We don't ask any law enforcement agency to enforce federal immigration law. We merely ask law enforcement agencies to honor ICE detainers, which until recently, most agencies did for over half a century. Hold that person for a brief period of time, notify us when they're getting ready to release, and turn them over to us in the safe confines of your detention facility. Our detainers are issued based on probable cause, the exact same standard that every law enforcement agency in the U.S. here operates under. And the fact is that 70% of the civil arrests that ICE makes are at local jails and state prisons across the country. But we used to make more before sanctuary laws or policies prevented us from doing so, leaving us with no choice but to expend significant additional resources to locate and arrest criminal aliens and other immigration violators in the community. It's less effective, it's more disruptive, and it makes us less safe. There will be criminals we don't find, and often when we do, it's after they've been arrested for another subsequent criminal violation. These are preventable crimes, and even more importantly, preventable victims. How many billions of dollars has law enforcement spent on crime protection and crime prevention? You want to prevent crime? Help us get the criminals out of your communities. You want to stop gun violence? Get the criminals perpetrating that violence out of your communities. Last year, ICE arrested 11,000 people with weapons violations, and those are gone from the country now. Last year, we made more than 105,000 criminal alien arrests and removed more than 145,000 criminal aliens, to include nearly 6,000 gang members. This year, ICE's Homeland Security Investigations, with whom many of you work side by side, and we appreciate that partnership and cooperation, made nearly 37,000 criminal arrests, another record year. They seized more than 11,000 pounds of opioids, seized more than $624 million in illegal proceeds of crime, and rescued over 1,400 victims of human trafficking and exploitation. We have many of HSI's special agents in charge and headquarters leadership here with us today, and I'm honored to have the privilege of representing them and the tremendous work that their special agents, their analysts, our attorneys, their task force officers, and support personnel do on behalf of this country. As a career law enforcement officer, I'm imploring all the state and local officers in this room to work with us. Find a way to partner with us for the sake of our communities that we have all sworn to protect and for the sake of our country. And for those that already do, thank you. You will have every ounce of support from ICE that we can provide. The truth of the matter, and one which every person in this room knows, that every community and every cop is safer when law enforcement works together. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Doing a great job. I mean, honestly, I didn't know he was going to make a speech when I invited him up, but that's okay. Hey, but it was a good speech, Matt. That I guess. I didn't know. I said, wait a minute, that's 5 pages he's got there. No, it's a good 5 pages. And thank you very much, Matt. You're doing a fantastic job. And we brought out thousands of MS-13 gang members, thousands. We take them out, and we focus on the bad ones. We focus on the worst of the people. And you have people coming in, and you have some really bad ones coming in, and we focus on them. But we've taken out thousands of MS-13 gang members. Our police put their lives on the front line for us every day, and you deserve the absolute support of your elected leaders. My administration will always protect those who protect us. Here with us today are 3 of those heroes who were nominated for the IACP Police Officer of the Year Award. Nick Grivna, Thomas Thompson, and Jonathan Morales, 3 great people. When Minnesota, I just left Minnesota, what a great place. When Minnesota officer Nick Grivna responded to an active hostage situation, he found the killer holding a knife to the victim and putting himself in grave danger for very specific reasons. He decided to fire a single shot and took out the murderer. He's received tremendous praise, and it was a very brave thing to do, for a very specific reason. Officer Grivna, please come forward. Please come up. Thank you. Say a few words. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank everyone here. I'm actually speechless. I really don't know what to say. This whole thing is just so surreal to me right now, standing up here before you. I want to thank the IACP for having me one of the 4 nominations, and then I definitely need to thank my chief, Nicole Madsen of the Virginia Police Department, for putting me in for this nomination and the support my entire department gave me. But the people I want to thank the most are the people of Virginia. My community rallied behind me days after the shooting happened. They took to social media by storm. They stopped in at the PD. They called me and showed their love and support for our police department. And I'm very humbled and honored to be working for this department and in a community that supports their police department that much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Out of here. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. Texas police officer Thomas Thompson responded to a report of a robbery. When he entered the building, a suspect began to fire violently, but Officer Thompson fired back, and they arrested the criminal who had quite a record, quite a bad record. Officer Thompson, thank you for your courage. Please come forward to the podium. Thank you.
I feel incredibly honored to be here and to be recognized for what is essentially just a story of me just doing my job. The president's right. There's literally hundreds of thousands of law enforcement men and women in this country who are ready and willing to win the moment when the time comes. I feel very honored to be here because I want a moment. Mr. President, thank you for your support of law enforcement, especially in this day and age. That's no small thing. It matters, so thank you. Thank you to the Lubbock. Yes, thank you. I want to say thank you to the City of Lubbock, to the Lubbock Police Department for supporting me through a very difficult time. And finally, and most personally for me, I want to say thank you to my wife. You're my rock and you're my best friend. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. Finally, we are very proud to have with us the hero who was just recently announced as the 2019 Officer of the Year, Border Patrol Agent Jonathan Morales. In May, I met Border Patrol Agent Jonathan Morales when he came to the White House for the National Day of Prayer. Just days before, Agent Morales was off duty attending a service for Passover when a gunman opened fire at a synagogue in Poway, California. You all read about it. It was terrible. Without hesitation, Agent Morales raced towards the shooter and began firing back, driving the gunman away from civilians. Agent Morales' swift and selfless action helped save many, many lives. That was terrible. I just want to say it's great to meet you a second time, Agent Morales, and your courage and strength is really appreciated and so respected by the entire nation. Would you please come forward?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President, also for being here with us. You're our biggest supporter in Border Patrol, and we all know in this day we need all the support and help we can, so our agency really appreciates what you do. Thank you also, Commissioner Morgan, my Chief, Ms. Chavez, El Centro Sector, represent us also, and you guys are responsible for giving us the training and tools that we need each day to complete our mission out there of immigration enforcement. And most of these times, these legal criminals, we are the ones they first see when they enter our country. When I have the green uniform on, this is who they will encounter. And just a little recap of that tragic day. We're sitting in our Chabad house of prayer. We were attacked. But at that moment, I made a split-second decision. I was off duty, I was on annual leave, enjoying my time off, but I wasn't off duty as an officer, as an agent, sworn to protect my community, protect my people. And I immediately went into action, and I did what I could to save as many people possible, and this terrorist who attacked us ran away like a coward, didn't even bother to challenge me or engage me and return fire. And, I'm grateful to Hashem and also on behalf of Rabbi Goldstein and the Chabad Poway community that they thank you also for your support and love for our community also. So thank you. And all my fellow officers out there, always be safe. Remember, can't be complacent even on our off duty, because that's when it always happens, when we least expect it. And like I said, always be safe out there, and we never are off duty when we take the uniform off. Our mindset, we're still prepared for worst case scenario. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Proud of you. Let me help you with this. Thank you. Thank you very much. He's in much better shape right now than he was the last time. And in a very short period of time, he's going to be perfecto. Thank you very much. Great bravery. That was a big, big deal. Each one of these heroes represent the selfless service of more than 685,000 law enforcement officers all across our country. Every day, Americans get up and go to work. Our children go safely to school, and our families sleep soundly at night because the people in this room stand guard. You risk your lives, and you save countless others. And I've always heard you risk your lives for, in many cases, people you don't know, people you've never met. It's an incredible thing. And I have to say, in concluding, you have no idea how much the people of this country love you and respect you. The sight of your badge strikes fear into the hearts of criminals and pride into the hearts of our citizens. When children hear the sirens of your patrol cars, they race to catch a glimpse because they know that you are the heroes of their streets. And in many cases, they know that's really what they want to do someday. That's what they want to be. That's what they want to do. They want to be a police officer. They see it. Out of love for our neighbors, care for our communities, and commitment to our country, we will shield peace-loving, law-abiding Americans from anyone and everyone who would do them harm. We will keep our streets secure, our cities guarded, and our loved ones safe. We will fight violent crime, uphold the peace, enforce the law, and with God as our witness, we will proudly serve, protect, and defend the citizens of the United States. To all of the terrific law enforcement officers here today, thank you for your unwavering courage and your unbreakable devotion. Today and every day, I vow to stand proudly, loyally, and faithfully with the incredible men and women in blue. Now I would like to invite the Attorney General of the United States and the IACP and FOP leadership to join me on stage while I sign our new Commission on Law Enforcement. God bless you, and God bless our great law enforcement, our police officers. God bless our military, and God bless America. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Well, where would you rather be? Take a look at this. Left is Phoenix, right is Colorado, Denver, and oh, look at, sometimes that shot just goes away, Ron. You try to dial it in and do it the right way, and then they just take it away. Well, for a glimpse there, it was Colorado, Denver, and it is snowing.
Yeah.
Happy to report.
Holy cow, man. I mean, this may be, it would not be highly unusual to get the ski season going here at the end of October. Right. But, I mean, it's not just way up in the mountains. It's right in the heart of the city.
That's so true.
Yeah.
That is true. So hope everyone had a great weekend. It was a busy weekend, though, for the world of news. A lot of us waking up Sunday morning with the big news that the U.S. Special Forces taking out the ISIS leader.
Yeah. You know what's so interesting about this, Mike, is I know for the longest time, I found myself wondering, where in the world could this guy be hiding?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was to the level, he was the most wanted man in the world. I don't know if you want to put him quite to the level of Osama bin Laden, but he was right there considering the vicious acts. ISIS not only beheading their prisoners, but putting it out over the internet. And I mean, it was just some of the most gruesome stuff in the history of humankind. Well, if you want to go down that road and be the leader of a terrorist group, you need to probably understand that at some point you're going to be eliminated from the planet by United States forces. And that is exactly the way it went down this weekend. Now, I thought it was really interesting. We're going to learn a lot more. We're standing by right now for the Pentagon. We believe we're going to get some additional details on the backstory of how it all went down. But one of the reports that I had heard this weekend that I thought was really fascinating was the first thing they did, they had multiple choppers. I believe it was more than half a dozen choppers that they brought in on this operation. And that when they did so, they actually breached the exterior wall because they had some intel that the main entrance was booby-trapped.
Right.
I mean, this is a guy who was living like a rat in these tunnels.
Oh, yeah.
My understanding was our intelligence was so good, we knew about the tunnels.
That's something, right? I mean,
yeah.
It just shows to everybody else around the country that is enemy of the United States. Sooner or later, they will track you down.
Yeah. And these terrorist groups, I mean, they keep popping up, and they already, the Islamic State group has already named its new leader, which, by the way, it was not going to be basically his number two, al-Baghdadi's right-hand man, because then we got a report this morning that an additional raid in a different location killed the ISIS spokesman.
Okay.
I guess that's a sad commentary on our times, Mike, is here in 2019. You can't just be a terrorist group. You have to have a spokesman for a terrorist group. Well, that guy's also dead.
Yeah, jeez.
And the only question was that he was in this convoy in some sort of a vehicle, and the reporting we had was that the bodies were so badly charred, it wasn't quite clear how they could confirm it, but actually a human rights organization came out and backed up the report that this second guy. So you had Baghdadi, you had his right-hand man, his number two. You sort of wonder, Mike, if we got this intelligence from one of his wives, and I don't know how many wives he had, but that word would have, somehow he would have had to realize that she had been captured. And he probably went into super defensive mode, almost realizing, that the end was near.
Yeah.
And then maybe this other guy was trying to escape or get out of there. Who knows? But so you have number one and possibly number two or number three both taken down. They already named a new leader today, and so congratulations to you, pal.
Yeah, you got a new target.
You're the next on the list of the United States Special Forces, I would have to believe.
Yeah, that was some great news. I went to bed on Saturday night seeing that the president tweeting that he just said that something very big has just happened. And
oh, is that right?
That's all he said about it.
Okay.
And I was like, wow, what is happening? This is a cryptic message, you know?
Yeah.
And then waking up Sunday morning to see him already talking and telling about the great news that the our great military did. And
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah. I had to go into total internet darkness, Mike, on Saturday night. I had to put my phone on on airplane mode.
Oh, okay.
Because I had TiVoed a game that I was really interested in watching. And you know, you don't want to accidentally wake up and see a score
you
or
don't.
see a text from a friend kind of a thing.
That's very proactive.
I tried. So that was a huge Pac-12 game, which was Oregon and Washington State, which I don't know if you follow college football, but Washington State had beaten Oregon 4 tries in a row.
Oh, wow.
Which is kind of quite shocking,
Yeah.
and it was a good game. And a bummer for ASU, losing to UCLA this weekend. That was a clunker. I didn't
know.
really see that one coming. So
That's why
it's-
Vegas has the lights on,
It's
right?
the topsy-turvy world of college football. That's why Vegas has the lights on.
Truly,
That's a good
truly.
one, Mike. Yeah.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on this Pentagon briefing. As soon as it starts, we'll bring it to you here on News Now. But I want to bring you just another. Whoop, does it look like it started, Ron?
Yep.
Well, that's probably usually always like a minute away there. So let's just get this other story in really quickly. Just as California, wow, as 200,000 people had to flee their homes across the state.
So you have the huge fire, the Kincaid fire that's burning up there kind of in the wine country outside of outside of San Francisco. And yet the power outages, my understanding was there was a huge area of the San Francisco Bay Metro population base that had to have their power cut this weekend, you know, because they're scrambling now. And there's still, Mike, the backstory still needs to be told, and I'm kind of shocked that it hasn't been yet, as to how could California have allowed itself to get into this situation where either its power line, they weren't building enough power lines, or they weren't keeping they weren't keeping up with the maintenance that needed to be done, or something along those lines, because I can guarantee you this much. We have 50 states, and we have windy days in all 50 states. But only in California do they continually have this problem of massive fires that are being sparked by windy days. And I'm sure they're going to come up with a long-term plan, but how are they the only state that is in this bind in the first place? It's a sad commentary. And you know, the governor's been out there saying, with the level of entrepreneurship and technology that we operate with here in California, and he didn't say this, but basically you almost have the feeling that when you think about where they are on their power grid, it's like they're a third world nation. They don't want to hear that in California, but that's really what's happening.
It really is. And I mean, think about these people that had to flee their homes not knowing if they come back, will it be there?
Yes. So you had, look at this picture right here. So the latest fire is the Sepulveda fire that's burning right up against the 405 and right into a region there very close. Actually, there's the Getty fire is the one that's burning right up against the Getty Museum, or not far away from it. Have you been to that museum up in the hills? So it's
never.
right up above, you know how hilly it gets as you're driving through the hills there on the 405. So you've got Brentwood in direct threat of the fires. You had LeBron James, so obviously we know where he lives now, right? In that area. He tweeted overnight, we're homeless right now. We don't have we're evacuated. We have no place to go, no place to stay, no motels have any rooms, as they were he and his family. So, you know, everybody in the whole state of California seems to have to be dealing with this.
Yeah, and it's so unfortunate, but boy, the firefighters continue their hard work, and we're wishing them all the very best.
Yep.
All right, so now it looks like we do have that Pentagon briefing starting, talking about getting the ISIS leader cornered. Let's bring it to you right here on News Now.
Forces conducted a successful raid on Saturday night, resulting in the death of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the founder and leader of ISIS. This operation was the culmination of a multi-year interagency effort to find him and then capture or kill him. Baghdadi and the thugs who follow him were responsible for some of the most brutal atrocities of our time. His death marks a devastating blow for the remnants of ISIS, who are now deprived of their inspirational leader, following the destruction of their physical caliphate earlier this year. I want to thank our brave service members who took part in this daring raid, along with our interagency partners who supported the mission. There is no guarantee of success in an operation with this level of difficulty, And President Trump knew this when he made the bold decision to order the raid, confident in the expertise of our forces. Our service members conducted themselves with incredible skill and professionalism, and they executed the raid in all of its facets brilliantly. Not a single United States service member was killed in this high-risk operation. Despite Baghdadi's death, the security situation in Syria remains complex. Multiple state and non-state actors continue to vie for control of territory and resources within the country. As we have learned from our recent history in the Middle East, it is very easy to get drawn into continued conflict if our objectives are not clear. Acting as a police force out to solve every dispute is not our mission. Our mission in Syria today remains the same as it was when we first began operations in 2014, to enable the enduring defeat of ISIS. Our recent repositioning of forces within the country is intended to posture us to continue this mission and give the President options while returning the balance back home to the United States. Those who remain will continue to execute counterterrorism operations while staying in close contact with the Syrian Democratic Forces who have fought alongside us. Additionally, the United States will retain control of oil fields in northeast Syria. At the height of Baghdadi's reign, these oil fields provided ISIS with the bulk of financial resources used to fund its terror. U.S. troops will remain positioned in this strategic area to deny ISIS access to those vital resources. And we will respond with overwhelming military force against any group that threatens the safety of our forces there. These oil fields also provide a critical source of funding to the SDF, which enables their ability to secure ISIS prison camps and conduct operations against ISIS, among other things. Last week, I was in Brussels for the NATO Defense Ministerial, and I spoke with our allies about the situation in Syria. I reiterated our commitment to the defeat of ISIS and called on other nations who have much at stake to offer their support to help mitigate the ongoing security crisis. Turkey continues to bear responsibility for the consequences of their unwarranted incursion, which has brought further instability to the region. A number of allies have expressed their desire to help with the implementation of a safe zone along the Syria-Turkey border. The United States will remain focused on our core mission and continue to work closely with the Defeat ISIS coalition as we implement the next phase of the campaign. Baghdadi's death will not rid the world of terrorism or end the ongoing conflict in Syria, but it will certainly send a message to those who would question America's resolve and provide a warning to terrorists who think they can hide. The United States, more than any other nation in the world, possesses the power and the will to hunt to the ends of the earth those who wish to bring harm upon the American people. Saturday's operation is just one example of the incredible determination and great skill of the United States military. I'll now ask General Milley to provide you with some additional details on the operation. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. As Secretary Esper stated, United States Special Operations Forces under the command and control of United States Central Command, General Frank McKenzie, conducted a counterterrorism operation which resulted in the death of the founder and the leader of ISIS, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Intelligence from numerous organizations throughout the Department of Defense and across the entire interagency identified the target location approximately 4 miles from the Turkish border in Idlib province of Syria. In order to reduce the risk to U.S. forces and prevent miscalculation and escalation, an action consistent with operations in the past, we coordinated with appropriate militaries and other organizations in the region through established deconfliction mechanisms. During the mission, U.S. forces were infiltrated by helicopter and once on the objective, secured the target compound. The assault force was engaged with small arms fire, and the threats were quickly eliminated. Our forces isolated the compound and protected all the non-combatants. While clearing the objective, U.S. forces discovered al-Baghdadi hiding in a tunnel. The assault force closed in on Baghdadi and ended when he detonated a suicide vest. Baghdadi's remains were then transported to a secure facility to confirm his identity with forensic DNA testing, and the disposal of his remains has been done and is complete and was handled appropriately. The success of this complex operation is an incredible testament to the professionalism of the men and women of the Joint Force and our interagency partners in their courage and their bravery. They put themselves in harm's way time and time again to protect our great country. The Secretary and I will now take your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned the oil fields and securing the oil fields in the east of Syria. Has the deployment of reinforcements that you announced last week begun? And could you describe more fully what you intend to do there?
We have begun deploying and repositioning additional assets into the vicinity of Dar al-Zarwa. As I said the other day, includes mechanized forces and other types of forces. That will continue until we believe we have sufficient capability to ensure ISIS and other destabilizing actors are denied access to that oil facility.
As a quick follow-up, have you had any indications of any challenges to your presence there? Or?
Not at this time.
Sir, do you have video of Baghdadi's final moments? And also, are you partnering with the Kurds again on the ground? Can you explain how difficult this operation would have been if you didn't have troops or bases on the ground in Syria and in Iraq?
Good.
Well, we do have video, photos. We're not prepared at this time to release those. They're going through a declassification process. I think what you'll see here in the coming days is we'll set up some operational and tactical level briefings by Central Command. And you'll be provided some video and photos, et cetera, of that.
How difficult would it have been to carry out this operation if you didn't have troops on the ground?
From an operational standpoint, the United States military can strike any target, anywhere, anytime.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. We have incredible reach. We can strike anybody, anytime, anywhere. The terrorists should be aware of that. They should have seen that now after us doing this multiple times. And with regard to your question regarding the SDF, we stay in continuous contact with them.
Nancy. Thank you. I was wondering if you could clarify a couple of points. First, what was used to destroy the compound? What kind of ordnance was used to destroy the compound? Also, you mentioned that you had video. Do you have video from inside the tunnel itself? And if so, were you able to get that because the canine was wearing video, or did you have something else? Wait, one more.
Yep.
And
That's
name of the...
You just get one.
Okay, how about 1.5? The name of the canine, please. And
that was mine.
That's it. You have three. That's three. So, ordnance used. There's multiple types of ordnance used to include the JASMs, the GBUs, Hellfires, as well as miniguns, small arms fire, etc. So we use a variety of munitions. And those the bombs were used at the tail end in order to destroy the compound, which you saw on various videos, etc. Your second question about the video, I'm not going to classify the video. What we do have and don't have at this time, I've seen a lot, and I'll wait until everything's appropriately declassified here in the coming days, and we'll make sure that you're provided that. We're not releasing the name of the dog right now. The dog is still in theater. The dog, the K9, the military working dog, performed a tremendous service, as they all do, in a variety of situations. Slightly wounded and fully recovering, but the dog is still in theater, returned to duty with its handler. So we're not going to release just yet photos or names of dogs or anything else. It's
Protecting
a classified
his
unit.
identity.
We're protecting the dog's identity.
Are you willing to say that whether Baghdadi was buried at sea?
That's 4 questions now.
Follow-up. That's a follow-up.
Baghdadi was his remains were disposed of appropriately in accordance with our SOPs and in accordance with the law of armed conflict.
Next question, David Martin.
Was this Baghdadi's headquarters, this compound, or was he just passing through? And if it was his headquarters, how much material did you take away?
There was material taken away. I don't want to characterize exactly what or how much yet until it gets exploited properly. But as a matter of course, we always do sensitive site exploitation on any objective anywhere to do that. As to whether it's his headquarters, it was an area in which he was staying on a consistent basis.
And what about prisoners? You took some. How many? And whose custody are they in now?
They're in our custody, and they're at a secure facility.
Next question, Deanne Lamont.
Can you tell us how many?
There were 2 adult males taken off the objective, alive, and they're in our custody.
Gentlemen, thank you for your time today. I wanted to look at the what's next aspect. The President alluded to materials being collected from the site itself. Can you in any way elaborate on what's been collected, what's being looked through now, and what that might mean?
It would be best not to for operational reasons, because that information needs to be exploited properly for any follow-on missions that we may choose to do.
And I think the what next is we will continue the mission, and the mission is to ensure the enduring defeat of ISIS in the region, and that's our mission.
Follow-up, please. We've seen reporting that this raid was launched from Al Assad, from Erbil. Can you clarify and where it came from?
Operationally, we're not going to discuss the location from which the raid took place. It took place, obviously, in somewhere in the region.
General Milley, can I take you back to the question on the oil fields and the military role in the oil field mission, if I may? So you're going to protect them again and keep control against ISIS and other potential adversaries. Does it include the possibility, in your view, that U.S. troops are prepared to deny access to the oil fields to either Russian and or Syrian forces? Is that, in fact, part of your mission to specifically deny them access? And my follow-on to that is, how do you know what do you need to see to know you're done with the oil field mission? Presumably, you're not keeping troops there absolutely forever. How do you know when you're done? What do you need to see? But Russia and Syria, please.
Yeah, so the question you're asking, Barbara, is about purpose and end state, and then the ways would be the military question. So I'm going to punt over to the Secretary specifically for that. But the military task that we've been given is to continue to secure TANF, which is down along the, you know where that is, down along the tri-border area. We'll continue to do that, and to secure the Conoco oil fields in and around Dar el-Zir. That is in the vicinity of the Middle Euphrates River Valley that you're familiar with. And the fundamental purpose of securing those oil fields is to deny those oil fields access to ISIS in order to prevent ISIS from resurgence, because we are still committed to the counter-ISIS campaign, and we don't want them to resurge. They get a lot of their revenues from that. But I'll let the Secretary talk about end states.
The specific question is, within what you want to do in the oil fields, does that include denying access, preventing Russian or Syrian forces, which now have changed the battle space?
So the short answer is yes, it presently does, because in that case, we want to make sure that SDF does have access to the resources in order to guard the prisons, in order to arm their own troops, in order to assist us with the Defeat ISIS mission. So that's our mission, is to secure the oil fields.
But you would deny, you just said you would deny Russia and the regime. Okay.
General Milley, President Trump described yesterday Baghdadi whimpering and crying before he died. Can you elaborate or confirm those details?
Secretary was asked the same question yesterday. I know the President had planned to talk down to the unit and unit members, but I don't know what the source of that was there, but I assume it was talking directly to unit and unit members.
So you haven't talked to any unit members who've described that to you?
I have not talked to unit members, no, that's correct. I've talked to the commander, CENTCOM, and others, but not down to the unit members, down at that level of fidelity.
All right, last question. I'll go to Colonel Bowden. Thank you for doing this. So the SDF commander has said that there was an SDF member that was part of this raid. He's talked about the intelligence that the SDF provided, putting a person inside with ISIS. Can you confirm all of those details on your end? And then also on the oil fields, can you just talk about the overall picture in Syria now after these last couple of weeks, putting more people in to protect these oil fields? Are there going to be more troops now in Syria than there were before, or less?
Well, I'll take the second question first, and I'll let the chairman answer the first one. Look, we're as I said, we're reinforcing our position at Dar el-Zir, that area. We also were given the earlier directive to retain forces at the Tanf garrison. At the end of the day, we will be sending troops home. The President made a commitment to do that. But in the meantime, we're going to reinforce and make some other moves to ensure that we can accomplish that mission of securing the oil fields in order to deny them access to ISIS.
More going in than there were coming out? Sorry, just to clarify.
No. At the end of the day, my expectation is that it'll be fewer than what we had before, and they will be going home.
And help me out, remind me of the first question.
The first question was about the SDF commander saying that.
So this was a U.S.-only operation for personnel that were on the objective. I know what you're referring to. There was a comment somewhere reported in the media that the SDF had soldiers or troops or one person or something on the objective with our forces. I'm not going to comment on what may or may not have happened with the SDF on the objective, the actions on the objective. The aircraft coming in, the aircraft overhead, and the soldiers conducting the assault was a U.S.-only operation.
All right, thanks, guys. If you have any follow-ups, you can come to me and Mr. Hoffman.
And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now, taking a live look at downtown Phoenix there in the distance. It's going to be a great day, pretty much a great week here. We're expecting about 73 degrees today, and after today, it's going to get the lows in the mornings. We're expecting about 48 degrees tomorrow when you wake up there in the valley. It's going to be nice and crisp, no doubt about that. And for all our friends up in Sedona in the high country, you know it's going to be much colder than that. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Welcome back to News Now. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Monday edition of News Now, and it is a busy one from the get-go. We'll show you in just a little bit President Trump in Chicago making his remarks to chiefs of police. National conference there in Chicago. We'll feature that for you coming up here in just a little bit. But now we want to show you just again the devastation in California as these wildfires continue to rage on throughout the state. We're talking Northern California, Southern California in the mix there as well. In all, 200,000 people had to leave their homes. Let's get an update there from officials right now here on News Now.
Adjacent to the 405 freeway and the Sepulveda Pass, on the west side of the Sepulveda Pass. We can confirm that this was not something that was caused by an encampment or by Angelenos who were unhoused, but the cause is further under investigation. We have some initial information that we'll be sharing later in the day. This is a fire that quickly spread. It is now over 500 acres, but we luckily had a lot of amazing heroes that were in our fire stations who rolled out immediately. We have over 500 firefighters that are on the line right now in some of the most challenging topography of Los Angeles. I personally saw 5 homes that are on Tiger Tail that have been lost, but I saw them holding the lines there, and that has not spread further in the last couple hours, and maybe 1 or 2 homes across the canyon over on the ridge of Kenter Canyon. Right now we have had for the last few hours obviously all of the air support that we can use at nighttime, which is our helicopters making drops, doing amazing work in the middle of the night. And with daybreak we have CAL FIRE fixed wing aircraft that are on the way to be able to further blanket this fire. Lower temperatures are on our side, so too are the winds, which could and have been much more powerful, but we're watching it very closely. I was up there, it was probably 20, 30 mile an hour gusts at some moments, some strong winds, but luckily the embers have not been spreading the fire. We still have the mandatory evacuation in place. The boundaries of that, which have been expanded, are on the north side, Mulholland, on the south side, Sunset, on the east side, the 405, and on the west end, gone all the way now over to Temescal. There's also warnings to be ready to go south of Sunset, all the way down to the ocean, and all the way to Topanga Canyon. A couple other things. On the western edge, we have a fire break, and we'll be bulldozing that to make a break about as wide as the 405 itself, should the fire spread further west. But I want to reassure people that's not because the fire has spread all the way over there towards Topanga, but we'll be coming up Fire Road there and making a very strong push with bulldozers to make sure that it can't spread further. One last thing is make sure, if you have the evacuation notice and you're listening to me right now and you're still in your home, leave. Leave your home. We've seen fires and tragedies where people have believed they could stay in place, where they thought they could fight the fire, be a hero themselves, take out their garden hose. Do not do that. The only thing you cannot replace is you and your family. So get your loved ones, your pets, and get out. And the ready, set, go for those who are warning of evacuation, be set right now. Have those cars loaded up right now, so if that evacuation order does come later here today, you can go. We do expect this to be something that we'll fight over the next couple days. I'll give the chief the chance to talk a little bit more in detail. I want to thank the council members that are here who will talk about the evacuation centers that are set up for residents, students at Mount St. Mary's who've been evacuated. And thank you to LAPD as well for the work they've been doing to protect these neighborhoods and also to go door to door and to make the assists to LAFD for folks that are senior, who are living with disabilities as well. But I'll turn it over to Chief Terrazas right now. I'll come back and say a few words in Spanish as well. One last thing, the 405 will be closed on the southbound exits between both, I think, Getty Center Drive, Mulholland, all the way down to the 10. So you cannot get off southbound. You can still go to work if you're on Wilshire Boulevard, et cetera, but you will have to bypass if you're coming southbound. That is a decision the CHP has made, and that we need to make sure we have operational abilities for all of our firefighters. So thank you to Chief Ralph Terrazas, who's leading a group of heroes tonight. Ralph?
Thank you, Mayor. We received a 911 call at about 1:34 this morning of a reported brush fire adjacent to the 405 freeway. A brush dispatch was immediately dispatched. The wind is coming out of the northeast, typical Santa Ana direction, and within the hour we had multiple more companies on scene. We are using technology to our advantage. We do brush fire rate of spread projections using our Wi-Fi platform. This year we've added to that with fixed wing that flies the actual fire perimeter in real time. That's why we know we have slightly over 500 acres involved at this time. We don't have any specific property damage assessment other than what the mayor said. Anecdotally, I'm hearing at least five homes, and I do anticipate that that number will climb in the coming hours. The wind is projected to continue until at least 2 p.m. today. We are staffed up. The Los Angeles Fire Department is in the recall mode. None of our firefighters are going home until we staff every apparatus available. We have been through several fires in the last few weeks. The Saddle Ridge fire, the Palisades fire. We have companies up north at the Kincaid fire, and we did support the Tick fire. It's a dangerous season right now. The Santa Ana winds pick up historically in September and last through April. We have not had any significant rainfall for a period of time. So that's why we're very, very concerned about these weather conditions. So I urge you all, for immediate updates, go to lafd.org. Do as the mayor said, look at the Ready, Set, Go program. Be ready to go at all times. And stay tuned. We'll have regular updates. I was at our dispatch center for the first 3 hours of this incident, and we're ensuring that the information that we get from the field, validated by our fixed wing up in the sky, and our rate of spread projections are downloaded to lafd.org. That way you'll have the best information. And I'll turn it over to Chief Kamala.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The Los Angeles Police Department is currently on tactical alert, and what that means for our communities is that we'll be handling emergency calls for service, but we have all of the men and women of the LAPD working very closely with our partners, our heroes in the LAFD, in the unified command structure. And LAPD is responsible for the evacuation branch of this incident, as well as working with our CHP partners in traffic control to ensure that ingress and egress into the affected areas goes as smoothly as possible. On behalf of the entire department, I want to thank all of the impacted communities for your cooperation and your willingness to quickly work with us to work on the mandatory evacuation zones, gathering up just those basic belongings and helping to move to evacuation centers that have been established through our Emergency Operations Center. We have Aram Sahakian here today as well to ensure that your safety is of our paramount concern. So please, as you see LAPD officers, both on motorcycles, on foot, and in vehicles, encouraging you to leave the area, please comply as we're working to maintain order and to keep you safe. So please know that we are here to support you in every way possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Gurmala. Next, I'm going to ask Councilmember Mike Bonin, who represents this area west of the 405, to say some words about evacuation centers and the resources the city is providing, also with our partners with the Red Cross, as we just did in recent weeks. So, Councilmember Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, God bless LAFD and our first responders, and thank them for everything they've been doing over the past few hours. And thanks to those who so willingly cooperated under very confusing and trying circumstances in evacuating. If you are getting directions from LAFD or LAPD, please follow them. If they say evacuate, evacuate. If they say shelter in place, please shelter in place. If you are in the areas for a potential evacuation, get ready, get set, and if you want to go, go now. We have a number of different evacuation centers set up throughout the area. We have at Stoner Park Rec Center in West LA, at Westwood Rec Center, at the Palisades Rec Center, at Cheviot Hills Rec Center, and at the Van Nuys Sherman Oaks Rec Center. The Red Cross is available at all of those places, and there are services and a place to be, and we encourage folks who are evacuating to head there, and you will be well taken care of. Thank you.
Finally, Councilmember Paul Koretz represents just to the east. This has not spread to the east side of the 405, though we're keeping a careful eye and we have resources to protect it from jumping over. Luckily, the winds are blowing the other direction here towards the southwest so far, but he also chairs our committee that oversees our animal services, and maybe can give us some information too about what to do for our animals as well.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I also want to thank our first responders, our amazing LA Fire Department and LAPD. And I also want to echo the message, if you're in the mandatory evacuation zone and you're still there watching this, you're an idiot. Get the hell out. It's way too dangerous. People that stay behind are just endangering themselves and not helping. I want to echo what the mayor said about my community, which is the 405 and east. If you're in Bel Air, because of the wind conditions, we don't expect you to be in danger. However, if it were me, and I know the department isn't asking, I would, on the Ready, Set, Go system, I would be ready. I would at least get my papers and anything else I was planning on taking together, and I would have my my animals, at least I would want to know where they are. And you should know, I believe the closest place for your animals to shelter your small animals is the West LA Animal Shelter. So please be aware of that. Keep an eye on your animals, and if you need to move, as soon as you get an evacuation order, follow it and move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koretz. Also, the West Valley Animal Shelter is available to take folks' pets, and for large animals, Hanson Dam. People don't think of West LA as having that, but there are some horses that are in both Brentwood and Pacific Palisades and some of the canyons. I'll say a couple things in Spanish real quick, and then we'll take any questions. Yo quiero dar mis gracias a los bomberos y los oficiales.
Mark the anniversary of the Tree of Life massacre and the worst.
And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. Live look at the nation's capital right there on this beautiful fall day, not only in D.C., but right here in Phoenix there as well. Take a look there, downtown Phoenix. In the distance, going to be about a high of 73 degrees today. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here as we continue to roll on here for you. Coming up in the next hour here on News Now, we will feature President Trump, his full speech today in Chicago at the Chiefs of Police Summit that was happening there. We'll bring it to you in its entirety in the next hour here. But right now, coming up now, we do have Mayor Pete Buttigieg speaking in Washington, D.C., as he is a contender for the Democrats' nomination for president.
Seek to return to the existing nuclear agreement that Trump had walked out of as a platform to pursue an Iran policy, or would you seek to take a new and different approach?
So realistically, the facts on the ground have shifted, and they'll continue to shift by the time the new president takes office in 2021, by the time I take office in 2021. But I think we've got to look at the Iran nuclear deal as a floor. And the problem, I think, in the way it was talked about politically was you saw all these malign activities by the Iranians in terms of the sponsorship of Hezbollah and other regionally destabilizing activities. And folks are saying, oh, see, the deal's no good because they're doing all this. Well, of course, that's not what the deal was for. The deal was to restrict nuclear activity, and it worked. It worked. So by the same token, the policy priority I would take would be to ensure that we contain and restrict the nuclear activity. Of course, we care about all of the other problems emanating from the Iranian regime. I just don't think that we need to solve everything in order to solve anything. And if you have to pick one thing to prioritize, I believe the Obama administration got this right, that the one thing to prioritize is to make sure they're not nuclear.
And one of the difficult challenges, of course, that the next president will inherit in seeking to approach those issues is essentially the blow to U.S. credibility from withdrawing not just from the Iran nuclear agreement, but from a whole slew of agreements. And by the way, not just Obama agreements, well beyond that. Not to mention just the shifting currents of international politics, the kind of authoritarian trend that's been building. So as you have to re-engage on January 21st, 2021, and address an issue like Iran specifically, where you need to build international consensus, you need to work with our European allies and Russia and China. How do you restore the currency of American leadership? What would be the approach for an incoming Buttigieg administration to rebuild our credibility with allies and partners that we need on certain issues in order to get something done like restoring the Iran nuclear agreement and building on it?
So job number one in terms of global affairs for the next president is going to have to be restoring U.S. credibility. And it would be hard to overstate how costly the loss of credibility has been. When I was deployed, I could feel, in ways I can't even fully explain, the power of the flag on my shoulder, and sensed that just as much as my body armor and any military equipment, part of what was keeping me safe was that that flag stood for a country known to keep its word. And our allies knew it and our enemies knew it, and that mattered. Losing that is unbelievably costly any place in the world where we are counting on alliances in order to protect American troops and American interests. The moment that has really stuck with me, even before this horrific betrayal of our Kurdish allies, was the president's appearance at the General Assembly. And his speech, by Trumpian standards, was actually not memorable, which is good. Grading on a curve here. But what was memorable and what hurt was seeing the faces of the world leaders watching the president speak. Not as a Democrat, but as an American. It hurt to see the leaders of the world who usually look at the American president for leadership, looking at our country's leader with a mixture of, I think, pity and contempt. I never again want to see an American leader looked on that way by the leaders of the world. So how do we do something about it? Well, beyond just saying do no harm, obviously there are a whole bunch of things that we need to reverse or not do. I think we need to look for areas where American values, American interests, and the aspirations of people around the world are all linked. Because this has always been America's strategic edge. The fact that many people, either publicly or privately, anywhere around the world, sympathize with what we stand for. And I'm thinking about the desire for democracy, the desire for religious freedom, providing at least moral support for example, the people of Hong Kong who have not heard a peep out of this White House of support. I'm thinking about some of our biggest problems as a global community. Anytime there's a problem that the U.S. can't solve alone and that the world can't solve without us, that's an opportunity for leadership, which also means it's an opportunity to earn credibility. I'm thinking about climate. Imagine if global climate diplomacy were a thing. If global climate diplomacy were something that mattered deeply in geopolitics, it would not only be a sign of hope for this global security crisis, but also an example of how we might be back on the front foot with China. And so the biggest thing I think needed to really answer the core of your question, to build up U.S. credibility, is for the world to see the U.S. meaningfully advancing things that the world needs, and putting our resources and our whole toolkit of diplomatic, economic, and security resources behind those values and behind getting something done. Then we can recover some of the trust that has been blown up by this administration.
So, yesterday, the president announced with some fanfare the death of the head of ISIS, Mr. Baghdadi. And I think we all can celebrate his demise and celebrate the work of our special operators and our intelligence agencies and our partners around the world to help facilitate that operation. But also, I say this with considerable humility as someone who worked in the Obama administration and for a president who sent 100,000 troops to Afghanistan for a period of time, and we're still there 19 years later, and it doesn't seem like the situation is measurably improved. In fact, there's now pockets of ISIS in Afghanistan, and Ben and I sat in countless counterterrorism meetings where we heard about the latest Al-Qaeda number 3 who had been taken off the battlefield, and yet, you know, the cancer metastasized and Al-Qaeda becomes ISIS, and these organizations exist. So, you know, what are we missing as a U.S. government, as a counterterrorism operation that has led us to a point where there are more Sunni extremists living today than there were on 9/11?
You know, I remember I was in Afghanistan in the summer of 2014 when a lot of this emergence of ISIS was happening. And sitting in the Chow Hall, watching it on television with people who had served multiple tours in Iraq, and now we're in Afghanistan and are watching the backsliding and the metastasizing of terrorism there, even while we were trying to make sure that something good would happen in Afghanistan, I think does, first of all, teach humility, as you say. But the other thing that we should remember, and in a perverse way that this whole recent experience in Syria reflects, is that so often the way forward is through the right targeted, light footprint presence of special operations plus intelligence plus allies on the ground. So to me, the most extraordinary thing that we learned in this whole episode is what that tiny handful of U.S. special operators was preventing. Exactly the kind of thing that prevents us from having to get into a large ground war and mobilization. A handful of special operations troops with the right kind of intelligence capacity and relationships on the ground. Exactly the kind of thing that is likely the way forward in Afghanistan, instead of having thousands and thousands of troops, is what we had, holding the line in that part of Syria. And when you remove it, we see the Pandora's box that has been opened. The answer is not to disappear from the rest of the world. The answer is to make sure that our presence in the rest of the world is the minimum level consistent with U.S. security, that it is in the context of partnerships, and that it is always checked against American values, too.
One last question I think that is very relevant here at J Street. There's some extraordinary students here from across the country. And you've talked about a generational change in our politics. On the issues that J Street cares about, in particular the U.S.-Israel relationship, being pro-Israel and pro-peace, I think for younger people sometimes there's a cynicism, right? Because they've heard the same messages about the U.S.-Israel relationship, and now they see Trump and Netanyahu using those messages very cynically. If you don't support everything Netanyahu does, as Tommy said, you're anti-Semitic, or U.S. politicians saying, well, we're for a Palestinian state and not really doing anything to advance that. What do you do to combat, as a part of generational change, cynicism that could erode really the foundation of the U.S.-Israel relationship? If younger people in this country, if their whole experience of this relationship is watching Trump and Netanyahu, how do you point it to something different and more hopeful and more optimistic in a situation that can seem very futile at certain points?
So my hope very much comes from the capacity of young people to change categories and change rules. I'm thinking about how, for example, a new bipartisan push has emerged around the subject of criminal justice reform. Just to take one example of how a new generation across its political spectrum sees different possibilities than what used to be in certain party silos. And I think about this here because we run the very real and disturbing risk of the relationship with Israel becoming a partisan issue. That is bad news for everybody. We cannot allow this to be a partisan issue. And young people have an exquisite relationship with truth and a way of detecting all of these layers of nonsense that have been piled on by the current president and in this context, and can cut through to see the humanity that is at stake here and defy anyone telling them that you have to adopt this political view according to your identity, and instead can really search into what the values that come with these identities that we carry actually mean, whether it's a political identity or religious identity or American identity. And I place a great deal of hope in the readiness of young people to challenge a lot of what we have been told and to refuse to accept what we were being sold by this White House. And that mobilization, I think, is what will change the answer. And no pressure, but just to be really clear, mathematically, it is within the lifetime of anybody in college today that the situation in Israel for Israelis and Palestinians will either reach some kind of harmony or catastrophe. You will live to see one of these two things happen. The good news is you will also get to be in charge while those things are happening. And let's make sure it's a good outcome.
Mayor Pete, thank you so much, Mayor Pete, for being here. Please give it up.
All right, folks, and when we come back here on News Now, President Trump coming to Chicago for the very first time as president. This was him getting down the steps there of Air Force One at O'Hare International Airport. And we will have his full speech for you coming up right here on News Now. Very busy Monday. We have one more hour for you right here on Fox 10 Extra. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. That was earlier today as President Trump greeted some supporters at O'Hare International Airport there in Chicago before taking on a big speech with chiefs of police from across the country. That summit being held in Chicago, and that's what we're going to show you right here on News Now in this next hour. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you, starting off the week right as we bring you these stories from all over the country. President Trump gave about an hour speech in Chicago. We have it for you right here on News Now, showing it to you from the get-go.
You can say very shortly, but I think there's nobody that's ever done more, certainly in the position of president, for our great police, and it's an honor to be with you. And please sit down. Let's go have a good time. And Paul, I want to thank you for nearly 4 decades of exceptional service in the line of duty. I'm thrilled to be here at the 126th annual conference of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, joined by thousands of amazing law enforcement leaders, people that I know, people that I love, people that I respect, who defend our communities, chase down criminals, and keep America safe. You don't hear it enough. You do an incredible job. The people of this country know it. And the people of this country love you. You don't hear that from these people back here, but they love you. You don't hear it from the fake news. The fake news doesn't like talking about that, but they love you. Every day of my presidency, I will be your greatest and most loyal champion. I have been, and I will continue to be. It was a tremendous weekend. As you very well know, it was a tremendous weekend for our country. We killed ISIS leader al-Baghdadi. They've been looking for him for a long time. They've been looking for him for many years. He was a sick and depraved man, and now he's dead. He's dead. He's dead as a doornail. And he didn't die bravely either, I will tell you that. He should have been killed years ago. Another president should have gotten him. But to me, it was a very important, I would say all the time, they'd walk into my office, sir, we killed this leader at a low level, this leader. I said, I never heard of him. I want al-Baghdadi. That's the only one I know now. I want al-Baghdadi. Get him. And they got him. But he was big time. He built the ISIS caliphate. You hear about ISIS, that was him. It was once the physical size of the state of Ohio and had 7 million people, and it was growing big, big, big. And they had a problem. It started about 2.5 years ago. And during my administration, we all together destroyed the caliphate 100%. Remember, I got it down to 97%. And I said, all right, let's go home. And then those people started saying 100%. You know, before me, they didn't care. But now they say, what about 100%? And we met some great generals. I learned a lot about generals. I met some good ones, and I saw some bad ones, some that didn't have what it takes, and others that had more than anyone would have thought. And it was supposed to take a year, maybe even 2 years, and I said to one of them, how long will it take? Think we can do it in 1 week, sir? He was a little more like you. But we have now tens of thousands of ISIS prisoners under tight supervision. And now we want the countries in the region to police their own borders. We don't want to be a policeman in this case of 2 countries that haven't gotten along for centuries. But we're keeping the oil. Remember that. I've always said that. Keep the oil. We want to keep the oil. $45 million a month. Keep the oil. We've secured the oil. This morning, we are delighted to be joined by a lifelong friend of our brave police. Incredible guy, tough guy, and somebody with a tremendous heart also. But he is strong. He can take it. Attorney General William Barr. Where is William Barr? Where is he? Where is he? They're giving him a side angle of this. Good. Thank you, Bill. Doing a great job. We're also glad to have with us Representatives Rodney Davis, Mike Box, and Darren LaHood. These are warriors. Where are they? Where are they? The three of them. They're warriors for us, for all of us. They're warriors. Thank you. They've done an incredible job. Thanks as well to the entire IACP board, and congratulations to your new incoming president, Chief Stephen Cass-Stevens. That's a nice name. I like that name. Where is he? Where's that name? Where is he? He should be sitting right up front here someplace. I mean, okay, I'm going over here. Stand up, Stephen. Okay, Stephen, there you go. I went all the way around the room to find you. Thank you very much. Congratulations, incredible group. And I hear you're an incredible leader. Thank you very much. And thank you also to the international law enforcement partners who join us together. Our nations ensure the rule of law prevails in the entire civilized world. We work together. I also want to extend our immense appreciation to all of the law enforcement family members in the room. Please stand. The family members really make you folks work. I know how it all is. They're so proud of you. Family members, please stand. I know how that works. I know how that works. Without those family members, you wouldn't be doing so good. I know that. But there is one person that's not here today. We're in Chicago. I said, where is he? I want to talk to him. In fact, more than anyone else, this person should be here because maybe he could learn something. And that's the Superintendent of Chicago Police, Eddie Johnson. A few days ago, Johnson said, quote, "The values of the people of Chicago are more important than anything President Trump would have to say." I don't think so, because that's a very insulting statement after all I've done for the police, and I've done more than any other president's ever done for the police. Over 100 years we can prove it, but probably from the beginning. And here's a man that could not bother to show up for a meeting of police chiefs, most respected people in the country, in his hometown, and with the President of the United States. And you know why? It's because he's not doing his job. Last year, 565 people were murdered in Chicago. Since Eddie Johnson has been police chief, more than 1,500 people have been murdered in Chicago, and 13,067 people have been shot. During the first weekend of August 2019, 7 people were murdered and 52 were wounded in 32 shootings in Chicago. And recently they had 78 shootings over a weekend spree and 3 people killed. And Chicago has the toughest gun laws in the United States. That doesn't seem to be working too well, does it? And a lot of you people know exactly what I mean. But under Johnson's leadership, they certainly don't protect people. Then you have the case of this wise guy, Jesse Smollett, who beat up himself. And he said MAGA country did it, MAGA country. Okay? He said MAGA, that's a hate crime. That's a hate crime. And it's a scam. It's a real big scam, just like the impeachment of your president is a scam. And then you look what's going on. Smollett is still trying to get away with it. He would have been better off if he paid his $100,000 bill. Chicago is unfortunately the worst sanctuary city in America. Chicago protects criminals at a level few could even imagine. Last year in Cook County alone, ICE asked local law enforcement people to please, pretty please, we beg you, we'll do anything necessary to stop crime. We want to stop crime. Please detain 1,162 people, please. But in each case, the detainer was denied. And Eddie Johnson wants to talk about values. No. People like Johnson put criminals and illegal aliens before the citizens of Chicago, and those are his values, and frankly, those values to me are a disgrace. I will never put the needs of illegal criminals before I put the needs of law-abiding citizens. It's very simple to me. So when Eddie Johnson and many other people from lots of other regions and areas support sanctuary cities, it's really, in my opinion, a betrayal of their oath to the Shield and a violation of his duty to serve and to protect the courageous police officers of Chicago. And I know some of them, and they're the most incredible people. They could solve this problem quickly. It's embarrassing to us as a nation. All over the world, they're talking about Chicago. Afghanistan is a safe place by comparison. It's true. Police officers of Chicago are entitled to a police superintendent who has their backs and knows what he's doing. You're entitled to a police superintendent who sides with you, with the people of Chicago. The people want this. And with the families of Chicago, not the criminals and the gang members that are here illegally, and not the stupid politicians that have no idea what the hell they're doing. But I'm going to tell you a quick story, because it happened right here, and I was very impressed with a certain person, whoever that person may be. I'm sure that we could find him. But about 3 years ago, I was leaving Chicago, and I was accompanied by a massive motorcycle brigade of policemen. And to do that, they have to volunteer, because I guess most places say you have to volunteer. Well, I had a lot of volunteers, I'll tell you, hundreds and hundreds of them. Other candidates have none. It's almost like a free poll. I had hundreds of them. Chicago was in the news a lot, just like it is now, because of all of the killings going on and all of the shooting and all of the horrible things happening. When I arrived at the airplane, the police officers asked whether or not it would be possible to have some pictures. And before I won the election, I could do that. I would do that routinely. Now I think Secret Service has a little bit of a problem. It was up to me, I'd do it. But it was just before, might have even been president-elect. It wasn't long ago. The leader of the brigade was this really powerful, strong-looking guy, big booming voice, and he was definitely the boss. Do we know what that means? He was the boss. Put your cycles over here. Come on, let's go. He's going to take a picture. Come on, let's go. Hurry up. Come on. And yet they all loved him. They love Vince Lombardi. They love Belichick, right? They love Coach Belichick. They love certain people. It's called respect. But he was very respectfully shouting at his men and, come on, let's go. And they were doing exactly as he said. He was the guy. Just as I'm boarding the plane, I asked this man, I had a lot of respect for him myself because I saw the way he was. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He was just the boss. who is a respected person. I said, excuse me, come here. What the hell is happening in Chicago? He said, it's very sad, sir, very, very sad. I hate to see what's going on. I love this city so much. I hate it. I asked him, what do you think the problem is? And he said, there's no leadership from the mayor, and there's none at the top of the police department. They're afraid to do anything. He said, we have great police, sir, the best in the country. And you all feel that about your own police, but he said that. He said, but we don't have the leadership at the top. It's so sad. I said, you're a tough guy. How long do you think it would take you to fix this killing problem in Chicago? He looked at me and said, one day, sir. These cops are great. They know all the bad guys, sir. They know exactly what to do. We could straighten it out so quickly that your head would spin. I left very impressed, whether it was one day, 1 week, or 1 month. There was no doubt he could have done it. And I actually told the story numerous times, and I actually sent his name in to somebody involved with Chicago. And that's the last time I ever heard of that man. He's probably got a good job someplace outside of a police force. I'm sorry to do that to you, but he's happy. He's happy. So he doesn't have to put up with the nonsense that you have to put up with. But I thought, there's a guy who could be your police superintendent and do a hell of a job. He'd straighten things out. So that was years ago, and I was just thinking about it. I just thought about it on the trip over. I said, you know, I'm going to Chicago, and I want to tell the story because it was, to me, a great story. Because you could fix this up so fast. Good leadership would be pretty easy to find. You have a lot of people right now in the department. You know, I love when they go to other parts of the country and hire people, and they don't know the name of the most basic street. They go all over the country. They hire somebody. Comes in, oh, good, where's our headquarters? What does that mean? Where is it located? You have incredible people in the police department, Chicago. I know some of them, I met some of them. But remember, 565 people were murdered last year. And it's a shame. And I want Eddie Johnson to change his values and change them fast. Today, we're here to report on the outstanding progress we've made to combat violent crime and restore peace and safety to American cities. And most cities are setting records for good crime numbers. In the years before I took office, outrageous slanders on our police went unanswered and unchallenged from your leaders in Washington. You know that very well. Radical activists freely trafficked in vile and anti-police hostility, and criminals grew only more emboldened as a result. In the 2 years before my election, violent crime increased 8%, murders were up by more than 20% and going a lot higher nationwide. The steepest 2-year consecutive increase in over 50 years. But with your help, all of that is changing and changing very rapidly. Under this administration, we're once again standing up for law enforcement. We're condemning anti-police bias in all forms. And we're giving you the support, resources, and the respect, and we have tremendous respect for you, the respect that you deserve. Together, we have taken bold action to reverse the tide in violent crime. Over the last 2 years, the number of murders in America and America's major cities has dropped, unlike here, by more than 10%. And if we ever took the Chicago numbers out of our total numbers, the numbers would be incredible. And they already are, even including Chicago. The nationwide violent crime rate has declined for 2 consecutive years. During the same time, the number of burglaries was reduced by over, think of this, 250,000. So 250,000 less burglaries, it's a big number. Now, it also helps that we have the strongest economy in the history of our country. That probably helps. Take a little credit for that. And it was just announced as I was getting off the plane that the S&P has hit an all-time high, the highest in the history of our country. And that's not for rich people, that's for everybody. That's for your 401ks. Think of that. And I have, again, a great love for the police. And in New York, I was there not so long ago, and this was before it went as high as it is now. And this policeman, I like to shake hands after an event. Not that I like to, I do it because I respect policemen. And they want to shake my hand. And fire marshals, people in different stadiums. But I was at an event in New York and came out, I was shaking hands, and this one policeman said, "Sir, I want to thank you." Why? My 401k is through the roof, and for the first time in my life, my wife thinks I'm a financial genius. It's true. It's true. He said he was up now 72%. I said, "That's not bad." He said, "She always thought I was incompetent financially. But you have made me into a genius, sir." He hugged me. He actually wanted to kiss me. I said, "No, thank you, but you can." It's not my deal, but that's okay. But he was great. And it gave me an idea. I mean, you know, this is about 401ks. Many of you have 401ks. Does anybody in this room have a 401k that's down? Raise your hand, please. Does anybody have a 401k that's up? Everybody. I don't know what you would have had to do to get one that's down. You would have had to really be very bad. But no, they're up 70%, 80%. Last year, my administration charged the largest number of firearm defendants ever recorded in the history of our country. Bill Barr is doing a fantastic job. We have increased federal fire. That's right. Go ahead. Let him hear it. Good. And I say let him hear it because he hears from the fake news back there all the time. They want to silence everyone, you know, except for their very strange opinions. We went with that. You wouldn't have a country very long. We've increased federal firearm prosecutions by 44% compared to the last 2 years of the previous administration. This is a record, a new record. 2 years ago, we relaunched and revitalized Project Safe Neighborhoods. Now, federal prosecutors are once again working closely with state and local law enforcement and all of the community leaders to marshal our resources, target crime in the most dangerous areas, and lock up violent offenders. In coming weeks, Attorney General Barr will announce a new crackdown on violent crime, which I think is so important, targeting gangs and drug traffickers in high-crime cities and dangerous rural areas. Let's call it the surge. We can come up with lots of names, but we're going to be doing something that's very dramatic, headed up by our great Attorney General, and you're going to see tremendous results very quickly. The best way to reduce gun violence is to put criminals with firearms behind bars. And just so you understand, because I think there is no stronger protector than me, we will always protect our Second Amendment. Always. My administration has also curtailed the harmful and intrusive use of federal consent decrees, which wrongly give meddlesome officials in Washington, D.C., immense authority to tie down local police departments and make it very difficult to do their work. No longer will federal bureaucrats micromanage your local police. And we will work with, upon request, local police to help them, not to hinder them. And we're waiting for a call from Chicago, because there's no place that we would rather help than Chicago, to reduce people going back to prisons and to help nonviolent inmates successfully rejoin society. Last year, we passed historic bipartisan criminal justice reform. It's been very successful. They've been trying to get it passed for a long time. We had conservatives, super conservatives, very liberal people, Republicans, Democrats, we had a lot of people. And I'm especially grateful to the help of Chief Sell of the IACP, fantastic man, as well as Pat Yos and Jim Pasco of the Fraternal Order of Police in achieving this landmark breakthrough. As you know, in recent years, our country has seen a dangerous trend of criminals assaulting police. We don't like that. Last month, Chicago police officer Adam Wozni was serving an arrest warrant for a man suspected of shooting a woman when the suspect opened fire and shot Adam multiple times. He was very, very badly hurt. Adam's fellow officers chased down the gunman while Adam stemmed the bleeding from his wound, almost died. After a month in the hospital and multiple surgeries after that, Adam recently came home to his wife, Annie, and to his 2 young children, so badly hurt. We're profoundly grateful that Adam is with us today. Officer Wozni. Officer Wozni, we commend your tremendous bravery. Thank you. Thank you, Adam. You look good to me. You look very handsome. If I had a face like that, I would have been president 10 years earlier. You're looking good, Adam. But an attack on law enforcement is an attack on all Americans. That's true. Thank you, Adam. And we believe that criminals who murder our police should get the death penalty. To help keep you safe, I've made $600 million worth of surplus military equipment available to local law enforcement. If you remember, the previous administration didn't want to do that. Nobody knew why. Sitting in warehouses, getting older and dustier. And we pay a lot of rent to a lot of landlords all over the country. So someday I said, you'll explain. Actually, I do know why. Because they didn't want to make you look so tough. They didn't want to make you look like you're a threat. I said, that's okay. We want to protect our police. And we made it available. And we've provided nearly $29 million to train more than 80,000 police officers. And my administration is also addressing the vile acts of mass violence. We've seen some incredible police officers doing some incredible work recently. A few weeks ago, Attorney General Barr sent a letter to all law enforcement agencies announcing that he will lead an effort across the government to use the most proven methods of fighting terrorism and violent crime to identify, assess, and engage potential mass shooters before those shooters strike. And last month, I was profoundly honored to award the Medal of Valor to the 6 police officers who brought down the mass shooter in Dayton, Ohio, in 29 seconds. I don't know how many people saw that, but I thought it was incredible. And he did a lot of destruction, but it would have been the worst in history. 29, I'll never forget the scene. They showed 4 of them going down the street. There were 6 altogether, but it was on tape. And those guns, and this is boom, 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 and they were out there perfect, everything, boom. There was no fear. There was no anything. They reacted. And it's hard to figure, you know, a lot of times you'll see something, it's a surreal experience by the time they get it together. They were shooting so fast, 29 seconds, he was dead. And he was going in for a lot of shooting, a lot of killing. They were incredible. So they came to the White House and they got the Medal of Valor, which is a great honor. They were fantastic. Dayton, Ohio. And today we're grateful to be joined by Dayton Police Chief Richard Beal and Assistant Chief Matt Carper. And we commend your department's sterling professionalism. And that's a great state you're in, Ohio. We love Ohio. And what you did in Dayton and the way those police officers acted, and so quickly. Gentlemen, please stand. Please. Come up here. Come up here. Come up. Come on up here. They look pretty good, too, I have to say. You guys were unbelievable, you people. Say a couple of words, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and also to Attorney General Barr for the recognition of our police officers. 6 brave police officers that acted decisively, swiftly, ending a mass shooting in Dayton, Ohio on August the 4th. They represent the highest of ideals and performance of our profession. We are deeply proud of them. I have with me Lieutenant Colonel Matt Carper. He was the acting police chief in my absence when I was in Washington, D.C. before I could return back to Dayton, Ohio, and he was the senior commander on this scene in those very early hours of August the 4th, helping to coordinate the response, the initial response of more than 100 police officers regionally to respond to that scene and perform the very vast duties that were required at that time. I am deeply grateful to him and his leadership. The Dayton community is grateful for his leadership and for all of those dedicated law enforcement personnel that responded at early morning hours to do that very duty that they're required to do and do in such a professional manner. So my gratitude to Matt Carper for all his leadership.
Great job. Today, I'm proud to announce another historic action that we're taking to reduce violence in America. In a few moments, I will be signing an executive order to establish a new commission on law enforcement and the administration of justice. They've been trying to get this for a long time. This commission will be tasked with providing concrete recommendations to address some of the systemic challenges that burden law enforcement, including homelessness and mental illness. This includes supporting the ability of law enforcement officers to ensure troubled individuals receive the mental care they need. The commission will provide concrete recommendations, and it will study the best practices to recruit, retrain, hire, train, and provide for health, safety, and the well-being of law enforcement officers. We want to take care of our law enforcement officers. After the commission issues its recommendations next year, and they'll have them soon, because most of them know many of the answers before they begin. You understand that. We will begin implementing its best ideas immediately. It will take place immediately. Since I took office, we have harnessed the entire federal government to combat the drug addiction epidemic. And last year, drug overdose deaths fell for the first time in nearly 31 years. It's a great thing. I want to thank Acting Drug Enforcement Administrator Uttam Dillon, who joins us today, and almost every person in this room for working together to end this horrible plague. This is a plague not only of this nation, this is all over the world. To stop the flow of deadly drugs into our communities, we're also taking dramatic action to secure our southern border. Illegal crossings are down 60% since May. And we are building the wall faster, bigger, better than ever even anticipated. It's going up now. And I want to thank our military. Our military has been great. The Army Corps of Engineers, all of the folks in the military have been fantastic. But that wall is going up at a rapid pace. And we'll have anywhere from 400 to 500 miles built by the end of next year. That'll have a tremendous impact. And as you know, the other side knows that. But I made one big mistake on the wall. I should have said, I do not want the wall, and they would have insisted that we build it. Big mistake. I should have said, I want no money to go to the wall, and they would have thrown money at it like you wouldn't believe. But our military came through, and it's going up great, and it's top of the line. Acting Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Mark Morgan, joins us today. And I want to thank Mark and all of the members of Border Patrol for the extraordinary work to defend our homeland and protect our nation. If Uttam is there and Mark, just come up here for a second. I want to show you. I don't want you to talk because I have to get out of here. First time ever. But you know what? Because it's you, I'll stay as long as you want me. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Two great people. I think we should have them say a couple of words, yes. Come on, Mark.
Mr. President, on behalf of the brave men and women of the Drug Enforcement Administration, who I am privileged to lead, thank you for your constant and incredible support of our mission, and thank you for your support of all of law enforcement. Thank you, sir.
And soon, Uttam will not be acting, by the way. He's done a great job. So he doesn't know this yet, but soon you will not be acting. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mark?
Sir. So first of all, I just want to foot stomp that we will be building 450 miles of big, beautiful wall by the end of 2020. With every mile of wall that's being built, I promise you, it's not just the cities and towns on the border. I always say every town, every city, every state is a border town, a border city, and a border state. With every mile of the wall that's being built, we are all safer because of it. Thank you, Mr. President. And just real quickly, I'd like to say that the Officer of the Year, Agent Morales, and all the other nominees, I think that they embody the law enforcement spirit. They represent who we are as a profession and what we stand for. That we get up every single day doing something greater than ourselves. And thank you to IACP and your leadership for everything that you do. And thank you to you, the leaders of law enforcement, for supporting and doing what you do best, supporting the men and women who get up every single day, put the badge on their chest, and safeguard this country. Thank you for what you do. And Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President, for your support. I know this man personally, and when he says he loves us, it's sincere, it's heartfelt, and he means it. Thank you, Mr. President. Because because of our president's support as a law enforcement profession, we are stronger for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll talk to you later. Thank you. Thank you both. Two great people. Thank you both. To all of the law enforcement partners across the Western Hemisphere, thank you for helping shut down the smugglers, traffickers, and coyotes. Who would have ever thought in this modern age, human traffickers, you think of it as an ancient crime. It's more prevalent today because of the internet. You understand that well, than ever before all over the world. As my administration works tirelessly to protect our borders, we face an onslaught from far-left activists who want to erase America's borders and nullify our federal laws. We can't let that happen. This includes activist judges who have issued nationwide injunctions prohibiting us from enforcing the immigration laws enacted even by Congress. Just as one example, federal law authorities expedited removal for illegal aliens apprehended within 2 years of entry. But a district judge, local area, issued a ruling saying the law could only be applied to illegal aliens caught within 14 days. That's a tiny fraction of the time frame allowed by the statute. And the number of people coming in is cut to a level that becomes almost insignificant. And we'll win as we go up. How long will that take? A year? 2 years? These nationwide injunctions undermine our entire immigration system and other systems. It's not the job of judges to impose their own political views. Their job is to apply the letter of the law as per our great Constitution. That is why I have already had appointed and approved 158 brand new federal judges and Court of Appeals judges who are committed to upholding the laws and the Constitution as written. We should soon be up to 182. We're way over record territory. Nobody's seen anything like it. I want to thank you, President Obama, for giving me 142 open judges. How you allowed that to happen is beyond me. It's beyond me. Thank you, President Obama, very much. Everybody in this room thanks you. We'll have 182 very shortly. In cities such as Philadelphia, Boston, and here in Chicago, we have also seen a growing number of radical politicians and prosecutors who refuse to enforce the law. You've heard about that. For example, local prosecutors have declared that they will not charge certain offenders, including many theft and drug crime offenders. They just won't charge them. This is a fundamental violation of their sworn duty. The most dangerous and shameful attacks on the rule of law comes from and in the form of sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities order jails and prisons to release criminal aliens, people that have committed the worst crimes, directly back onto city streets, instead of safely turning them over to federal immigration authorities and ICE so they can be incarcerated or tried, or what I like to do best is get them the hell out of our country and bring them home. Let them take care of them. As you know, countries love sending their worst to us because they don't have to bother with them. They don't have to jail them. Let the United States do it. Well, we've been very tough on that, as you've probably heard over the last couple of years. Thousands of removable criminal aliens are set free into U.S. communities every single year because of these policies, terrorizing the public and menacing the peace. Inconceivable that somebody would want it. And a lot of elections are being lost because of sanctuary cities, because people don't want it. We just won 2 in the great state of North Carolina. 2 House seats. And they were won by big margins. And I helped. I was very happy about that. The only problem is they don't want to write about it. If I lose, it's the greatest catastrophe in the history of our country. If I win, they pack up their cameras and they leave. They don't want to talk about it. Let's not talk about what happened in Louisiana with the governor's race. Let's not talk about the fact that we picked up 2 Senate seats in 18. We picked up 2. We went from 51 to 53. Nobody knows that. They don't talk about these things, but we talk about them. And hopefully we talk loudly enough so people understand what's going on and how well we're doing. Last year alone, here in Illinois, local officials blocked ICE detainers for illegal aliens responsible for hundreds of offensive, including homicide, trafficking deadly drugs, trafficking humans, robbery, and sexual assault. Just a few weeks ago, near Seattle, Washington, a county jail released an illegal alien MS-13 gang member, the worst, who they previously refused to hand over to ICE. And by the way, ICE, they're heroes, they're patriots, they're tough, they're strong, they're great. Who would do that job? Who would do that job? These are warriors, and they love our country, by the way. This man went on to murder a 16-year-old boy with a baseball bat who didn't do anything. He was a young child who was on his way to a beautiful future. He didn't do anything. He murdered him with a bat. Last year, on the day after Christmas, America grieved when California police officer Ron L. Singh was murdered by a criminal alien, a known gang member, a tough guy with 2 prior arrests for bad things, who was released due to sanctuary city laws. Not one more American life should be stolen from us because a politician puts criminal aliens before American citizens. So they want open borders. Everybody come in. Come on in. They want open borders and they want sanctuary cities. Forget politics. But you tell me that's good politics? I don't think so. I think you'll find that out. Here today is someone who can tell you more about the threat posed by sanctuary cities, a career ICE officer and the current ICE director, a fantastic guy, Matt Albence. Matt, please come up. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to address our partners in law enforcement. I would note the remarks I'm about to make are the same I would have made 2 years ago, 4 years ago, and 6 years ago. Our country and every community within it is safer when law enforcement at all levels cooperates. There is significant human cost to sanctuary laws and policies, which ban local law enforcement agencies from working with ICE, to include even the simple sharing of information about criminals in their custody. Laws and politics like these make us less safe. It's plain and simple. It's past time to put aside the political rhetoric and listen to the facts. And the fact is, people are being hurt and victimized every day because of jurisdictions that refuse to cooperate with ICE. As law enforcement professionals, it is frustrating to see senseless acts of violence and other criminal activity happen in our communities. Knowing that ICE could have prevented them with just a little cooperation, and the type of cooperation we seek is simple. We don't ask any law enforcement agency to enforce federal immigration law. We merely ask law enforcement agencies to honor ICE detainers, which until recently, most agencies did for over half a century. Hold that person for a brief period of time, notify us when they're getting ready to release, and turn them over to us in the safe confines of your detention facility. Our detainers are issued based on probable cause, the exact same standard that every law enforcement agency in the U.S. here operates under. And the fact is that 70% of the civil arrests that ICE makes are at local jails and state prisons across the country. But we used to make more before sanctuary laws or policies prevented us from doing so, leaving us with no choice but to expend significant additional resources to locate and arrest criminal aliens and other immigration violators in the community. It's less effective, it's more disruptive, and it makes us less safe. There will be criminals we don't find, and often when we do, it's after they've been arrested for another subsequent criminal violation. These are preventable crimes, and even more importantly, preventable victims. How many billions of dollars has law enforcement spent on crime protection and crime prevention? You want to prevent crime? Help us get the criminals out of your communities. You want to stop gun violence? Get the criminals perpetrating that violence out of your communities. Last year, ICE arrested 11,000 people with weapons violations, and those are gone from the country now. Last year, we made more than 105,000 criminal alien arrests and removed more than 145,000 criminal aliens, to include nearly 6,000 gang members. This year, ICE's Homeland Security Investigations, with whom many of you work side by side, and we appreciate that partnership and cooperation, made nearly 37,000 criminal arrests, another record year. They seized more than 11,000 pounds of opioids, seized more than $624 million in illegal proceeds of crime, and rescued over 1,400 victims of human trafficking and exploitation. We have many of HSI's special agents in charge and headquarters leadership here with us today, and I'm honored to have the privilege of representing them and the tremendous work that their special agents, their analysts, our attorneys, their task force officers, and support personnel do on behalf of this country. As a career law enforcement officer, I'm imploring all of the state and local officers in this room to work with us. Find a way to partner with us for the sake of our communities that we have all sworn to protect, and for the sake of our country. And for those that already do, thank you. You will have every ounce of support from ICE that we can provide. The truth of the matter, and one which every person in this room knows, that every community and every cop is safer when law enforcement works together. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Doing a great job. I mean, honestly, I didn't know he was going to make a speech when I invited him up, but that's okay. Hey, but it was a good speech, Matt. That I could. I didn't know. I said, wait a minute, that's 5 pages he's got there. No, it's a good 5 pages. And thank you very much, Matt. You're doing a fantastic job. And we brought out thousands of MS-13 gang members, thousands. We take them out, and we focus on the bad ones. We focus on the worst of the people. And you have people coming in, and you have some really bad ones coming in, and we focus on them. But we've taken out thousands of MS-13 gang members. Our police put their lives on the front line for us every day, and you deserve the absolute support of your elected leaders. My administration will always protect those who protect us. Here with us today are 3 of those heroes who were nominated for the IACP Police Officer of the Year Award. Nick Grivna, Thomas Thompson, and Jonathan Morales, 3 great people. When Minnesota, I just left Minnesota, what a great place. When Minnesota officer Nick Grivna responded to an active hostage situation, he found the killer holding a knife to the victim, and putting himself in grave danger for very specific reasons, he decided to fire a single shot and took out the murderer. He's received tremendous praise, and it was a very brave thing to do, for a very specific reason. Officer Grivner, please come forward. Please come up. Thank you. Say a few words. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank everyone here. I'm actually speechless. I really don't know what to say. This whole thing is just so surreal to me right now, standing up here before you. I want to thank the IACP for having me one of the 4 nominations, and then I definitely need to thank my chief, Nicole Madsen of the Virginia Police Department, for putting me in for this nomination and the support my entire department gave me. But the people I want to thank the most are the people of Virginia. My community rallied behind me days after the shooting happened. They took to social media by storm. They stopped in at the PD. They called me and showed their love and support for our police department. And I'm very humbled and honored to be working for this department and in a community that supports their police department that much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Out of here. Thank you. Great job. Texas police officer Thomas Thompson responded to a report of a robbery. When he entered the building, a suspect began to fire violently, but Officer Thompson fired back, and they arrested the criminal who had quite a record, quite a bad record. Officer Thompson, thank you for your courage. Please come forward to the podium. Thank you.
I feel incredibly honored to be here and to be recognized for what is essentially just a story of me just doing my job. The president's right. There's literally hundreds of thousands of law enforcement men and women in this country who are ready and willing to win the moment when the time comes. I feel very honored to be here because I want a moment. Mr. President, thank you for your support of law enforcement, especially in this day and age. That's no small thing. It matters, so thank you. Thank you to the Lubbock. Yes, thank you. I want to say thank you to the City of Lubbock, to the Lubbock Police Department for supporting me through a very difficult time. And finally, and most personally for me, I want to say thank you to my wife. You're my rock and you're my best friend. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. Finally, we are very proud to have with us the hero who was just recently announced as the 2019 Officer of the Year, Border Patrol Agent Jonathan Morales. In May, I met Border Patrol Agent Jonathan Morales when he came to the White House for the National Day of Prayer. Just days before, Agent Morales was off duty attending a service for Passover when a gunman opened fire at a synagogue in Poway, California. You all read about it. It was terrible. Without hesitation, Agent Morales raced towards the shooter and began firing back, driving the gunman away from civilians. Agent Morales' swift and selfless action helped save many, many lives. That was terrible. I just want to say it's great to meet you a second time, Agent Morales, and your courage and strength is really appreciated and so respected by the entire nation. Would you please come forward?
Thank you to Agent Morales there, and so many police officers there that were part of this conference there in Chicago earlier today. Unfortunately, that's all the time that we have for us on Fox 10 Extra, but I did clip this full version of the speech. It's on our YouTube page right now, so you can go and check that out for you in its entirety. This is what we are looking at for the rest of the day today. Another big day for the Dow Jones and the stock market, really up 139 points there in the green, and we are also continuing to track just this horrible wildfires that continue to spread in California. We'll have more on fox10phoenix.com.
Me pro bono, and I'm going back to the fact that they represented me for free, not because they felt sorry for poor little Kimba or because they felt sorry for my parents. They represented me because the fastest growing population at the time were black women, and they had hoped that my case would set a precedent for others with this war on drugs, which is more so a war on people of black and brown color. And so ever since my release and being released from prison in December 2000, I've been committed to continue to bring a human face. And I need people to understand across this country and nation the importance of highlighting our stories, making us human, because I know that's what moved a nation to advocate for my release. But too much is given, much is required. And so we are here in this space. And I'm so grateful that I was invited to speak. But understand, in 2000, when I was released, there was no criminal justice real movement. And so I am disappointed. I'm grateful for the candidates that are here today to have this conversation. But I am disappointed in the other candidates, because we've come to a place of President Obama where I'm grateful for what he did. He could have done more. He released over 1,700 people from commutations, which is what I received. And then we moved into this era of Trump, and there have been some successes. But my goodness, I came out of prison almost 20 years ago. I still have a friend who is incarcerated in federal prison, Michelle West, who's a first-timer who has a life sentence. This is real for me and for us. The reason why I will continue to speak out and to share my story, where most grown people wouldn't want to talk about this traumatic experience, and we're here in this prison, and we know, this is us, formerly FIP people, we know just how traumatic it is to walk through that gate. But we're going to do what we need to do to let our voices be heard and change policies. But also, too, one of the things that, and I know you all heard me say this thing, nonviolent. Violence or no violent, nonviolence should not matter. Understand that in what I do, I talk to young people about making healthy choices and not going down the same path. How do you think that people can actually impact young people out there today? We need some of the people that have violent offenses to be out here on the ground doing this work and helping to change the lives, because those kids that are out on the street committing crimes, they're not going to listen to programming or somebody talking about how they're in corporate America doing X, Y, Z. They need to hear it from us on the ground with the stories and making healthy choices in preventing this school to prison pipeline. So I want to share with us in this celebration of having...
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
5 northbound is open. With that, let me turn it over to Ralph Terrazas, who's leading a group of heroic firefighters today who are making great progress. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier this morning, I was able to go up and drive some of the streets where we lost some of the homes, and I was able to talk to our firefighters on scene, and they described the firefight that occurred early this morning. They were literally overwhelmed. They had and made out of concrete, and they survived. Very, very challenging fire. And like the mayor said, a few hours ago, we went up in one of our helicopters and flew the perimeter. And I'm very, very impressed with the work that our firefighters did early this morning. Not only the Los Angeles City Fire Department, but the Los Angeles County Fire Department, Orange County Fire Authority, and multiple departments from throughout the region, as well as our law enforcement partners, LAPD. They were critical in assisting with the notifications. We're getting a lot of questions about technology, so I'll talk a little bit about different pieces of technology. To LAFD.org website to see where the evacuation zones have been identified. We also have Notify LA. That's something you have to register for. You can register for that using texting 888-777. We also have the reverse 911 system, and I understand police officers were also knocking on doors and using loudspeakers to alert the people that were still sleeping. The second piece of technology I want to talk about is our Wi-Fi technology. It's a partnership with UC San Diego. We've been partners with them for a little over 4 years on the Wi-Fi technology. It allows us to run a projection within the first few minutes of
All right, everybody, good afternoon. Thanks so much for watching News Now. Pilar Arias here, 1207 in Phoenix and Los Angeles, California. We've been having some audio issues there with a news conference from LA County officials, but I think we've got the live picture back, so I'm going to take you out there right now on News Now. Thanks for being here, everyone. Happy Monday.
That's where we launched 2 fixed-wing aircraft within 30 minutes to an hour after the initial dispatch to fly the perimeter of the fire above our helicopters. That information is transmitted to our Southern California Wildfire Fusion Center, which is at our dispatch center within the Los Angeles City Fire Department. That gives us data and information we've never had before that quick. Usually it's many hours into the incident or even the next day before we get the real-time perimeter. That technology allows drones with infrared cameras to identify the hotspots. That will tell us where we need to put our firefighters to ensure the fire is cold. A lot of things going on with technology. Those are tools that we've been using the last few years. We're very fortunate that we have a very robust fire department thanks to the support of Mayor Garcetti, our city council, and our fire commissioners. We have 2 new Augusta helicopters we've got in the last few years. Those are absolutely critical, along with all the fixed wing assets. We do year-round training on brush preparedness with our firefighters. Unfortunately, the public takes events like this to motivate the public to really understand Ready, Set, Go and what our brush clearance program looks like. We're fortunate that in the area, the city of LA, we have 134,000 parcels, brush parcels. In our first sweep this year, 92% were cleared. So thank you to the public for your cooperation there. Also, thank you to the public for the evacuations that occurred this morning. It went relatively smoothly given the size of the incident. And with that, I'll turn it over back to the mayor.
That have been closed in LAUSD. We appreciate their information and getting that out to everybody, and UCLA remains closed for classes as well. But with that, we'll try to keep that brief brevemente también en español. Y quiero decir, tenemos mucho progreso en este incendio. Están en hasta esta área al norte de Mulholland, al sur Sunset, al este el freeway y también al oeste Temescal. Juntos este es una área sin personas, pero hay oficiales del Departamento de Policía a proteger los hogares aquí. Also in English, I'd say one other thing. We have 8 confirmed homes lost and 5 damaged. We do have Frank Bush here, who's the general manager of our Department of Building and Safety. When safe, we will get up there, but we don't have any more detail than that. But as I said earlier when we briefed, that I'd seen and is blowing even stronger. And remember one last thing, when you ask about containment, sometimes you hear 0% contained. That only means that 0% of the line is so cold that it could never start up. That doesn't mean that it's 100% out of control. And that's because of the hard work of our firefighters that we do feel like we're getting our arms around this, but with the big caveat that the wrong gust, the wrong kind of air that comes in from the wrong direction could lift embers and immediately make this a fire someplace else. So when people say, hey, I feel like my home is far away from where this fire is, do not return for your own safety. Trust the fire department, trust the professionals to do this, and don't be a hero. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Mayor, this morning you indicated that you were able to exclude
There was no homeless encampment, so that has been again ruled out. That's not what started this, but we have an active investigation right now. I can't share much more than that today, at this moment, but we want the integrity of that investigation because for all sorts of reasons, the city has to be that neutral arbiter, but we're making good progress. They think they're pretty close to understanding why, and as soon as we get the green light, we will share that.
Absolutely. The State Master Mutual Aid System was important to us in this incident. As any large brush fire it is, we've gotten resources from throughout the region. Personal text from Chief Fennessy from Orange County Fire Authority. To work together to get through this.
Any other questions?
How important was it? You got their aircraft there aircraft, helicopters. They got there quick. Also significant was the safety of the homes that keep it down to the minimum for the homes. So they were going over close to the homes other than the hill.
Air resources, helicopters are absolutely critical. Every year we announce, we have a press conference announcing our leased helitanker. We also revisit the statistics. We do have the largest initial dispatch of brush helicopters anywhere. We think in the country. Just in the nick of time to prevent a house from taking off. You may have seen the footage from the Palisades fire a few days ago, and literally the fire was encroaching on some houses, and the helicopter drops prevented those houses from being lost. I'm always worried about Santa Ana wind conditions, especially when we have a fire that's not contained. There's still hot spots within the fire that we have here. So when wind comes and picks up an ember and blows it in the wrong place, we could have another fire start. That's why I've directed my command staff to do everything possible to get this fire as cold as possible before the anticipated high wind events occur.
All right, everybody. Again, our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles, providing us these aerials and the live picture of the news conference. For some reason, the signal keeps going in and out, but we're going to stick with it because this is very important news for Californians. So unfortunately, again, the live picture going and coming, taking us to a blue screen here. But I'm going to continue to bring you as much as I can. Meanwhile, this is the Getty fire burning in Los Angeles County. You see all the homes there, destruction already, and more homes in the path of those fires there. Fortunately, we have not heard of any injuries or deaths as a result of these fires, but full-blown state of emergency now in California. Governor Gavin Newsom recently doing that. Again, the Getty fire erupted this morning to the west of the 405 freeway near Getty Center Drive, prompting mandatory evacuation orders. That's according to Los Angeles City firefighters. It was believed to have been 3 to 4 acres when first observed and soon spread to about 40 by noon. So 15 minutes ago, it was reported at more than 618 acres and 0% containment. Fire officials describing the inferno as, quote, very dynamic, moving in a westward direction, driven by high winds. The National Weather Service said that winds of up to 66 miles per hour were reported in the area. LA Fire Department officials saying that at least 8 homes were destroyed and 5 homes were damaged. More than 10,000 structures are threatened. That's according to fire officials. But again, no injuries have been reported. LA Mayor Eric Garcetti signing an emergency declaration in the county just before 7 this morning in order to provide additional resources to support firefighters and first responders battling the blaze. So again, if you are in this area, mandatory evacuations. Temescal Canyon Road is the west border. Sunset Boulevard remains the south border. Mulholland remains the north border. The 405 freeway remains the east border. This is a quote from Councilman Paul Corrett saying, if you're in the mandatory evacuation zone and you're still there watching this, you're an idiot. Get the heck out. That's what he said. I changed that word there. But that was a direct quote from Councilman Paul Koretz. You probably heard it here on News Now earlier because I know Mike Page had it for you. Again, an evacuation warning also in effect, meaning that evacuation orders could expand Mulholland to the north, Topanga Canyon Road to the west, Sunset to the south, and Manville Canyon to the east. All of Topanga Canyon is placed under a voluntary evacuation, at least they were, around 9 o'clock this morning. So we will continue to keep a very close eye there on the sad updates and the devastation out of California, not just Southern California, but Northern as well, dealing with their own battles in terms of fighting these fires. And we've been keeping a very close eye on it here on News Now, and we will continue to do so. Meanwhile, everybody, hello, happy Monday. Pilar Arias here with you. I just want to say a quick hello. I hope you all are doing well. I do have some top stories ready to go for you from across the country, and I pulled some a little bit lighter, happier news. That's what I like to do with my top stories, because so often, more than not, we've got to cover some very, very serious news, and so I like to lighten things up just a little bit and switch things up when I get a chance. So again, my name is Pilar Arias. Hope you had a fabulous weekend. I've got some top stories ready to go for you, but first, we're going to take one more look at the absolute destruction and devastation happening with the California wildfires, and then we'll go to that lighter news I was talking about. Again, this is News Now. Please like, share, subscribe. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here.
It was like a fire tornado. It was just swirling.
Raging wildfires burning at both ends of California. Hundreds of thousands of people have fled, the flames pushing out entire communities and destroying structures, including homes. New evacuations are in place due to another brush fire that erupted early Monday morning in Los Angeles near the famed Getty Center Museum.
Do not wait. Do not think that you can fight this. Do not get your own hoses out. Do not fight this fire. Leave it to the professionals.
Surrounding areas have also been put on notice about possible orders to get out. Parts of the crucial 405 freeway, a necessity for commuters, closed to all traffic. Some of the smaller blazes are gradually coming to heal, but others, like the Kincaid fire in wine country, are getting stronger, strengthened by this weekend's hurricane-force winds. Some gusts topping 100 miles per hour and carrying burning embers more than a mile away.
A near historic wind event at a scale and scope the likes of which we haven't seen in some time.
California's governor has made emergency declarations to free up additional resources and funding. Meantime, the state's largest power company is planning another round of shutoffs to help prevent any new fires. Millions are already in the dark, some for the third or fourth time this month. The winds have calmed, but they are expected to pick up again Tuesday night, giving fire crews only a small window to make some much-needed progress. In Santa Rosa, California, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
A lot of you can tell that I'm suffering from allergies because one News Nower is asking me if I've tried some local honey to try to remedy them. And no, I have not, but we've had some winds here in Arizona too, not nearly as bad as our neighbors to the west, but it's just been kind of kicking everything up, and I've been pretty stuffy the past week. So thanks for your patience and understanding. Really appreciate it here on News Now. All right, so that lighter news I was talking about, the happier, the feel-good stories. Monday, right? Because we get all caught up from the top stories around the country from over the weekend. So this next top story I have for you is about a server getting a pretty large tip. Let's find out how and why.
So now we're throwing our handmade meatballs that we make fresh every single day.
At Mama Catina's restaurant in Euclid, the Catina sisters offer authentic Italian cuisine. Based on recipes their parents brought from Sicily when they came to America.
This is like heaven on a plate.
An out-of-town visitor heard about Mama Catina's and came in for dinner with his wife, raved about the food, and then left a surprise for his server, Samantha Sam Meyer.
He had left me a $100 tip. So I turned around and I said, "Sir, I think you made a mistake." And he said, "No, I didn't make a mistake. You were wonderful. This place is wonderful. I'd like you to have a good night." And I got a little choked up.
The man then ordered a bottle of wine to go. He signed the second bill, and then he and his wife left Mama Catina's. When Samantha Meyer picked up the receipt, she was shocked.
He left me a $970 tip to make the tab an even $1,000, and I couldn't even move. I was so shocked. So I ran outside actually to catch them because I didn't know what to do with that. I just showed him the receipt, and he said, "I know. I want you to have a good night. Turn around and go back inside. I'm happy to do it." And I said, "Who are you?" And he just shook his head and said, "Have a good night."
Who is this guy? Where's he from? What's he do?
You know, I'm really not sure, and because he was such a kind person. He's our angel. Yeah, he was an angel for us and for Sam.
Samantha Meyer is sharing the over-the-top tip with her coworkers and says the windfall could not have come at a better time.
You have no idea. I was walking up to that table all night thinking, I have so much that I have to pay in the next week, and it was like some sort of miracle that he tipped that at that time. God works in mysterious ways, you know.
And what do you think about this mystery man?
I think you're an angel. Thank you so much.
Come back next time so that I can, I don't know, kiss you.
Jack Shea, Fox 8 News in Euclid.
Public Safety Division, of which they're required to do by January 1st. They have already hired the director of that Public Safety Division, Carolyn Thomas Jacobs, and she is in the process of interviewing and hiring anywhere from 35 to 40 people. In that legislation, we planned in anticipation of this moment that we would also supplement that division with an advisory committee that would be supported not just through the executive branch and the Public Utilities Commission, also by recommendations of the California legislature. That advisory committee includes the best and the brightest in data collection, weather analysis, technology, looking at grid strategies, best practices related to public safety, all with an eye on advancing our clean energy goals and modernizing our utility equipment and strategies as it relates to hardening, undergrounding, wiring, microgrids, and the like. So all of that is procedurally moving as it should, with a sense of deep urgency to meet this moment and to make sure that we mind these protocols and make sure we're minimizing these disruptions moving forward, and making sure PG&E in particular, but also the other investor-owned utilities, are held to account on meeting those protocols. The PUC is also looking to fine $100,000 a day per incident if those protocols are breached, as it relates to the commitments that are made by the three largest investor-owned utilities and our state officials. And the PUC will be aggressive in that major investigation and aggressive in enforcing those protocols. They have already opened a series of investigations of which many of you are well familiar. They've been holding hearings all up and down the state, including one just 72 or so hours ago in Redding, California. They'll continue to be holding the investor-owned utilities to account. And I will remind you that the legislation we passed, the plan that we are implementing to address these issues so they don't continue to occur, and this is not the new normal, include time compensation for executives and managers to public safety and public safety outcomes. That is already in place. In addition to that, it is already established that the boards of directors of these investor-owned utilities are also compelled to have public safety experts that work in concert with the Public Utilities Commission and have to go through a wildfire mitigation plan that has to be approved on an annual basis with a 3-year look forward, so that there is immediate strategy to address public safety, medium and long-term strategies. Those are requirements. That's part of our plan, and those are parts of the plan that are being implemented in real time that the Public Utilities Commission, with our new chair's leadership, will be scrutinizing in detail and with the kind of transparency that is afforded and required of this moment. So that's broadly it. I want to just close by making one final point. As it relates to scrutinizing those $5 billion of public safety improvements, we are going to be very aggressive, particularly the Public Utilities Commission, its new leadership, of making sure that all of those safety investments are measurable in immediate frame, looking 3, 6, 9 months out, and making sure 100% of the investments are being not made to infrastructure broadly defined, but public safety infrastructure specifically defined, so we can meet this moment head on and work our way not just through the next few weeks, peak fire season, but anticipate as we move into January, February, March, next year's fire season, and we're prepared in a way that we haven't been in the past. So that is a long-winded, broad strokes overview of where we are. I have not filled in every blank, and that's why we brought folks here with me to supplement. And I want to ask Mark, who has talk about the best and the brightest. They're right here. And Mark Yarducci, as you know, runs the Office of Emergency Services and has been leading and coordinating our efforts. And he will supplement some of my comments, and then we'll ask Chief Porter to come up and do the same as it relates to situations, as it relates on the ground, and give you some latest information. And happily, then we'll answer any questions that you may have. Mark?
Thanks, Governor, and good morning. I'll keep my comments brief because I think Governor Newsom obviously extremely engaged and leading, providing direction, has provided a tremendous amount of detail to all of you about what's happening. Let me just start off, though, by talking about the governor's declaration of a statewide emergency that was issued yesterday. This is very, very significant in that it does a few things. It really does focus on the ability for all public entities, public safety, responders and state agencies to have all hands on deck as we deal with these complex situations that we're dealing with. This is weather conditions that have really moved throughout the entire state, red flag conditions with high winds. These are conditions that in itself, in a regional basis, we've seen and can deal with, but now when we're looking at it from a statewide perspective, it's a different kind of strategy in being able to apply resources and make sure that not only all agencies are on point, but that the public is well prepared. And it also gives the ability for state agencies to open up different programs and provide different services that would be maybe bound by regulatory requirements that now can be opened up and be put in place to support individuals that may be impacted by the wildfires that we're dealing with, or possibly impacted by the power shutoffs that have been going on over the last week. That state of emergency will stay in force until it gets rescinded here when the threat passes. Obviously, the governor talked about the two major fires that we're currently dealing with, the Kincaid fire in the north and the Getty fire in the south. And, of course, we have millions of Californians that are still dealing with the effects of the power safety power shutoffs. Together, it's complex, but we are working to meet the challenge. There's over 10,000 state agency and local government personnel that have been committed, whether they're on the fire line or they're working in our regional centers, or they're in a state agency or departments that are responding associated with the conditions we're facing, or here in the State Operations Center. My agency's responsibility in the governor's office is coordination of the entire state's response, and that is all happening here in the State Operations Center. The actions here have to be well coordinated, and really the metric that we're trying to move to is to try to get people back into their day-to-day life. In the case of the fires, we want to try to hopefully get people moving back home out of evacuation shelters and be able to move forward. In case of the power shutoffs, working closely with the utilities to maximize their restoration period to buy down the time at which the power's out so that people can get the power back on and move forward. Very, very close coordination, a lot of different entities, both public and private, leveraging our private sector partners in the Grocers Association, in the Fuel and Petroleum Association, et cetera, to telecommunications, to make sure that all of those day-to-day needs for public safety remain in place. The governor mentioned FEMA and our partnership. The Federal Emergency Management Agency does have a team that's embedded here now at the State Operations Center. We have been able to successfully have them as part of our planning cell, and the governor's request to the administration to rapidly get fire management assistance grants and apply those to those fires that are taking place really have been done in record time, and that coordination is taking place between the governor and the federal administration, proving to be very, very successful and very supportive to the firefighters on the line, making sure that we have all the resources necessary to get that done. He's also mentioned the firefighters from other states. We have currently 150 different engines from various states in the western U.S., and we've pre-positioned over 100 engines, more than 400 firefighters throughout the state of California strategically. And even in this morning's fire in Getty, that fire initially had 2 pre-positioned strike teams that were right there in the area, immediately dispatched, which helped to keep that fire in a manageable way. So strategically across the board, whether it's in fire service, it's in law enforcement, it's in public health, emergency management, the various sectors, communications, we are leaning as forward as we possibly can to address all of those items. And a lot of this is, like the pre-positioning, really looking at strategically what is happening, what are the conditions, how is the weather changing, and making decisions based upon projections and forecasting. And so it's a different way of doing business than we've done in the past. This isn't reactive. This is proactive. This is out in front. This is really leaning forward to make sure that we can be as many places as we can to keep these fires small and to address other issues related to the weather conditions. So we will continue to keep the State Operations Center and this level of commitment at this level until we can scale back, which we will let you know. I want to reinforce all Californians do need to be cognizant and prepared. This is a partnership. It's not just a government responsibility. This is public and private and non-governmental and faith-based. It's a whole of community, and it's necessary that all of the public also step up, be aware, listen to warnings and alerts. If there's a fire in your area and you're told to evacuate, do not wait, evacuate. This is very, very much important. We want your safety as our #1 priority, and everything else, if something gets lost, can be rebuilt, but your lives can't. So with that, we'll continue to step up to meet the challenge. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to the Director of CAL FIRE, Chief Tom Porter.
Well, thank you. And again, Tom Porter, CAL FIRE Fire Chief, and representing the state of California in our wildfire mission. I can't express enough my appreciation for the governor's support. There is nobody here now behind me who has not been more engaged in this medium-high state that we're in, fire-wise. This is our peak of season in the state. This is when we have the most potential for large and damaging fires in California, particularly in the south part of the state. We haven't had rains in the north part of the state, so all of California is in play right now. And knowing that the support is here from all levels of California government, particularly the governor's office, is absolutely important. We are leveraging things that in ways that we usually don't do until we're at high, very high. We have out-of-state engines that we're bringing in proactively to ensure that we have the resources ready to go when we have 300-plus initial attack fires that are happening while we're fighting 2 or 3 major fires at the same time. And so that's what's happening. The Kincaid fire is the largest and most damaging fire that we have currently that we're fighting. Healdsburg and Windsor are very much still in harm's way. But our crews yesterday were able to maintain fire lines, hold the major part of the fire out of the depths of the community in both cases, and are working now to get perimeter control so that we can keep the fire from going to the west side of 101 and release evacuation orders as soon as possible, get people back home. We're also working within the incident to ensure that PG&E has all of the possible access that they need to get the power on, even within the fire area, immediately, as soon as it is safe to do so. So these are the things that we're able to do with this partnership that is happening here at the SOC. What we need to also be aware of is that we're nowhere near done with this. We are going to need to have widespread statewide rain before this is over. And so we're poised to continue this. Thankfully, I've talked with you in the past about the firefighters being worn down. Those scars are still there. And these kind of days bring that feeling back. But we've had enough time this year to be able to recharge, sharpen our tools, be ready for what's happening now. And we are fully capable and ready to respond to all of the state's fire emergencies, plus going through this part of the season. So I want you to feel very confident that the fire service system and the emergency response system is ready for California's emergencies going into the rest of this fire season. And very much thankfully to extending our peak staffing and our fourth firefighter on much of our engines that was added as surge capacity during the middle of season this year by Governor Newsom. So thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chief. And speaking of response, and I think about 17, 18 minutes, we will have a new website up, culturally competent website available Spanish, not just English, called response.ca.gov. Response.ca.gov. That will be a aggregated site for information about current weather conditions. It will have a number of buttons that will be able to attach to small business loans, assistance, support. We'll talk about the details of some of these emergency declarations and allow people in a very friendly customer engagement to be able to access resources in one single site as opposed to trying to figure out the labyrinth that is government bureaucracy. And so response.ca.gov, we encourage people to go to that site. I also want to just make one final point, and that is I could not be more pleased with the local elected officials and their extraordinary response to this moment, both Assembly and Senate leaders, but also city council members and mayors, boards of supervisors. It's just wonderful to row in the same direction. And we were very pleased to get $75 million out this last week, $26 million to counties, 10 specifically to cities to provide discretionary grants so that they can provide real resources in real time. And that's just, again, part of the framework of collaboration that is relatively novel in this state, but I think important to highlight as well. With that, we're happy to answer any questions, and you can you can ask not just ourselves, but talk to Maribel and our Health and Human Service Director as well if you wish. But any questions?
Governor, you said in an interview over the weekend that you wanted to see Warren Buffett make an offer. Why would he want to, take over a company like that you have repeatedly said is in so much turmoil? And
I want to see as many people bidding. What I said, and very specifically said, I want as many people bidding for the assets of Pacific Gas and Electric as possible. I couldn't be more clear, including standing right here on two separate occasions, not only in my public comments, but on that board right there, put out a report in detail saying that includes municipalization. And that was in our report. It was also in my public comments. We are working with the City and County of San Francisco. I've been talking to Mayor Sam Liccardo. We continue to look for bidders, large and small, all across this country. And he's among many that is in this business. And I just hope more people make a bid for the assets so we have a competitive process moving up into June 30th of next year when we have set the goal and date and mandate for PG&E to get out of bankruptcy.
But given the situation, given their falling stock price, what argument or what case could you make to someone to even...
I just want as many people to look at purchasing the assets. That's a decision for them. I think you're chasing a headline that wasn't necessarily contextualized. We said we want as many bidders. Someone asked, would they be among them? I said, absolutely. I want as many people making a case and bidding for these assets. But I imagine that's the same argument you'd have to ask the people sitting in the County of San Francisco. The same argument you'd have to ask Sam Liccardo. Same argument you'd have to make to Elliott and the hedge fund that is trying to make a bid, or to those that are trying to seek equity through the shareholders that currently exist in the current board at PG&E. That's a difficult process, but we set up a framework to help aid in them getting out of bankruptcy. That is a substantive answer to your question of what are the procedures and protocols that we put in place that we think not only will help with that process and secure potential bids for the assets, but also help secure some stabilization and ability to get bond ratings that will allow access to capital for the other 2 IOUs in Southern California, SDGE and Edison in LA. So this is a multifaceted challenge. It's not exclusive to PG&E, but we want more people in this space, more people bidding.
I have a couple questions about compensation, but I want to follow up. You brought up municipalization. Is there anything that you can do at the state level to encourage municipalization? Anything you can do to drive down the price that localities would have to pay to buy out their section of the
It's all be determined. We're working in collaboration with the City and County of San Francisco. There were specific procedures and protocols that they reached out to request and support from us. They did that formally and informally, did that in writing, did that verbally and orally, and we responded in a very supportive manner. So the answer is yes, and specifically we have.
You can do. Okay, so I want to follow up on your compensation point that you continue to hammer on PG&E, saying they need to make people, at least if not whole, compensate them in some fashion for these outages. I've had people tell me, $100 isn't going to pay for a fridge full of food. I've had business owners say I've lost thousands. $250 credit on my bill is like paltry, and
That's correct.
And yet PG&E is balked at this idea at every turn, and now we're looking at 3 different shutoffs. Is there anything you can do to compel them to actually?
We're working with the PUC to do just that. We're looking at the fixed charges on utility bills as one form of potential relief and allowing credits on that. And we're looking at our legal authority in this space, which is more challenging. But we're also looking at our moral authority and doing what we can to assess these costs. Past practices don't necessarily predict the future, but they can instruct our approach to try to advance a different kind of outcome in future. But I'm not naive about this. Is what we think they should do, and the Public Utilities Commission will adjudicate what they legally can do.
So you're not sure they can do it at this point?
I am sure that in the past, based upon not just PG&E, and let's excuse PG&E, the power shutoffs are more common in Southern California than they are in Northern California. They've been more common since 2007 in San Diego Gas and Electric. They do not reimburse for power shutoffs. That's been an industry practice. So that is a past practice from one of the IOUs. PG&E has not been in this position before. We would like them to consider reimbursement.
Real quick, how about reimbursing the state? We're throwing all kinds of state resources.
We are assessing all of those costs and have been very, very vocal about that. And I can assure you we have been very detailed and copious in collecting those costs.
I have a question for President Thatcher, actually.
Thanks.
So PG&E in the PUC's investigation, like if the bankruptcy procedure was going on, PG&E about a week or 2 ago, they asked for all of the investigations against PG&E to be resolved, including cost of capital, including the safety investigation, 2017 fires, the gas records investigation, basically every single thing happening at the PUC. Do you support all of those things being resolved by June 30th as kind of part and parcel with the bankruptcy plan?
I can't speak specifically to the proceedings. However, we do, as the governor has well described, we are going to get to June 30th with a bankruptcy completed. So I can't speak to the proceeding underway. I'm not allowed to do that, but I understand the question. Thank you.
It's a new day at the Public Utilities Commission, and I can assure you we have the right chair to advance our efforts.
So, 2 questions. One about the June 30th date. Is there any risk that having this hard and fast date will limit the possibilities for creative solutions on what to do with PG&E and how to handle it and whether to break it up and municipalization and all this stuff? Might that take longer than you have before?
Well, we need to move. End of tyranny or tyranny without end. We need a date. We need specific goals. We need to be transparent, and we need to measure our progress. And I think the sense of deep urgency that people are feeling right now only underscores the importance of meeting that moment. We laid out detailed pathway, what that looks like. And as you recall, that includes commitments to advancing our clean energy goals. It includes commitments to make sure we do our best to hold harmless the community choice aggregators and existing contracts on clean energy. It made commitments to advance our efforts to get closure on the settlements related to the culpability that has been established by PG&E related to the Camp Fire in particular, but other fires that are being adjudicated in real time. All of those things must occur. The utilities broadly were supportive of that timeline, despite the pressures clearly that places on them. And what has occurred in the last few weeks, just to me, underscores the importance of meeting that deadline.
Okay, so you don't sound flexible on that.
Look, we're going to do what we have to do, but we're going to be look, the law's the law. That's what specifically the date that is in there, June 30th, 2020, in order to access a series of valves that would help them help themselves. It is in absolutely their interest to create the conditions, and they've got 9 months to do so, to advance those settlements and to continue the work that they need to do to invest in public safety and reliability in the process.
So as a follow-up, you said it's a new day at the PUC. So are the problems we're seeing right now, I mean, is the PUC to blame? Have they not done enough to hold the utilities?
Well, I think there's a long list of finger pointing. I've been very clear and precise in some of my criticism, but I've also extended that to oversight. I got here 9 months ago, not 19 years ago, not even 9 years ago. We own this. I own my decision to appoint 2 members of the PUC. I'm pleased with both appointments. We have a new chair, and she is tough-minded, resolved, and has got an incredible track record. And she's going to hold them accountable. I have all the confidence in the world. I won't speak to the past of the Public Utilities Commission except to say we didn't meet previous 2 decades. And so that's on everybody. And Mother Nature, forgive me, has also joined the conversation in a way where she was not as engaged in the past. And as you know, she bats last, she bats 1,000. She's chemistry, physics, and biology. And she has been ferocious in a 5-year drought, historic rain year, and has created and exacerbated these conditions. This is the reality. We own it. We need to fix it.
Governor Newsom, I also wanted to ask about the Paradise area lawmakers' proposal this morning. This hasn't been codified, of course, into like a bill. But I wanted to ask about their proposal to basically put a pause on the RPS and transfer that, like utility spending in that area towards fire efforts.
Well, we'll take a look at it when we learn more about it. But the spirit of a hyper laser-like focus on public safety, I absolutely embrace, and that's the kind of accountability that we look forward to at the Public Utilities Commission and a prioritization of public safety improvements. And so that spirit I embrace, but I don't know the details of what they're proposing. Forgive me.
I know you've mentioned repeatedly over the last few weeks AB 1054 and leaving things up, to the bankruptcy proceedings to reshape PG&E. But are there other concrete things that you are either looking for from the legislature or looking to propose moving forward to, get in sooner on, or even through the bankruptcy process, I guess, to reshape and change PG&E? And is there any need for a emergency session or special session to do anything like that?
I want to fulfill all the commitments we made that are in process, and they're significant. I'll repeat them. You opened it up. I'm going to repeat them. The utilities have to invest $5 billion in public safety improvements. Utilities have to add a member of their board of directors that's focused on public safety. Their compensation, not only for the executives, their management, is now tied to public safety. The PUC has to build a team, anywhere from 35 to 40 individuals. They've already hired the director that would focus exclusively on wildfire mitigation planning. It's a new division of safety under the PUC. That has to be done by January 1st. There's an advisory committee that complements that effort that will bring in the kind of resources and resourcefulness that is needed at this moment to look at new technologies and looking at new and best and novel practices on public safety and modernizing the grid, hardening the grid, and making it more reliable and safer. We will hold ourselves to all of those provisions, hold ourselves to account. But the thing I want to see with earnest and intensity right now is what is being advanced independently by the PUC chair and her colleagues, and that is a major investigation specifically into PSPS. We don't need to wait for anyone to tell us to do that. That is underway. That process is unfolding in real time. It already was opened up, and now it is being advanced in earnest. So that's where we are. And to the extent more is needed, we will continue to pursue that. But I will say we put $1 billion in the budget to focus on pre-positioning of assets, to focus on fire mitigation, vegetation management, forest management, new assets and procurement for AI and LiDAR and radar technologies, prescriptive technologies, analytic technologies. We need to invest those dollars in real time. So all of this is underway. All of this was anticipated, including the money we put in the budget. Early part of the year, $50 million of grants for emergency planning at the local level, the $75 million that we put in anticipation of PSPS that now is just being distributed, and the 911 investments that we put in the budget that need to invest. So it's about implementation. It's not always about the novel. It's about implementing the commitments we've made with assurance that we're going to be accountable to hitting on all of those goals. And I will remind you of your own reporting. And I'll remind you that those reports are online, and we tag them in every single press release. And I would encourage you to open the links and look through the detailed prescriptive plan that we set out to not only meet this moment, but to work through this moment so we don't have to continue to be at this moment into the future.
Governor, I just had a quick clarifying question about this major investigation looking to PSPS. So is that an extension of the existing PUC rulemaking?
Let's get Maribel back up here. Yeah.
Or is it a separate one?
It will be included in an open proceeding that's already underway.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Governor, another thing that 1054 did was allow utilities to earn a certificate that would sort of ease their liability for starting wildfires if they can demonstrate to the PUC that they're a safe operator. My understanding is PG&E already has its first certificate under 1054. How do you square that with the fact we've got CAL FIRE tape around one of their towers right now for this Kincaid fire?
Well, they have the annual certification, safety certification that is required, and PUC can talk to that process, but we're putting this advisory committee up. We're putting the new safety division up. All of that happens in January, and that will create a protocol, a completely different protocol than the one that exists today. I don't know, Maribel, you want to?
Well, there are also our safety and enforcement division in collaboration with CAL FIRE. We investigate incidences. And that investigation, our investigators are already out on the lines looking at those.
I understand. To some people, they're going to see that we've got a state seal of approval that you're one of the safe operators, and right now they're being looked at as the cause of this fire.
Yeah, well, we're doubling down on this, and you can look to the specifics of our legislation and what's going in place in January, and it is a completely new day. Anybody else?
So is there anything you feel the state can do for fire safety that's not doing now?
I mean, there's always more we can do. I mean, look, it took decades to get here. Decades of forest mismanagement, suppression strategies that actually have exacerbated conditions in some of our forests, lack of federal investment in 57% of the land that's under federal jurisdiction, a federal government that's cutting their forestry budget. It has been over the last few years as they moralize about California's lack of leadership in this space. We put an historic amount of money in this space, but that's just a down payment. It will take years and years to kind of do the work we need to do to prepare and make sure we're more resilient. But the biggest and most stubborn reality is these utilities. And they have to modernize their equipment, and we've got to get this thing through bankruptcy and come out the other side as a completely reimagined operation that's more resilient and more safety focused. And I think we've got the protocols and procedures in place to do that, and now we just have to implement. But again, it's not a video game. It's not a computer program. It's life. It's organic. And things, you know, you're going to be honest with people as opposed to mislead people. Things have to sequentially take shape, and it's not a linear life. And we will respond in real time, and we will adjust in real time. We'll deal with changing conditions. But I hope you can objectively look at the last 9 months, and there's not a week that's gone by quite literally, I would challenge you, not a week that's gone by where there hasn't been a sequential announcement committing, resolving to address this issue head on, to anticipate the moment, to lean into the moment, to hold folks to account that we never have had before. I could be held to account for the last 9 months, and I assure you, if I'm privileged to be here for a full-year a 4-year term, you're going to see a hell of a lot more being done. You're going to see much more accountability, and if I don't see real things take shape, we're going to get new folks in that can actually do that job. But I think we've got the right team, we've got the right path and plan, and now we've got to execute, and that's on us.
Where homes could be built.
Well, you can't get rid of 4.5 million homes. I want to remind folks of this. There are 4.5 million homes that already have been built in the WUI. 11 million Californians live in these. So we can moralize saying, what the hell did you think when you grandma built that home 100 years ago? What was she thinking? She didn't anticipate climate change. She didn't anticipate that our forest management may have changed. We've got to just protect these folks. I think there's and by the way, as you know, because you were here, you remember the details, I hope. I encourage you to take a look at the links, look at our plan. We were explicit about moving forward and including in general plans consideration around issues of land use in and around the WUI as it relates to new construction and new planning into the future. There's a whole section of our report, including my own comments that were made here at this podium, about smarter land use planning and local decision making as it relates to addressing the new realities of climate change and the vulnerabilities in and around these forested areas. And so that is something else that we've been aggressive about and we're proactive about, and that also needs to be considered as well. And as you may recall, we had a summit. Not everybody joined us, but we had a wonderful summit in June sharing these best practices with local leaders all up and down the state. We held it at the Sheraton in Sacramento. I was very proud of that summit. It was the first time the state had ever convened experts in this space, including land use. And we had a number of sessions sharing best practices in this space as well. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Your thoughts on your name and Gray Davis's name, making it into some...
Yeah, I'll leave that to you guys. I appreciate everybody. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we have been providing complete California wildfire coverage right here on News Now. I'm showing you how stocks ended for the day. The Dow Jones Industrial Big Board, nothing but green, up 132 almost points. Above that 27,000 threshold there, so a little bit of good news. I've got a couple more top stories ready to go for you, actually 3 to be exact right now on News Now. And then if any other news breaks across the country, we will have you covered there too. So it appears that these restaurants, they keep showing up more and more across the country, right? A pay what you can restaurant with that money that you do pay normally going to a good cause.
Bringing the community together over a good family-style meal. This new restaurant in South Minneapolis open to anyone and everyone, allowing restaurant goers to give as they can. Because here at Provision, it's about fostering relationships.
A place to gather, to grow. A place where the things that separate us outside are left outside.
Hi, how are you? Good. Do you want to go ahead and go back and grab a spot?
And inside, those differences disappear at a community table over a warm, home-cooked meal.
We're doing a couple different egg souffles today.
Welcome to Provision Community Restaurant.
Are you going to sit here?
And while restaurant may be in the name, Executive Director Anna Winke says this place is about more than just a meal.
Welcome to the family. It's not really a restaurant. It's like, this is family dinner.
The food served here is meant to be shared, and the tables are designed to bring groups together.
We all have seasons and times that we go through in life, and sometimes we need a little extra help. And that this is what about is getting together in community and being there for one another.
When guests leave, they simply give as they can.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Provision is able to put food on the table through those donations
Thank you.
and with the help from their volunteers.
Just to give back as much as possible, whatever they need, wash dishes, serve.
But it's the people and their desire to engage that makes this restaurant more, that makes Provision a place where barriers are broken, bonds are built, where a community finds itself.
To actually sit and spend time asking someone what their day was like, looking them in the eye and sharing a meal is all a real deeper expression of care.
Anna says they need 12 people a day to make a $20 donation so that Provision can keep serving meals here in the community. They serve dinner Wednesday through Friday and brunch on Saturday. Reporting in South Minneapolis, Alex Lehner, Fox 9.
Wow, did you see the fall colors there in Minneapolis? Absolutely beautiful. All right, well, speaking of fall, Halloween is already this Thursday. If you don't have your costumes, you better make a mad dash to either make them or go buy them, right? We're pretty close. Hey, it looks like we have Chuck Schumer speaking on the Senate floor. I'm going to take you there live now on News Now, because that's what we are all about.
The green light to use taxpayer dollars to buy junk insurance plans. Oftentimes, the plans are so skimpy they hardly cover anything at all. They're barely worth the paper they're written on. Imagine, you're a mother of a child with cancer, a father, and you sign one of these plans, and the insurance company says, we don't have to take care of your kid for something as devastating, as life-threatening as cancer. Imagine how you'd feel. Yet our Republican friends and this administration want to give insurance companies the green light to make a ton of money and write this junk insurance, and have hundreds of thousands, millions of Americans not covered for even the most important and vital of coverages. Well, that's what's at stake this week. The Senate will vote. Republicans will have to go on record, either defend the administration's actions or protect Americans who have pre-existing conditions. I know several of my Republican colleagues have publicly declared their support for these protections when they have their campaign ads going. That hasn't been the case here in Congress, where Republicans have repeatedly voted against the same protections. Wednesday will be another important test for Senate Republicans. And finally, Mr. President, on climate. On Friday, I announced a new proposal to rapidly phase out gas-powered vehicles and replace them with clean vehicles like electric cars. The goal of the plan, which also aims to spur a transformation in American manufacturing, is that by 2040, all vehicles on the road should be clean. We need a plan of this scale and ambition to fight one of the largest drivers of carbon emissions, transportation, which account for over 1/3 of America's carbon output. Scientists now tell us that to avoid the most devastating effects of climate change, the world needs to be carbon neutral by mid-century. At the moment, we're not on track even remotely to meet that target. So we must act urgently and ambitiously, which requires building of diverse coalitions of support. What distinguished my proposal is not only its scale, but its ability to unite the American environmental movement, the American labor movement, and large automakers. Listen to who's supporting this proposal. The Sierra Club, the Natural Resources Defense Council, and the League of Conservation Voters. Yet unions like the United Auto Workers and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers and the AFL-CIO, and car manufacturers like Ford and General Motors. When have we ever seen the car manufacturers and the unions and the environmentalists agree on a major proposal that will stop carbon from poisoning our atmosphere? Well, here it is. How would this plan work? First, it would provide a large discount on an American-made vehicle when drivers trade in a gas-powered car. Second, it would provide grants to states and cities to build charging stations with a particular emphasis on low-income, rural, and underserved communities. And third, The plan aims to establish the U.S. as the global leader in electric vehicle and battery manufacturing by providing grants to retool existing manufacturing plants in the United States and build new ones in this country that specialize in those technologies. It'll clean our atmosphere, save families money. The cost of these cars will be less than the cost of maintaining a gasoline-driven vehicle, and it will establish America once again as the preeminent automobile power as electric cars become the way of the future. Critics say that acting on climate change has cost us jobs and money. It's simply not true. My plan is actually estimated to create tens of thousands of new jobs, good-paying jobs, right here in the U.S. Much of America experienced a revolution in auto manufacturing at the outset of the 20th century. America, under this plan, will experience a revolution in clean auto manufacturing at the beginning of this century. But if we're to reach our goal, we have to move fast. China now accounts for more than half the world's electric vehicle market, and if we don't match the level of China's commitment, we're going to miss a tremendous opportunity. We've missed too many already. If Democrats win control of the Senate in 2020, I, as Majority Leader, will introduce bold and far-reaching climate legislation. This proposal for clean cars would be a key element of that bill. This is about American jobs, American global economic leadership, and protecting our dear planet. Nothing could be more worthy of pursuit. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Mr. Alexander.
All right, so as I was saying, we were talking Halloween costumes, right? Not a whole lot of time left, and it's always great when parents get involved with their children's costumes. This next top story I have for you, everybody, right now on News Now is about a father turning his son's wheelchair into a unique costume for Halloween.
What do you think, Tommy?
The big reveal.
Today's the big day. We're going to dress you up.
The moment when 15-year-old Tommy Hardy no longer sees his wheelchair. Instead, he sees himself in the cockpit, piloting an iconic Air Force jet, the SR-71 Blackbird.
The creativity in this garage is just amazing.
For the last month, Tommy's dad and friends have put in nearly 100 hours, using parts from around the garage to create this Halloween costume.
I think it's a great family tradition that we have.
Tommy has cerebral palsy. He's living with autism and is nonverbal. But Dad says he's your typical teenager who loves Halloween.
To watch Tommy light up, and not only watch him light up trick-or-treating as a kid, but also seeing the other kids around him just being so like, wow, that's an awesome costume, bud. You know, they're not looking at him like he's in a wheelchair. They're just seeing an awesome costume, just a little kid going out having some fun.
In recent years, Tommy has been an X-Wing fighter from Star Wars, rode one of the dragons from Game of Thrones, and last year stopped traffic in this Haverhill police car.
The real detail this year is the wood that we used to form the plane.
But this year's costume has a very special meaning for this family.
We actually got a photo of the SR-71 cockpit. So we cut that out, laminated it, and then also added my father and my mother from their military days.
Tommy's grandparents were both in the Air Force, and both passed away this year.
Trying to dedicate this costume to my family. My parents were huge supporters of what we did, doing this each year, so we wanted to give something back.
Every year we just amaze ourselves. It's just a lot of fun.
Such attention to detail and absolutely amazing costumes from over the years there. All right, well, I've got some business briefs ready to go for you. This time we've got Jackie DeAngelis in for Tracy Carrasco.
Now that the United Auto Workers Union has wrapped up a new labor deal with General Motors, it's quickly turning its attention to Ford and Fiat Chrysler. Union officials say that they will use the agreement at GM as a template with the other two automakers. But the labor deal could pose a problem for Ford and Fiat Chrysler, which may not be able to afford the same pact. Bargaining is underway and all sides hoping to avoid another strike. French luxury group LVMH looking to add another brand to its portfolio, the company making an all-cash bid to take over Tiffany that values the jewelry icon at $14.5 billion. No talks are being held yet, but Tiffany is expected to make a quick response to the offer. And Popeyes announces the official return date for a popular item, the chain's chicken sandwich, returning to stores November 3rd. It's sold out just 2 weeks after its debut in August. For more, log on to the all-new foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Jackie DeAngelis.
I don't want to keep any of you guys waiting. Yeah. Oh, well, you know, the one thing that Asian kids are taught is punctuality, so that I try for that. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Nikolai Mladenov, the UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, briefed the Security Council by video conference on the Israeli-Palestinian situation and said the past month has witnessed the continuing deterioration of the situation on the ground. With no prospect of final status negotiations on the horizon, he said, facts on the ground continue to deteriorate, pushing us ever further from a viable two-state solution. Mr. Mladenov warned that violence continues to be a major part of the day-to-day reality of the conflict. However, he added, in recent weeks, we have seen a welcome reduction of violence in Gaza and the launching of rockets, and agreements for calm brokered by the UN and Egypt continue to hold. Despite the overall improvement, he said, 3 Palestinians were killed by the Israeli Defense Forces and over 500 injured during protests at the Gaza perimeter fence. The Special Coordinator told the Security Council that we can no longer continue to address Gaza's critical needs on a month-to-month basis, while failing to confront the broader political reality, including the stiffening closures, violence, and lack of unity. Similarly, he said, we also can no longer disregard the cracks emerging in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Settlement construction and expansion continues, the Palestinian Authority faced financial crisis is not fully resolved, and the economy continues to stagnate. Geir Peterson, the Special Envoy for Syria, spoke to the press in Geneva today, and he noted that as he was speaking, the 150 members of the Constitutional Committee are arriving in Geneva. He said that the Constitutional Committee talks will begin on Wednesday, and added that the agreement to establish the Constitutional Committee marks the first political agreement between the government of Syria and the opposition. He said that the Constitutional Committee commits the government and the opposition and their nominees to sit together face-to-face in dialogue and negotiations, and also create spaces for the voices of civil society to be heard. And it could be a door opener to a broader political process. Mr. Peterson stressed, however, that the Constitutional Committee alone cannot and will not resolve the Syrian conflict. For that, he said, concrete and tangible progress is needed on other aspects of Security Council Resolution 2254, as well as meaningful progress on the ground. And the UN remains deeply concerned for the safety and protection of hundreds of thousands of civilians in northeast Syria, following reports of sporadic fighting. Some 106,000 people remain displaced, of the over 180,000 previously reported. The UN continues to call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint and reiterates that the only sustainable solution to the conflict is a UN-facilitated, political, negotiated solution among all parties, which respects Syria's unity and territorial integrity, the legitimate concerns of neighboring countries, and the diversity of the Syrian population. The UN continues to call for an immediate de-escalation and urges all parties to resolve their conflict concerns through peaceful means. Over the weekend, the Secretary General's Special Representative for Iraq, Janine Hennis-Plasschaert, deeply regretted and condemned the further loss of life and injuries in Iraq and strongly denounced the destruction of public and private property. She also expressed grave concerns about armed entities seeking to hinder Iraq's stability and unity, undermining the people's right to peaceful assembly and their legitimate demands. The Special Representative reiterated that implementing the many measures announced by the government in recent weeks will take time. A constructive dialogue on the way forward is in the interest of all, she said. The Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, was in Sudan this weekend to meet with the authorities, including the Prime Minister and senior women government officials. Earlier today, Ms. Mohammed also traveled to Darfur. At the conclusion of her visit to the country, she tweeted that the UN and partners stand ready to respond to Prime Minister Hamdok's call to join Sudan as the country comes together to rebuild and restore the values of human coexistence and social cohesion for peace and development. To succeed, she added, women's leadership will be critical today and tomorrow. Her trip to Sudan came on the heels of a one-week solidarity mission with the African Union to highlight issues linked to women, peace and security in the Horn of Africa. That mission took her to Ethiopia, Somalia, Djibouti, and Eritrea. The Deputy Secretary General is expected back in New York tomorrow. And now, turning to Mali, we've learned with sadness that over the weekend, a UN peacekeeper from Togo has succumbed to injuries he sustained on October 6th in Bandiagara in the Mopti region, when the MINUSMA temporary base was attacked by unidentified assailants. He was seriously injured in the attack and evacuated to a hospital in Dakar, where he received medical treatment. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, the government, and the people of Togo. The Secretary General's Special Representative for Somalia, James Swan, met yesterday with President Sayed Abdullah Deni and members of his cabinet in Garowe, the capital of Puntland State. Mr. Swan said the visit was another welcome opportunity for him to hear firsthand from Puntland's leadership about the progress being made with its ambitious agenda. He congratulated Puntland's leaders for the recent successful investment conference and the start of the Ethiopian Airlines flights to Garowe, noting that these developments were positive signals of economic revival in Puntland. More on his visit online. Also on Somalia, seasonal rains have started early in many parts of the country and have led to flooding in the states of Hirshabelle, Jubaland, and the southwest. Over 180,000 people are estimated to have been displaced thus far. Farmland, infrastructure, and roads have been destroyed and livelihoods disrupted in some of the worst-hit areas. South Sudan is also affected by severe seasonal flooding that has devastated large areas of the country since July. An estimated 900,000 people are affected, including internally displaced people, refugees, and their host communities. The rains are likely to continue for another 4 to 6 weeks and will put more people at risk. The heavy rains have hit areas that were already facing high humanitarian needs. Considerable damages to crops, arable land, and livestock are anticipated. In both countries, humanitarian partners are working to scale up their response capacity. To support the government of Zambia, the UN and humanitarian partners have launched a 7-month humanitarian response plan to address rising humanitarian needs triggered by the poorest rainfall season since 1981 in the southern part of the country. More than 2.4 million people out of a total population of some 17 million are expected to be severely food insecure during the lean season, which goes from October to March 2020, with at least 430,000 people in emergency levels. In response to this crisis, the UN and international NGOs are seeking $89.5 million to provide immediate humanitarian assistance and early recovery support for 2.3 million people for 7 months. The main portion of this plan is for food assistance. Our humanitarian colleagues tell us that they are deeply concerned by the impact of stepped-up fighting in Myanmar's Rakhine state, where civilians have been caught up in an escalation of fighting between the Myanmar military and the Arakan army in Ratadong township in recent days. Human rights violations and abuses continue to be reported. Some 32,000 people remain displaced in Rakhine and Shin states, and this is in addition to the 128,000 internally displaced people, mostly Rohingya, who remain in camps in Rakhine state, many for more than 7 years. Insecurity and access restrictions across much of Rakhine State are impeding humanitarian organizations to assess and respond to the needs of affected people. The UN calls on all parties to the conflict to adhere to international humanitarian law and ensure the protection of civilians and facilitate timely access to people in need. The humanitarian response plan for this year seeks $214.4 million to assist some 1 million people in need in Myanmar. That plan is 78.5% funded so far. For her part, the Secretary General's Special Envoy, Christine Schreiner-Bergener, has repeatedly expressed her concern over how the clashes between the Arakan army and the Myanmar military have exacerbated the precarious situation in Rakhine, one of the nation's poorest regions. The International Solidarity Conference on the Venezuelan refugee and migrant crisis started today in Brussels. Co-hosted by the European Union, together with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and the International Organization for Migration, this conference aims to mobilize support and to demonstrate solidarity of the international community to the affected host countries. It is estimated that so far, approximately 4.5 million Venezuelans have fled as a result of the political turmoil, socio-economic instability, and humanitarian crisis in their country. The international community is actively involved in supporting the host countries bearing the burden of the refugee and migrant crisis. On Friday afternoon, we issued the announcement that the Secretary General has appointed David McLaughlin-Carr of Australia as his Deputy Special Representative in the UN Organization Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, or MONUSCO. He will also serve as UN Resident Coordinator and Humanitarian Coordinator in the DRC. His bio is online. Yesterday was World Day for Audiovisual Heritage. The General Conference of UNESCO approved the commemoration of this observance in 2005 as a mechanism to raise general awareness of the need to preserve and safeguard important audiovisual material for coming generations, and for urgent measures to be taken to conserve this heritage and ensure it remains accessible to the public now and in the future. In a special message to the World Radio Communications Conference that is taking place in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, the Secretary General highlighted how radio communication technology has transformed information sharing, revolutionized industries, saved lives, and advanced development. He pointed out that technologies such as 5G, high-altitude platform stations, and satellite communications offer great promise to help close the digital divide and advance the Sustainable Development Goals. And tomorrow at 10 a.m., there will be a press briefing by the President of the International Court of Justice, Judge Abdulqawi A. Youssef, who will brief you on the court's role and jurisdiction, its latest activities, and an overview of its current caseload. That is it for me. Yes, Edie.
Thank you, Farhan. Does the Secretary General have any reaction to the United States' announcement about the death of the head of the Islamic State, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi?
Yeah, we've taken note of the announcement by the President of the United States on the death of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the leader of the UN-designated terrorist group Daesh. Daesh has committed heinous crimes and brought tragedy and death to thousands of men, women, and children. And we should take this moment to remember the victims and families of victims of terrorism everywhere in the world. Yes, Mr. Sato.
Thank you, Farhan. Like Secretary General expressed,
I can't quite hear the microphone. Maybe try again.
Hello? Can you hear? Okay, thank you. So, like you said, that the situation in Iraq. So, like Secretary General expressed concern last week, the demonstration all over the world is very concerning, especially Iraq. They are causing many more deaths, like you said. So, what is UN able to do for alleviate the situation on the ground?
Well, you've seen that Ms. Hennis Pleshert spoke out over the weekend about the situation, and she and her colleagues in the UN mission, UNAMI, are working with the authorities to see what can be done to calm down the situation. For the Secretary General's part, I can say that he deeply regrets the terrible loss of life and injuries over the past days in Iraq, and expresses his deep condolences to the victims and their families. The Secretary General reiterates his appeal for nonviolence and for restraint by the authorities and other actors involved in full accordance with international standards. He urges the government of Iraq to investigate all incidents thoroughly and transparently and ensure that the perpetrators are brought to justice without delay. Yes, Joe.
The ceremony for today, I should be done.
Any day that you get to share a stage or a platform with Norris, who we lovingly call St. Norris, is a good day. But as I begin, let me also make mention of the many leaders in this room who have educated me and elevated me, and ask the leadership of our larger steering committee to please stand and be recognized. Hamdia and George and Manuel and Dorsey and Kenny, Andrea, Bruce, Mia, Deanna, I don't know if you're in the room. I know Vivian is backstage. Let me also recognize Susan Burton and Ingrid, who are not here, couldn't make it, and Desmond Meade. All of you working together across the many states have made this day possible, and all of your organizations, and with all of the people you represent, you do me proud. You do my daughter proud. You do this nation proud. Thank you so much. I also want to shout out that it's not only in California, although Dorsey, you did a mighty job at organizing folks across that state, but there are 130 watch parties at least going on across this country in 20 different states. 130 that I know of. As we go through the day, I'm going to remind you, or you'll remind me because I may forget, I'm not as young as I used to be, that we're going to be hashtagging this event, and it's hashtag Justice Votes 2020. And so please be doing that as you're hearing things that you think are important for others to hear. If there's questions that you want to ask, things that aren't raised that you think should be raised, please do that. And as I begin to take my seat up here and ask the panelists to help me open this session and set the table for this discussion, you know, I want to pick up on something that Norris said. When this prison, this first penitentiary, which frighteningly reminds me of the dungeons along the western coast of Africa. It's what it actually calls to mind in so many painful ways. I think that 190 years ago, this was considered the reform. This was considered the better way, the more humane way to treat people. You would come here and be silent, and in that silence and that penitence, you would reform. We're 200 years on, and we've come here today to say, what is it that makes a humane society now? It's not an idea that happened 200 years ago. We've come here to say, what do we need to put into society that allows people to be treated, all people, with dignity, the very human dignity you get just because you were born? How do we finally dispose of the idea that any human being is disposable? Those are the sorts of things that we are going to try to answer today and put before the nation as we, again, thank Now This and their 25.1 million member platform and streaming this live. So we are going to ask that question of America, and to help us begin that, let me ask the various panelists to join me on stage. Pastor Glasgow, please come up stage with me. Tina Reynolds, Andrea James, and Bruce Riley, please join me on stage. So, hi, started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now my whole crew's here. Had to do a little bit. So let me begin, and I want to say this. If I had the time, if we had the time to truly unpack all the brilliance that you see sitting before you, it would be just incredible. I'm going to ask folks to capsule that brilliance, although you know I wish I had an hour with each one of you. And I'll begin with you, Bruce. If you could talk to us about, and I'll ask all of you this question, if you could talk to us about the particular work that you've invested yourself in since you came home and why you have.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks, Asha, and thanks to everybody else as well that's here. I, like many people, I did my time in prison. I did 12 years where I benefited from the #1 prison program that they have, which is the person walking the yard with you. And so taking the love and the wisdom that I gathered from 12 years inside, I came out, and the only place that I was actually wanted was with a small organization, Direct Action for Rights and Equality, in Providence, Rhode Island. And so I put my back into trying to help the people that I cared about. And that happened to be people who were formerly incarcerated, people who were still on parole, people who were still locked up. And I took my jailhouse lawyer knowledge to the outside and got my right to vote kind of by my own hand, but with a strong group of people just like that's in this room, or people that are listening as well. And while I was on parole, got my voting rights there. We got some other things accomplished. And then there came a time, and although I had a good career going, which is hard to do when you get out and you've got nothing, I didn't have any family to back me up. I got out with like a bag of stuff on my shoulder and paid $2,000 for a driver's license because I thought that was a good long-term investment. That was my only $2,000. And so I moved to New Orleans because, if you want to stop something as big as mass incarceration and historical oppression, you really got to go to the root. And I felt there's nothing more root than New Orleans, Louisiana, United States of America. And so I teamed up with Norris Henderson, and I went to law school at the same time, so it's kind of like a little double whammy. And in that time, we've grown the work down there into 4 chapters in different cities of Louisiana. We helped to give a 1-2 combination to Jim Crow by restoring voting rights, including my own, to over 40,000 people on a rotating basis.
Yes.
And we also got rid of the non-unanimous jury situation where 2 people can say innocent and yet someone could be sentenced to die in prison. And so teaming up with a strong group of people that had a legacy was really important for me to be able to share what I could bring, because teams need all sorts of talent, need all sorts of skills. And so I'm really proud that we're here today making the moves that we're making and pushing the ball forward so we can have some people be listening to us for the first time.
Thank you so much for that, Bruce. And I think that when you went down to Louisiana, it was the world's largest incarcerator at that time. I think Oklahoma holds that position.
Well, now, thanks to immigrant detention, there's 10,000 people who have filled those empty beds that we created with all of our work. And so, that's something that, it's the call for intersectionality, where we got to be knowing what our immigrants' rights brothers and sisters are working on, while we're working on perhaps what seems to be different, but it's really the same thing.
And I just want to underscore, as I turn to Andrea, the other piece that you said in there, and that was in the state of Louisiana until last year. We were all together when this happened. In Louisiana, you could be executed even if not everybody on your jury agreed that you were guilty. That only changed in the last 24 months.
So 1 year anniversary this weekend.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Norris. And Andrea, let me bring you into this discussion. We've been working and doing this since about, 2012. So tell us a little bit about the work you've dedicated yourself to and why, please.
Well, I was incarcerated in 2010, and I walked into a prison, old prison, crammed full of black and brown women. We were head to toe, head to toe, head to toe. And I have had the privilege, we were talking about it earlier, Asha, of visiting Goree Island, and it immediately reminded me of what I had witnessed in Goree Island, of the way that Africans were held in slavery and in bondage, and the way that we were placed head to toe, and that's exactly what it was like in that experience at Danbury. But it was 2010, there was this increase in dialogue around the need to end mass incarceration, and Michelle Alexander's book came out, The New Jim Crow. We also, Piper Kerman's book, from a very different perspective, but her story about incarceration, and that was really the tiniest little piece of information we had, Asha, about women, and we wanted to change that. Right? And we were sitting in that prison, in a federal prison, and busloads of women, predominantly black and brown women, every Thursday were pulling up to that prison and being unloaded in front of the marshals with their shotguns. And these were mothers. Most of the women, more than 90% of the women in Danbury, had been the primary caretakers of their children prior to them being sent to this prison. And this country, rightfully so, stood up not long ago, and they were outraged, and they held up the signs that says, "Where is our humanity?" at the atrocities that were happening under the administration at the border. But it made us, pause in the work that we've been doing since being in that prison and organizing ourselves as women, as grandmothers, as mothers, as wives, as aunts, sisters. We said we're going to end incarceration of women and girls. But we need the rest of the country to get up to speed with us, because when we stand up and win as a country, we recognize the atrocities of separating mothers and families from children. Yet we don't recognize in this country, we have done this since slavery and continue to do it every single day. And the harm that it has caused our communities is just something that is criminal in itself. And it's why we do the work. We sat at a picnic table in the prison yard, Asha, and we said we're going to use our experiences and use our voices, and we have an expertise that nobody is recognizing to change this. And then, of course, we came home and we learned about the work of the sisters that had come before us, that were in the trenches, that were opening the door for us to continue this work.
No, Andrea, let me follow that up. In 1998, I was a founding member of Critical Resistance, which at that time was the largest gathering of formerly incarcerated people. 3,000 of us came together, called by Angela Davis and Ruthie Gilmore, Rose Braz, in Berkeley, California. But I think that there was a gathering of thousands of women. How many women came together for the first time, and what numbers?
We know that we managed to put 600 of their heads on a pillow. So that was a huge feat. But the Free Her Conference was beautiful, and it's a conference that many of the women in this very room, it's women coming into this space. Bibi and Donna and Kimber and Naya, on and on, are just here in this space. Evie and Rodrisha, and I'm just looking out into and it was just one of the most beautiful experiences. And Tina and Asha, and it was just beautiful. And
yes,
so it's a platform of connectivity and support that we have created nationally to lift up the hyperlocal work that women and girls are doing to end the incarceration of women and girls. And we really mean that. We mean that. We say it. We're not apologetic about it. We know that it's inevitable, and it shall happen.
Wow. I think she said a word. I think she said a word. Now you know why I rock with her. Because I think that was the largest gathering of women ever come together on the issue of ending women and girls incarceration, right?
Well, it's growing, and it's growing every day, and it's going to just continue to grow. We're on a mission, and we mean it.
Thank you, Andrea. Oh, I'm going to turn to my old friend. This man.
Long time.
Been doing this 15 years, Pastor Glasgow.
26. But go ahead.
I'm just talking about you. He's so argumentative. But I suppose that helps you in the work that you have dedicated yourself to. And if you would just talk a bit about that and why that particular work has been so important and defining for you, please.
Wow. I guess you kind of said it in the beginning, that we're here because they see us. And I've lived under the shadow of my brother and family. And never was seen, never was heard, never was paid attention to, always overlooked. And when I got in prison in Polk CI in Florida, during those 14 years, I had an epiphany in 1994 that I was going to change church and everything else that demonized us, secluded us, and outcast us. But I also thought that when I got out, the church and everything else was going to be there to help us, Bruce. And it wasn't. I thought that the people that supposedly was doing all these organizations and groups to be there for us was going to be there and just have open arms, and the funders was going to help us and everything, and it didn't happen. And then I met this guy, Dorsey Nunn, who was on the West Coast and was doing the same thing I was doing, had the same mindset, same mind frame. Then I met Tina, then I met Bruce, then I met everybody else. And we just made up our mind that Asha, you was going to be the one to make it happen. And you went against everything that you were supposed to follow, and we made it happen. And that's what started the FICPFM and continued us in the work that we're doing now. And we had to fight. I remember when we walked in those doors and different conferences and everything, and brought us in DPA conferences and all the conferences they ever had, it was just me and Dorsey. Then it was just me, Dorsey, and Tina. Asha was there, of course, but it wasn't none of us. And we had to make sacrifices to get here and fight a lot of things to be here. Then Norris got out. And then all those additions, you know, and I got to lift up Michael Blaine and all kind of people who died. I got to lift up Eddie Ellis. I got to lift up brothers and sisters who died that was along the way while we got to this fight. So for us to be here today, to look at the work and what started us, all of us.
None.
And we meant that.
Yes.
And we meant that. Yeah. When you talking about you mean it, we meant that. And we didn't care what sacrifices it took, who didn't like it. We was all unapologetic about it. And we still don't care. Now we have a voting apparatus now where we could vote out of the state of Alabama, the most reddest state in the country, from a lawsuit. We're doing it all over the country. We're voting out of jails and prisons all over the country from people's work that's in this room. So when you ask me what helped me start this work, was the visions I had in prison and them lonely nights when I would turn to them walls after the lights go out, and all of our manhood and all, turn into that little boy and cry because nobody hear me, nobody see me, and everybody overlook me. And now I see it was all worth it.
Thank you, Pastor. I want to pick up on something that Andrea said and add to it about all the mothers and the inhumanity of that. I want to say in this space, too, that you're a father, a dedicated father, all your children very close to you. 75% of the men who are incarcerated are active fathers in their children's lives. And it bears mentioning because there's a huge mythology about, in particular, black and brown men wanting to abandon their children. When I know that our ancestors walked as much as 100 miles barefoot to find their families at the end of slavery. And so I wanted to acknowledge that and thank you also for holding your family together and your children together. And before I go on, I don't know if I mentioned the Marshall Project before we began today, but let me just take a moment and thank the brilliant leadership of the Marshall Project, who is co-sponsoring this event. They're dedicated to ensuring coverage of mass incarceration, of criminal justice reform. Many of them, Bill Keller left the New York Times to do this because he realizes that it's one of the most critical threats to our democracy. And so thank you to all who are here from the Marshall Project and for helping to make this happen. And that leaves me turning to you, Tina, who I think I go back with the longest. I don't really remember a time in this work without you. And I want to try to hold it together because I know so much about you, and I want everybody else to know about you, what sort of brought you to this work and what you have dedicated your life to without fail and without break for at least 25 years now. Tina?
Thank you, Asha, and I'm so happy to be up here with my sisters and brothers. I really appreciate it. And Andrea, thank you so much for taking on the charge. It's been 27 years. I walked out of prison with my son. And I, at that point when I walked out, knew that something egregious was happening. I was shackled and handcuffed. When I gave birth to my son, I had other children in foster care. They were threatening to end my parental rights with my children. There were a lot of laws in place that prohibited me from being a mom and a parent. And because I was arrested so many times, I was arrested 61 times and was never offered an alternative to incarceration. And so that sparked my journey. My being dehumanized and oppressed and criminalized for so long, when I came home with my son, I was immediately connected to an organization called Justice Works. And I began sharing my story, began becoming educated about the impact of incarceration on women and families. In 2004, we began to meet together, and some of the women in this room were a part of that initial conversation of Worth, Women on the Rise, telling her story. And we began that conversation. And we decided at that point to infiltrate conferences and presentations, and I mean infiltrate, because we were not invited. Our voices were not heard. Women were not considered. And during the time, the numbers exponentially rose for women's incarceration. And so we were not ever considered in the conversation because even though my brothers were going through it and their numbers were higher than ours, our impact, as far as I was concerned, was deeper because it had to do with my family. It had to do with my community and what I was coming back to. And if my brothers weren't there and we weren't there as women, then what was happening to our children? And so that impacted me so deeply. And I began to do this work out of that. We passed some laws and legislation following many folks in other states to end shackling in New York in 2009, conditions of confinement, laws that really impacted the way in which women were experiencing prison, both in and out. Our Adoption Safe Families Act also passed so that women could maintain parental rights for their children. It was important to do this work. And when we started doing this work 27 years ago, like I said, women were not in the conversation. And so it was necessary for us to do this work and not be invited, but to push our way into those doors and make our voices heard. And there are some phenomenal women that are doing this work and continue to do this work. And when we think about immigration, we think about deportation, we think about the same things that are happening today. The same things are happening today that were happening before. And we need to end this.
Thank you so much for that, Tina. And in the time period, thank you, the time period I think that we're talking about, women's incarceration, black women's incarceration rose by 832%. And it's probably important to also mention, I was in New Zealand earlier this year. For Maori women, it's the same thing. And if you look around the nation, the way that women's incarceration has increased is virtually the same. And so while people tell you not to think about conspiracy theories, I heard somebody say once, well, maybe we don't need to talk about conspiracy. Who needs that when you have a good policy out there? And so when you look at these numbers, you know that we're not talking about acts of personal disruption. You're talking about a policy decision. And for women, no woman on the planet is more criminalized than a black trans woman who cannot pass. Absolutely. There is no woman more targeted, more harmed, more incarcerated. But with that said, and thank you for that incredible framing and the breadth of what you're bringing to the table. So let's set the table. Yes, let's set the table. Let's set it. I want to know what the glass and the plates look like, what food should be on it. Tell me, Bruce, what you hope to hear as we listen to candidates today. And I'm going to ask that of all of you, please.
Well, you know, I really hope to hear an understanding of the criminal records discrimination in America. Right? It's not just formerly incarcerated people. You know, it's 100 million people with convictions. And I want to hear them grasp and tangle with the challenge of saying, here's a second chance, or do the right thing, or here's an alternative to incarceration, but then lead people into an apartheid situation where you're not allowed to vote, you're not allowed to work, you're not allowed to live, you're not allowed to go to school, you're not allowed to everything. You can't even volunteer where your kid goes to school. Right? So, like, how do you make with that? You know, and I feel like if you just don't deal with it, there's plenty of things I don't know about, like what it takes to go to space or whatever. So I have a really childish understanding of what it takes. But there's 100 million of us, including some real deep, heavy-duty experts who've put the work into the policies and the realities of these discriminations, and they need to be working with us and understanding, well, what is it like to get out with a bag over your shoulder and then being told to pay up a week later? Right. There's your freedom tax. Here's your probation parole fee. Here's the extra money you owe from 15 years ago from before you got locked up. How do they make right with second chances and giving people a shot? Or do they really want, and I'm being obviously cynical here, but do they really want people to commit more crimes out of desperation, poverty? Do they want people to really stress out and fall into addiction and go back to prison? You tell me what you want, and whichever you want, we can work towards that.
Thank you for that, Bruce. Wow. Kenny?
Wow. So, you know, we here. And I know you see us now, I know you hear us now, but what I really want is the changes that we went through inside this movement in the last 3 decades of my misogyny, being a preacher over women and all that. My biasness, and when I had to fight for Zahara Green and I had to deal with how other preachers and everybody going to look at me being a preacher and fighting for a transgender person. I had to go through all that. So seeing us and hearing us is one thing, but are you there? Are you going through those same changes to where we're going to change the 13th Amendment, not taking away the exception clause, but killing slavery as it is still written in our Constitution as it still exists? Taking away the contradiction of being enslaved or involuntary servitude as a means of punishment, but yet number 8, Amendment 8 says no cruel and unusual punishment when slavery is the most cruel and unusual punishment that you could ever have. Are we going to change the replica of white supremacy? You hear us. You see us. But you see our electoral power. You see us coming into fruition when we're voting out of jails and prisons because of our work that we started with most of us here. Darcy, but are you changing your mindset, your heart, to where you see us as people? Experts by experience, even when we don't have the education. Experts by experience, even when we don't have the degrees. Experts by experience, even when we don't have your money and your status. That's what I want.
Preacher said a word. Can the church say amen? Can the church say amen? Say a woman too. We getting this table set, y'all. Come on, Andrea. What you gonna throw up on that table?
Well, you know, I want to pick up on what Pastor and Bruce both said. You know, we spent the last 2 years doing a listening tour around the country and talking to incarcerated, formerly incarcerated women and girls. And in Boston, Massachusetts, we're on the last leg of that. Our crew here is Mallory and Janisha and Tahiba are all here and working on that. And Miss Marilyn is working with us now. That shows how the connectivity works when we start to build. Tina and CJI, and we're all working on helping to fund the work of sisters who are deep in the ground, on the ground in their neighborhoods. But we always have this issue. I have the privilege of actually going to, you know, places, going to the Hill, going and talking to different people who have the power. But like Pastor says, we don't always come away feeling as though we've been heard. And so we spent the last 2 years doing this deep conversations around kitchen tables, in prison visiting rooms, you know, to find out what is it? Because the policies that we were seeing and the different pieces of, you know, legislation and so forth that were coming out that were directly affecting us and our communities didn't seem to have anything to do with what we were saying we needed to have. And so we said we're really going to throw the gauntlet down on that, do this listening tour over the last 2 years and really frame out the issues from the voices of the most directly affected women and girls in this country. And that's what we've done, and we have this incredible, you know, we really got tired of reimagining prisons. We're reimagining our communities, and that's the name of our long-term work. And so it's built not from one or two people, it's really built from the voices, the hearts, the expertise of the women around this country that have had the most direct experience, and their children who get a chance to say what it's like to have that experience as well.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And I'll just preview that I want to come back to this question about strategy and expertise, but not before I ask you to put something on this table about what you're hoping to hear today from the candidates, Tina.
What I'm hoping to hear today, because we're still fighting for laws and legislation around shackling, conditions of confinement for women in state facilities. We need not forget our women in state facilities, real legislation and laws, and then implementation of those laws, because we're really good at passing laws, but the implementation needs to be followed up. Inclusion of people who've been directly impacted at the table and development of those policies needs to be a part of this whole process. We cannot be excluded when it's about us. We have the experience and we're experts via our experience. Right? We are not the experience, but we are experts as a result of them. And so we need to be included in the conversations and be in that partnership with those to develop those policies and laws that are going to come through for us.
So, Tina, thank you for that. And let me stay with you, because we had a conversation some many years ago, and it was really powerful to hear you say this. And although I knew it, I hadn't heard it articulated quite in the way you did. And that was about you said that when, you know, you first came home and you were hooked up, many people wanted to hear you for your story. Wanted you to bleed on stage. But they didn't want you there when it came to your strategies. And so I want to just name in this space some of the changes, the reforms that have happened, completely led by, strategized by, staffed by, and won by formerly incarcerated people. And we can just kind of go through popcorn style. You want to start us off, Tina?
Shackling legislation in New York was led by formerly incarcerated women.
That's right.
The conditions of confinement law.
And say more about that for our listening audience.
With women who were impacted by Hep C and HIV. And also the Adoption Safe Families Act in New York, which really changed the legislation in regard to moms maintaining their parental rights. All led by
Talk about what shackling a pregnant woman is like, because there's so many people out there, and some of them may not know exactly what that means. So if you could just say a bit about what that is, because it still exists in some parts of the country.
It sure does. It's 5-point restraints. 2 at shackles at your ankle, at your wrist you have a belly chain, and there's a box that placed in the middle of your stomach. And so there are 5-point restraints, and you're taken from the prison, from the facility to the hospital.
While you're in labor.
While you're in labor, in that way, and you're taken up into the room, and that's when they decide whether or not the chains will be taken off based on the response from the corrections officer. the doctor can demand that they be taken off. But in most cases, because you are an incarcerated person, it may not happen. In many cases, women have suffered as a result of it, and their children have been hurt and harmed as a result of this particular egregious condition of confinement. And so we need to understand that we are harming children and we're harming mothers, because trauma is trauma. And most women end up in prison because they've been traumatized. And we don't look at the trauma that women have experienced. And so when we think about this from this perspective, we know that we have to change this. And so that's my answer.
Thank you so much, Tina. And Pastor Glasgow, let me come to you. What is perhaps, your greatest victory in a policy change that was led by formerly incarcerated people, envisioned by formerly incarcerated people, strategized, fundraised for, and staffed by formerly incarcerated people?
I'm going to say is let my people vote. And getting the lawsuit won in Alabama where people can actually vote out of prison.
Say more about that, because I don't know that people understand that. How many states in the United States can people vote inside prisons?
Only 3 right now, which is Maine and Vermont. And there's only 7% and 9% black and brown folks in Maine and Vermont. We're actually the only and first one at this particular time that ever won a lawsuit where they could vote out of prison. Mississippi is one that we're working on now. Finna happen. Y'all come on now. Finna happen. And so we were able to go back into the draconian and white supremacy laws that exist in the 1901 Constitution of Alabama and get one of their catchphrases and clauses, and was able to win it in the federal lawsuit by the most ultra-conservative judge it was, to where if a person have a certain crime, they never should have lost their voting rights for 106 years. This was pioneered by a lot of us who were formerly incarcerated, a lot of training, a lot of up nights, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning with you. And so I just thank God for all of us being able to do it. Now we have a toolkit. And for those of you that don't know out here, Tasha and everybody here will be able to train you, teach you how to get people to vote out of your jails. That's right. Don't believe the hype. They could vote even though they're locked up in jail. And so I believe that's a secret voting block that's not on the vans or not on their voting list that we're able to change, especially the 2020 election.
It certainly made some changes in 2017. You want to say a little bit more about that?
Well, it made a great change in 2017. We were able to change a 25-year rule of the Republicans in the United States Senator office with Doug Jones against Roy Moore. I got targeted after that, and a lot of people got targeted after that, and a lot of people are still under target. And what I want to say to you is this. When you change the electoral power, there's only 2 kinds of power in existence. That's money power and people power. Guess what? We are the people.
Thank you for that. And, I don't know if it's still true, but it's certainly true in the first part of this millennium that had fully 30% of all black men were disenfranchised in the Deep South. Were that not the case, the Deep South would have been fully democratic since 1984. And so just to think about what that actually means and who's been elected, from Ronald Reagan, who dismantled the social safety net, to George Bush and everything that happened during that presidency, which we forget because of what's happening during this presidency. But Bruce, let me come to you and ask you, which piece of legislation you've worked on that was led by, envisioned by, and strategized by formerly incarcerated people that you're most proud of?
Well, I think the thing I'm most proud of is actually a precursor of our organization, Voters Organized to Educate, was the Angola Special Civics Project, which Norris was a founder of. And those guys, while locked up in Angola, created the first parole law for lifers in Louisiana, the 2045 law. If you had 20 years in, you were 45 years old, you'd be eligible for parole on a life sentence. So I think the very idea that they could muster the network and the power to push that through a legislature in the Deep South, That should blow people's minds for starters.
Yes.
And that was over 20 years ago. And then I want to say that one of the things I'm most proud of actually is building on the lineage of All of Us or None that coined the phrase "ban the box." In San Francisco, someone can throw the year out for me if they want.
2006? 2002.
Yeah, and so Ban the Box has swept the nation since that time. And I learned Ban the Box from Dorsey and Linda and others. And then we passed Ban the Box in Rhode Island. We passed Ban the Box in Louisiana. I learned Unshackling Pregnant Prisoners from Tina. We passed that in Rhode Island. The voting rights thing was entirely us. We took a multimodal strategy approach, movement-based lawyering. We filed a lawsuit. We had legislation and litigation. People across the state working their folks. It was an amazing victory that nobody thought was possible. People threw us to the curb. The non-unanimous jury issue was a ballot initiative where 64% of the Louisiana voters voted to end Jim Crow. Now, no one saw that coming. People thought it might have been 40%, maybe 50%, 64%. We won all but 3 parishes, right? And so, to me, it isn't just about whether you get the win. It's how you get the win. Who gets the win? What you can do with the win. What's the next challenge you're going to take on? And so I think it's really about getting wins that have mobilized people have been the greatest. But, you know, my one piece of legal literature is the racial history of felon disenfranchisement in Louisiana. And that was part of the way we took on the voting rights case and the legislation. And so I'm really proud of being part of that initial seed to grow the thing and grow the movement in a way. And I just want to shout out for a second. I'm having flashbacks as I was in a maximum security that was built in the 1800s and looks just like this. Wow. And the stone walls, the 5x8 cells where your cell looks just like these walls here. And I just want to shout out to all my people who are locked up right now who can't watch this. Well, hopefully they're going to hear about it and they're going to learn about it. And when they get out, they can be about it.
That's right.
Thank you for that, Bruce.
That's right.
And thank you, too, for including the Ban the Box legislation in this. I think it's critical to say that not only have you changed policy, there's also been a narrative shift, right? So it's not as though necessarily Ban the Box ensured what we would have loved, which is like everybody having employment. But what it did do was, for the first time, put the question of the collateral consequences of being incarcerated on the table. And now you can't have a discussion about people being incarcerated without talking about the time after. And so I really appreciate that not only what you all have led has been a shift in law, but a shift in thinking, And Andrea, I'll turn to you on that question about what you are most proud of in terms of the work that you've done with women, both inside. You have melted those walls. Yeah. So both inside and outside of prison with women, and the legislation that you're particularly proud of.
Well, I think everything, every project, every campaign, everything that we do includes our sisters on the inside. And for the most part, that's who's driving the decisions we make around the work that we do. Dignity for incarcerated women was one of those things that Senator Booker, Senator Harris, Senator Warren all worked on. And it was a federal piece of legislation. And I want to point out what Bruce said. It's not the win you get, it's how you get the win. Because if you're not, the women, when you work on anything, any kind of campaign that is about the women inside, the brothers inside, they need to be leading that. That's not something that we do. We're the tools on the outside to carry their voices out.
Absolutely.
And so we are very proud that we worked on that on the federal level of going in back and forth, bringing out the voices and the information about the conditions of confinement of women in the federal system. And it was the ideas and the brilliance of the women inside who said, here's the laundry list of what we need and why we need it. You know, it's not just about having, feminine hygiene products. It's about empowering our people, breaking down those walls so that the men and women and the children who are in prisons in this country, that their voices are heard. The other thing that we're really, really happy about that also came when we were sitting in the prisons, separated from our children, we said we're going to find some way to have an opportunity in front of that judge. And I'm a former criminal defense attorney prior to my incarceration. I stood in front of plenty of judges trying to humanize men and women. But one of the things, particularly parents, we have to come up with some way. It's being worked on by the most directly affected women and girls in 11 states right now, passed in Massachusetts and Tennessee, which is the primary caretaker law. It's a gender-neutral law, but it says, damn it, if you are a parent, you actually matter. You have value. If you have children, your children matter. They have value, and we have to include something that doesn't cause too much disruption procedurally, that the courts can still work with, but that allow these parents to file a motion for the first time. There is a motion that was drafted in Massachusetts by Mallory, who's sitting in the back room right now, which actually speaks to the harm and the violence that prison really is in separating us from our children. And finally, I want to say, Pastor, we used to be 3 states. As you said, we're 2 now. We used to be the 3rd state. In 2000, they used the Constitution to take that right away. And our only black female senator at the time, Diane Wilkerson, said, we shall never, in this country, we should never use the Constitution to take rights away. And so we are actively engaged right now, boots on the ground in Massachusetts, ballot initiative to reinstate the right to vote of incarcerated people.
That's right. Let's do it. Let's do it. And we coming to hell.
You know, let me pick up on what you were saying, Andrea, about humanizing people. And I almost hate that term, right? Like, why do we have to humanize human? You know what I mean? But we actually have to humanize people who are already humans. Can you just take, and thinking especially about many of the people who are listening to us who may not have your experience, your expertise, some of the real myths that exist about people who have been incarcerated. I mean, I remember, things that were said about me because I loved someone who was incarcerated. What kind of woman I must have been. They were said by guards when they were strip searching my husband and, hoping to get him riled up and do something that would get him put in the box. They were said to me by people who said they loved me. And that's my experience, with some remove. But I want to unpack some of those myths, because when we hear things like 1 in 4, 1 in 3, 1 in 2 black men, the other side of that is it's easy to say, well, black men are more criminal, right? So I want to just go behind some of those statistics and unpack for people how they think about folks who have been incarcerated and what they believe that they shouldn't believe because it's mythology. Andrea, would you start us off on that?
Sure. I think I'd like to just say this about that. We are experts of having that experience of living on a prison bunk. We have that expertise, and we need to share that expertise, both in storytelling, but also I want to say, and then I'll leave it up to the rest of the panel, I want to say to FIP, to my people, we are experts on what that is. But if we make the decision to come off and out of that story that we are an expert in and step into the policy-making space, I want you to make sure that you are educated. We cannot just say, just because we have had the opportunity or the experience of being on a prison bunk, that we know what we're talking about when we are doing things that are so dangerous to the forward movement of our movement to end incarceration, liberation of our people. Right. And if you don't understand that, and Asha can give you a hell of a reading list, we have to do it, people. Otherwise, you have to. You're important, and the story is important, but you have to understand the importance. You have to learn, read, educate yourself so that you're sure that you know whose water you're carrying.
Yes, absolutely.
Let me just say, for everybody watching, we've got 2 minutes, that was a masterful media literacy moment. So when you go, no matter who you're interviewing with and no matter what they ask you, you can certainly say, that's nice. Here's what I'm going to say. And so that is what Andrea just did. We have, it's all right. It's all right. We have 2 minutes. And so in that 2 minutes, I'm going to ask and see if you'll answer, what myths do people believe about people who have been incarcerated that you want to disrupt right here, right now, which doesn't undercut anything you said, which I also love, my love. Tina?
So the myth that I want to speak to is the one where women or mothers do not care about their children, or that because they use drugs, that drugs are more important. We have to look at all of the issues that bring a person to that. We have to look at trauma. We have to look at the harm that is done to them. Many women are involved in domestic violence. Many women are involved in domestic violence, and Donna Hilton is here, and she's working on the DVJA implementation in New York. And I think that when we think about all the harms that have done to women and the harm that we do to each other, but looking at the way in which we are harmed, we are not without this moral construct. It isn't that we want to be drug addicts. It isn't that we want to commit crimes. It isn't that we do this without loving our children. In many instances, the things we do, we have to do because we need to survive. And so I think that when we think about the myths that usually are out there, we need to dispel them as formerly incarcerated women and make sure that folks understand exactly what we're up against.
Thank you so much for that. And Bruce, what myth would you want to dispel?
First, I want to say 100 to Andrea, and you get an A today.
Yes. Plus.
But one thing that I think we all kind of tangle with at times, I'm just going to dive in and say about this myth around the violent, nonviolent, and whatever.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
Now, I will speak up. Because just the other week, you know, I was talking, I was in this panel situation, and there was a judge who was talking about whether people were violent at the arrest and then nonviolent later, and she was kind of scorning the idea that someone could be nonviolent later when they were convicted of a nonviolent offense. And so I took the opportunity to say, I was violent once upon a time, one day. I was actually nonviolent when they arrested me a year later. And I was nonviolent a couple years later when I got sentenced. And I was nonviolent when I got paroled. I've been nonviolent as a father. I've been nonviolent as a person in the community. And I've been nonviolent ever since, right? And so I'm not a violent person for life. I'm not a pit bull who bit that you have to continue to worry about whether I'm going to bite you again. I love pit bulls, right? And sometimes maybe they have a reason for biting. Maybe they're under attack. Maybe you don't understand the pit bull, but you definitely don't understand me. And so people to judge me based on one action that happened in 1992 and forever after label me and all my brothers and sisters, we're of the super predator era, right? And since then, we've had Miller v. Alabama. Since then, we started to learn about things that any parent knew about child's mentalities not being fully developed until you're 25, you know? And since then, we've enshrined that in the law. Right? And so that's a good thing. We're moving towards this reality that we're humans that have human emotions, and we're all teenagers once. And for those of us who've been in foster care or homeless or challenged in all those types of ways, I'm just one of thousands and millions of people throughout the country who had challenges that you had to deal with on a daily basis. And realistically, something was probably going to go down at some point. And there was that one time that it went down. But I am not a violent person. And I want people to think about that when they start talking about violent, nonviolent, all that, because that is probably the number one myth that gets in the way of us trying to move towards the end of mass incarceration. We're not going to solve the problem by just having all the, quote, violent people locked up until they die.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that, Bruce. And Pastor Glasgow, I'm going to ask you to take us home. What myth would you dispel as we take our leave from the stage and invite our first candidate up?
So the myth that I would love to dispel is the myth that one size fits all. And the cookie cutter approach to us as being formerly incarcerated people or currently incarcerated people. Because with us, there's no separation between the two. We're just out and they're just in. So the myth I want to take away is once a criminal, always a criminal. You know what's best for us. I would love for people to stop committing malpractice. Organizations and funders to stop setting up criteria for us to find that they set up without even talking to us. That's malpractice. So I would love to take away the myth of you trying to serve me, treat me, clinicize me, or medicate me without even talking to me about my symptoms. Because that's malpractice. A doctor asks you when you go to his office, what's wrong? So he can make a proper diagnosis. I want to take away the myth of your malpractice and ask you to make a proper diagnosis of me and the rest of the formerly and currently incarcerated people. And ask us our symptoms. Then make a diagnosis and let me and you sit down to the table together so we can come up with our plan.
Thank you for bringing us home with that. join me in thanking this incredible panel, Andrea James, Tina Reynolds, Pastor Kenneth Glasgow, and Bruce Riley. Thank you so much. Thank you for setting this table so magnificently. How did that land for you? You feel like the table's been set? Feel like you're ready to have this conversation? So, the first candidate who we're going to be speaking with today is also the first person who agreed when we said, will you come and speak with people who have been system impacted? Will you come and speak with people who have been incarcerated? Will you come inside the site of a former prison and do that? We're going to hear in just a few moments from the junior senator from the state of California and the 2020 Democratic presidential candidate, Senator Kamala Harris, is with us today. She will be joined in conversation by Reverend Vivian Nixon, who has dedicated her life to ensuring that when women come home from prison, they have access to public higher education. And I'll say that has particular resonance with me. My parents were administrators at the City University of New York. I grew up in a family that believed in public higher education. And I knew when they started taking dollar for dollar in New York State, under a Democratic governor, the exact amount of money and putting it into the single largest prison expansion New York had ever known under Mario Cuomo, that there was a correlation between education and incarceration. They will be joined on stage by one of the most popular and brilliant Emmy Award-winning journalists in the field working today, Ari Melber of The Beat. And so we are very, very honored to bring them aboard and up on stage today. But as we do, I was thinking about everybody in California, talking to some friends of mine last night and unbelievably very early this morning. And as I think about the way that the wildfires and the smokes are disrupting people's lives, I also want to bring into the space all of the prisoners who are fighting. I want to remember the prisoners who lost their lives trying to save other people's lives. That's a myth I'd like to disrupt. But with that said, I'm going to make my way off of this stage and ask, please, Ari Melber and Reverend Vivian Nixon and Senator Kamala Harris to please join us on stage today. Or not, or I could keep talking to you and come back over here. There's always that surprise. Who knew? I'm trying to get a signal. Jimmy, who is working so diligently in the back, he's saying keep talking. They're walking up. Here we go. So a little awkward moment, but I don't care. This is the story of my life. It's the story if you've been system impacted, but we see them coming today. And so I'll try that again. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Ari Melber, Reverend Vivian Nixon, and Senator Kamala Harris.
Good day, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the warm welcome for Senator Harris and Vivian Nixon. I'm going to kick us off, and then Vivian's going to ask the first question, and we'll get right into it. Senator, thank you for being here.
It's great to be with you, with all these leaders. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We've been following the same program that you've been watching backstage, and the theme that comes through, obviously, is mass incarceration has been a method where we have seen people disappeared, not only pulled out of their communities, but even after serving their time and doing their work, they return to the communities and are told they don't have a civic voice. They can't vote, as the Reverend was discussing. They can't participate. They are disappeared. And so I think it is obviously quite important that we're not only talking about that today and reflecting on that and learning from experts and the directly impacted, but clearly we're doing something about it, because this is now a discussion that will be led by people who are directly impacted. So that's the spirit. That's all I wanted to say to kick it off. I'm going to turn it over to Vivian to ask the first question. Okay, we've got a microphone on the chair, too.
Oh, I must have missed it. I didn't see it. Thank you. Thank you, Ari. And thank you, Senator Kamala Harris, for joining us, and to every single person in the audience for taking time out of your schedules to be here. It's a small and tight but extremely powerful room. I can look out and see the work that all of you have done to get us to where we are today, so thank you. Senator Harris, today's town hall is the first time a conversation between presidential candidates and impacted people on criminal justice reform has taken place during this election season. You were the first candidate to commit to coming to our town hall today. That's right. Why are you here today, and why have you chosen to prioritize this in your campaign to be the next president of the United States?
Thank you, Reverend. One, it is about my life's work, and it is also about what I know that if we are going to be a nation that is true to our stated values, which includes a stated value to care about humanity, the values that include issues like the age-old concept of redemption. If we are to be true to those values, then we know that the criminal justice system of America and the incarceration system in America has not been humane and has not lived up to those values and must be reformed. Redemption, an age-old concept, right? In the Christian faith, but in many religions, which says, because it knows everyone will make a mistake. For some, that will rise to the level of being a crime. But is it not the sign of a civil society that you allow people their way to earn their way back and give them the support? So yes, there will be accountability, but there also must be a path. And I have visited many prisons. I know what has been going on in the system, which is why way back when I made a very conscious decision to become a prosecutor, knowing how broken and how unjust the criminal justice system of America can be. And so when I was in a position where I didn't have to ask anybody permission, when I was the elected DA of San Francisco, I created one of the first in the nation reentry initiatives, focused on what we must do, understanding that we have to allow people a way to come back to the community and give a path that includes focusing on education, focusing on job skills development, focusing on housing, focusing on the fact that so many are parents who have a natural desire to parent their children, even if not the resources or the skills. And so knowing that you were hosting this forum, I am now running for president, I just wanted to come and be a part of this conversation and lend whatever I could to this important gathering of leaders. So thank you.
Thank you. So just to follow up on that a little bit, I'm going to read you a quote that you may recognize.
Okay.
America has a deep and dark history of people using the power of the prosecutor as an instrument of injustice. I know this history well, of innocent men framed, of charges brought against people without sufficient evidence, of prosecutors hiding information that would exonerate defendants, of the disproportionate application of the law. Do you recognize that quote?
Yes, I do.
This is from your recent memoir.
Yes, those are my words.
And I want you to reflect kind of on the theme of redemption that you just brought up, and the fact that there are progressives who are looking at some of your prosecutorial record and identifying moments that didn't seem so progressive to them. I'm wondering, how do you reconcile that with the decisions you have to make as a prosecutor, and what has changed since that time? What have you learned through the process of having to make hard decisions that didn't please everybody?
Well, there's so much, thankfully, that has changed since that time. Remember, when I decided to become a prosecutor, because frankly, you know, one should know themselves. I knew I wasn't so good asking permission, and I knew I wanted to be in a role where I could implement change in the criminal justice system, and so I decided to, you know, go up the rough side of the mountain and go inside, where I could make decisions. And so when I made a decision to create Back on Track, it was one of the first in the nation. And as you know, folks, when I was elected DA back in 2003, which are the dark ages compared to where we are now in terms of what the country understands we need by way of reform. And so when I created that initiative, people would say to me, why are you giving them jobs? Other people who have not committed any offense need jobs. People would say to me, you're supposed to be a prosecutor, which means you're supposed to be locking people up, not letting them out. And so, but it took a force of will, and I took some hard knocks for it, to say, no, we need to do better. And because I literally pulled out a yellow pad and wrote down and created the program. I said, I know, for example, 18 through 24-year-olds, so many have now been felons for life and branded felons for life because they took a path that appeared to them to be their only path of economic opportunity, which was to sell drugs. And now they are felons for life. I looked at the fact that there were so many who were being arrested, and I said, I'm going to create a program around that population, knowing that 18 through 24, if they were in another circumstance, such as in college, Ari, they'd be called college kids. But when they're in the system and you turn 18, you're considered an adult, period. Even though we know when they're 18 through 24 in college, what do? We put them in dormitories with a resident assistant because we know, and sometimes a curfew, because we know they may not make good decisions sometimes. But for that same population when they're on the street, their entire life can be faced with the burdens of lengthy incarceration, of being prohibited from voting, from being banned from having access to federal resources, including everything from student loans to SNAP to getting able to get a job or qualify for the certificate that is necessary to take on the job that will allow you dignity and a way to support your family. So I created this program, and it included bringing in folks like the building trades, right? The ones who had the apprenticeships, the carpenters were amazing. It included bringing in lawyers to teach these young people, men and women, their rights around. I used to teach street law, so we were teaching them about landlord-tenant and laws like that, so they would have the power that they needed. And we ended up reducing their recidivism by such huge proportions that it became a national model. The Holder Department of Justice designated my program as a model of innovation for law enforcement in the United States. And I knew this work was possible. I knew the work was possible that we did later when I became Attorney General. I wanted to take it statewide. So in the California Department of Justice, which I ran, which is the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, we started a recidivism reduction and reentry division of the State Department of Justice, creating incentives for counties around a state of 40 million people to do exactly what we knew could be done to help re-enter folks. And we also created, because again, I didn't have to ask anybody permission. I was running the agency. So we also created a data collection system. Tell me about deaths in custody. Tell me how many deaths in custody, where. Answer the questions of how those deaths in custody are occurring. Because otherwise the families often can't get answers, but the system is not holding itself accountable.
So, Senator, I want to jump in only because, and I'll do it to everyone, I want to get to audience questions. So I have one follow-up to Vivian's, and then we're going to go to an audience question. Yes. The follow-up is, when you talk about this record, part of your argument has been what you were just saying, which is you were doing a lot of things that were for reform. Yeah. And you've also talked about changing some positions. For example, you've publicly said you back now independent probes when there's police-involved shootings.
Yeah, we can talk about
and there was a shift on that. Mm-hmm. I wonder if, given where we are in the audience we have here, has there been a time where you have seen something that came out of your office, in the prosecutor's office or the AG, and you look back on it and you say, we went too far, or you've said to any impacted family, that sentence was too long. Yeah. Is there a place to say not only everything we did for the right reason at the time, but looking at it now, we went too far. Is that part of your view?
Absolutely. That's why I have been pushing for years for what we need in terms of sentencing reform. You will see from my criminal justice policy when I become president, it includes also doing what we need to do to give federal resources to local counties to process expungements, because there's a real backlog where they occur. It's about taking clemency reviews out of the Department of Justice, because that's the very place where the sentences occurred, and so that there will be an independent analysis of it. It is about legalizing marijuana. It is about taking the profit out of prisons. And so on day one, I will shut down federal funding of for-profit prisons. But here's the other thing, Ari, that I do want to say on this subject. I am the only person on that debate stage who has dedicated their life to reforming this criminal justice system. I've been working on that since the early 2000s. There are a lot of people who have language now about it, but I would ask you to challenge them, ask them, what have they actually done to reform the criminal justice system? And then I will have more of a conversation with you about my record.
So the senator has questions for me, too. We wanted to get that answer, and I want to turn, as promised, to Ivelisse Galestra.
Hi, everybody. First of all, this is great to be here with great minds, survivors. Okay. So my name is Ivelisse Galestra, and I am the community organizer for College and Community Fellowship.
Right.
My question is to you, Senator Harris. Last year, Congress passed the largest criminal justice reform measure in recent history, the First Step Act, which is problematic in itself. You supported the bill, but called it a compromise of a compromise. Yeah. And many criticisms of the legislation and other reform efforts stem from the focus point that it basically geared towards nonviolent and low-level transgressions. Mm-hmm. So if any real progress is to be made to end this narrative, where do we leave serious or even violent transgressions, right? Yeah. So my question is, what is your vision of how we can shift this dominant narrative and social construct and analyze the root of violence in the United States of America and really,
that's right,
really include people with violent transgressions as me, a Latina with a violent transgression, in the conversations,
that's right,
and in the criminal legal efforts,
that's right,
that we are discussing now.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you're right. You're right. I was very critical of the First Step Act, and I actually was unwilling for quite some time to sign on to it. We were able to negotiate as a result of that some improvements, but it's a fine first step. But we need that's like saying you just took a first step, but you need to learn how to walk. We actually need like the plan for step 10. And so it relates to a number of things. It's about what we need to do around so-called serious and violent offenses and what we do around reduction, for example, of sentencing. So you'll see in my plan, and my plan of action when I become president, includes re-examining sentences that are 20 years long or longer and re-evaluating them to determine if there should be a release or a shortening of that sentence. Because I am all too well aware of the fact that you can talk about reform of the system starting today and moving forward, but there are still hundreds and thousands of people who have been incarcerated and are currently incarcerated under the former system, and so we need retroactive application, which the First Step Act did not do adequately.
place to put my notes. There's microphones up here. All right. Everybody ready? Okay. In the early morning hours of October the 27th, 2019, residents woke up to the news reports that a mass shooting had happened here in Hunt County. During the past 24 hours, Hunt County has had a wake-up call to our small town way of life, just like so many other communities have, small or large. Hunt County investigators were on scene of the shooting in a short time frame and began trying to interview witnesses or victims that were not transported to medical facilities. They, along with agents from the FBI, DPS, CID, Department of Homeland Security, Texas Rangers, and ATF, worked the scene for close to 18 hours, processing the crime scene. The scene itself was horrific, with victims' bloods inside and outside the building, different shoes lying inside and outside left behind by people fleeing the building to save their own lives, running to the deputies just outside the building, begging for medical help or seeking safety. During the overnight hours, investigators with the Department of Public Safety, Texas Rangers, and our Hunt County Sheriff's Office continued to work with what little bit of information we had, and we were able to identify the shooter in this case and have obtained an arrest warrant. The suspect, Brandon Ray Gonzalez, 23 years of age, from Greenville, Texas, was taken into custody this morning and charged with capital murder of multiple persons, and was arraigned earlier by Justice of the Peace Wayne Money, and a bond was set at $1 million. This investigation is not complete, and I ask that over the 200,000 people that viewed the Hunt County Crime Stoppers social media posts and numerous people that called in tips to our tip line, to keep that information coming to our investigators so that they can review the information for possible evidence in this case. This arrest would not have been possible without the tremendous support we received from our state and federal partners that provided resources for us that we would not normally have access to. I'm happy to report that as of this press conference, that the remaining victims in the hospital, there are 4 in good condition and 1 is still in critical condition. I would like to personally thank Governor Greg Abbott for reaching out to me and offering any assistance that the state of Texas could provide. I want to ask everyone to take this matter to heart and to learn what to do in these situations and how to protect themselves. I would also like to personally recognize Sergeant Caleb Pippin and Deputy Jonathan Beasley and all the officers that responded to that horrific scene for their professionalism and going above and beyond the call of duty. Any questions? We don't have a motive at this time.
Has he cooperated with your investigators?
We have visited with him. He's cooperated some, but not a whole lot.
How did you guys identify?
We just kept pushing and pushing until people finally started coming forward. And once one person came forward with a little bit of information, then that led to another little bit of information, and investigators were able to keep on pushing until we got the name of the suspect.
Do you still think this was targeted? That he went in there, Gonzalez went there to go after someone?
You know, he hasn't said that, but we still believe that, as I said in the press, there's a lot of evidence to collect, and we've collected quite a bit. But we're still following leads. We're still following, running search warrants for other evidence that we might need to have in this case.
Sheriff, can you talk about how you were able to find Brandon, where he was at the time that he was arrested this morning?
Yes, he works for a local auto dealership here, and we had information that he worked there, and that's where that we went and placed him under arrest.
He went to work this morning?
He went to work this morning.
Despite what happened over the weekend?
Despite what happened Saturday night. Yes.
It's still
no idea on what might have led him to do this? No motive? Was it drugs? Was it revenge for something else, Sheriff?
Right at this time, we just do not have a motive.
Did he go peacefully when your deputy
Yes,
showed up?
yes, there was no problems at all.
So he had been interviewed before this?
No,
The arrest?
no. Him, the shooter? No.
So was he the guy with the blue video that they previously said?
Was he the guy with what?
The blue video.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you say whether it was the skip that came in that led to him, or your investigators alone?
Well, it's kind of a little bit of both, Brad. Like I said, we kept pushing and pushing, and we finally got one tip that led to another, and we were able to come up with the identity of the shooter.
Where's the, you know, the surveillance cameras in that area? Did that help in also identifying?
We didn't, there was no surveillance cameras at that location. We didn't get any information at all.
Sheriff, this shooting has been called by a lot of people in the media a mass shooting.
Correct.
How would you describe this?
I would describe this as a capital murder case. I wouldn't describe it as a mass shooting. We believe one person was targeted, and for some unknown reason to us, he decided to go ahead and shoot other folks. So I wouldn't classify it as a mass shooting.
Have you all dealt with this guy before, Sheriff?
He had a minor traffic charge, I think, back in the summer, and that's been it.
Did you recover the weapon from his house or from auto dealership or vehicle or anything?
We have not yet.
Still think it was a 9mm?
Yes, we do. Any other questions? I'm sorry, I can't hear. He's cooperating with us, yes.
Has he revealed anything about why he went there that night?
No, he has not.
You still think he was not a party goer, that he showed up specifically for this, Sheriff?
I believe so.
Does he have an attorney appointed yet?
He does not, that I know of.
Are you guys going to make available a mugshot of him?
Yes, we'll have it available as soon as this press conference is over with.
Did you have any indication of a connection between him and the victim?
Of him and the victim? He hasn't indicated that to us. We believe some of the evidence points to that, though. That I just can't disclose right now.
I know the party was a homecoming festivity of sorts, non-sanctioned from Haven Commerce.
That's correct.
Suspects. Did he have any ties to the school at all? Past student, current student?
That I don't know.
You said
I'm sorry.
cooperative. Does that include, has he made an admission that this was him?
He has not. He's been cooperative on other things, but not about that.
Like what, Sheriff?
Well, he's just been cooperative. He has told us he was there. We do know that much, but as far as actually being the shooter, he has not admitted that to us at all.
Has the weapon been recovered yet?
No, not yet.
Sheriff, any idea where his solace was between the shooting and showing up to work this morning?
No. We just haven't got that far yet. We're still working it. Still a lot of preliminary investigation going on right now. But I thought it was very important to go ahead and let you know that we have made an arrest and that he's in custody with a very high bond.
Can you identify where he worked?
Sir?
Can you identify where he worked?
It's just a local auto dealership here. I'm not gonna say the name. I have to run for re-election here.
What was his position there, Sheriff?
I believe a mechanic.
Do you anticipate any other arrests in connection with this case?
No, I do not, Brad. Sure don't. All right. Listen, it's been said, I was told it's been said that we haven't been compassionate over here at Hunt County. Well, I want to say this. We were compassionate enough to make an arrest. And we care about these people, and we care about their families, and our thoughts and prayers go out to all of them, all the people that were there, all the people that were injured. I know it was a traumatic experience for everyone, and we are compassionate. We do care. Thank you.
To speak to real grassroots organizers, to work with real grassroots organizers beyond your personal feelings, to begin to create some real change in this city. Because tomorrow it could be one of us, tomorrow it could be one of you. What we're saying is enough is enough. We have several speakers here who will speak from their personal views as well as their organizational views. But let's make something very clear. We can no longer be silent. We can no longer stay within our own homes and say, it's not me, because it does affect you. It affects every one of us. Every lost life, every stolen life affects the entire city of Charlotte. And many of them are people under the age of 21 years old. They haven't even begun to live their lives. Every one of us, every adult, should be deeply concerned about what's happening here in this city. The city that we call beautiful, it is beautiful on the outside. But the underbelly of the city of Charlotte is very ugly. And poor people are bearing the brunt of the most harm. I now bring to you Christy Puckett Williams from the ACLU.
So I will not be speaking on behalf of the ACLU today, but I will be speaking on behalf of victims and survivors of domestic violence, as this month is Domestic Violence Month. And as we focus on our homicides in our city, we see a large chunk of those homicides are domestic violence related. And we know that if we begin to address the violence that people endure within their homes, that we will begin to see a decrease in the violence in our streets. Because the violence that we see in our homes, in our streets, is a direct reflection of the violence that people exist and endure in their homes every day. And our response to that crime has been lackluster at best in the city. And until we begin to address, as Corinne Mack said, the trauma that people are enduring every day, as well as the violence of poverty every single day in the city that has so many resources, we will continue to see a rise in crime with our neighbors. And so we implore the city to get proximate to the issues so they can begin to change how they respond to those issues, because we cannot continue to address social, economic, and political issues with things like incarceration, things that we know don't address the issue. We can lock as many people up as we do. We are the #1 incarcerated in the world, yet our violent crime is also #1 in the world. So incarceration isn't working. We need more efforts. We need to address the trauma that exists within the community, as well as the generational trauma that is passed from generation to generation by the lack of economic mobility that we see manifesting itself today in our community. Until we address those things, we will not see a decrease. And we can have as many police as possible, and we'll still see crime, because we're not addressing the underlying issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy.
Yeah, no problem.
I bring to you Ms. Lucille Puckett.
Good evening. My name is Lucille Puckett. I am a victim of homicide in the city of Charlotte. I lost my son in 2016, and it seems like yesterday. And especially because look at the homicide rate. We're at 91 this year alone. We're looking to reach well over 100 by the end of this year. And that needs to stop. Because no mother should have to bury their child, especially to gun violence. The pain never stops. The pain never goes away. And each and every time that I hear of another mother have lost their child, it reopens the wounds for me and my child. We need our elected officials to step up to the plate. When you go out to these homicides, crime scenes as I do, I don't see any of them. They need to be present to let the community know that they are in the community, and they are just as concerned about what is going on in the community as they is about bringing all the economic development and, the RNC and things like that to our city. It's important that our leaders are out in our communities to say no more, stop the crime. They need to invest in our communities, because when you have a community that's hopeless, you're going to continue to see the crime rate. These young people do not feel like no one really cares about them. So if they have no hope for their own future, why do we think that they're going to have any hope or any concerns for the lives that they take? So I lost my son again in 2016. But who knows whose son? Not only a son, look at, we had a young lady gunned down in the streets. So it's not just affecting young African-American males. It's now boiling over to our females and our children. No child. A couple of years ago, July the 4th, we lost a 7-year-old. No child should be gunned down to gun violence. We have to say, stop the violence. There is another way. You put down the guns, you live, and the person lives to see tomorrow. And families do not have to be affected in this way. Because when I say the pain never stops, it never stops. And every day I'm reminded of my son, Sean Lamar Hartman. I wear a bullet around my neck. This represents how my son was gunned down 5 times, execution style. 1 time in the back, 1 time in the chest, and 3 times in the head. And our law enforcement, our legal system, they want to give a pat on the wrist. They want to pretty much say, hey, go out and do it again when you're offered a 5-year plea bargain for a life taken so brutally, so violently. So it's letting the criminals know, hey, I could commit murder. I may get some time. I may not. I may get a little amount of time. So we have to also change that system. The person that murdered my son is out on an ankle monitor right now, waiting trial. I said they need to do away with that. You take someone's life, you shouldn't be out on an ankle monitor. Who knows who might be next? I fear for my life because he shot at me also twice. So we have to put an end to gun violence. We need to change. We need to change here in Charlotte.
I want to reiterate what Lucille just said. Her son was gunned down in front of her and her younger children. The person who killed her son also shot at her. This is what's happening here in the city of Charlotte. And so when we hear our elected political leaders say things are wonderful, things are great, that is not the reality for many of the black and brown communities in this city. Let's be very clear. A bullet has no name. Any person could get killed at any given time with the level in which we have shootings happening here in Charlotte right now. More importantly, if we do not deal with the trauma of black and brown people, if we do not deal with the poverty of black and brown people, what are we really doing in this city? It has now been 4 years since we first discussed poverty and spent millions of dollars to research poverty in the black and brown communities. Research poverty while folks are getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. We've discussed affordable housing, which is just a slogan because it's not affordable. There's no real conversation about low-income housing. When we talk about violence happening in Charlotte, violence is happening in many different ways in black and brown communities. But this particular press conference is about the killing of black and brown people, the killing of women, and no one being held accountable. We must find ways to implement changes in how they interact with one another, we interact with one another, and all of us interact with one another. Because we can no longer say to ourselves, it's not happening in my community. It's happening in every community. We've had folks killed on the south side as well as the west side. Folks killed on the east side as well as the north side. Each of us in this city has a responsibility. And when you hear this mother telling her story of pain and trauma, who lives through it every single day, she's one of at least 91 families going through the exact same thing. I want you to vision that. How many families are being affected? And when those families are affected, those communities are being affected. We beseech each and every city council person, the mayor, the city manager, county commissioner, county managers, and every person in law enforcement to begin to sit down and have a real conversation about how we collectively are going to change the way we interact here in this city. We can no longer have the facades and the positive narratives put out there when the fact is people are hurting and people are dying every single day. Thank you, and God bless you. Questions?
So, Ms. Mack, you'd like all the council people in law enforcement just to come together and discuss new ideas, or what do you think?
I want them to come together with grassroots leaders. As I stated in my initial statement, what's happening here in Charlotte is that there are cliques, and that's the way it's been for many years. That's the Charlotte way. I like you, you like me, you're not threatening, so come on, let's come and have this conversation. What are you doing right now? Oh, you're doing something? Here's a grant. Here's a grant. Here's a grant. Let me give you a reward or an award because you're doing such a wonderful job. When the fact is there's been no real change in the city. In fact, it's worsened. And we're saying that we must be real clear and intentional about what we're going to do in the city. We don't have to personally like one another, but we must find ways to work together. And when I say we, I'm not speaking French. I'm talking about the collective, truly unifying, brainstorming on how we're going to go in these communities and embrace people and meet them just where they are. These are human beings who need us. They need us. And it's our responsibility, each and every one of us, to go in these communities and give them the tools and the resources they need in order to come out of the situation they're in. Poverty in itself is violent. That's it. Anyone else?
What is the frustration level like for you all? I know you said you're tired of speaking at city council meetings because it seems like people aren't listening and they're just not paying attention. What is the frustration level like?
My deepest frustration, quite frankly, is that as an African American woman, I'm watching African Americans in leadership who are acting as if they're not black, acting as if they never went through these kinds of trials in their life. Because now they've arrived. They're in the ivory tower looking down at people, like some white counterparts have done. And many of us in the black community decided to vote for them because we thought that they were going to be the savior. Guess what? They're not saving us. They're not helping us. And so I'm concerned about the fact that people who look like me are doing as much harm as anyone else to our black and brown communities.
You kind of outlined a few things you'd like to see.
Yes.
What do you want to see city council, law enforcement actually to kind of quell this situation?
Well, first of all, the notion of having more cops kills that notion. More cops does not make black people safe. That's been proven. What we believe is that there needs to be something called harm-free zones set up, where black and brown people who live in these communities have a responsibility in their own communities to begin to have these real conversations, to be taught conflict resolution, to be taught implicit bias, because black people are biased towards their own people as well. Let's not get that twisted. Economic, changes in your lifestyle may make you think, oh, I'm better than you. But the fact is this: we are all simply people, and we all want the same thing, a good quality of life. But we're talking about people who have generational poverty. And what are the effects of generational poverty? Well, when you've never had that, you don't understand it. So my white sisters and brothers, and as you can see, we are very diverse in the NAACP of Charlotte-Mecklenburg. We had these conversations. If you've never lived it, you don't know the experience. You don't know the trauma, the hurt that we go through. As a woman, a black woman who has a son, I fear every single day. A black mother is teaching their child how to interact when they leave the streets, not just with police officers, but with your brethren. Because we know stepping on someone's new Nikes may get you killed. Looking at the wrong girl may get you killed. And so we're teaching people who are so young, who should just be enjoying life, how to live another day. That's the conversation in black communities and brown communities. And my white counterparts have a responsibility. Those who are doing well have a responsibility. Those who are elected into office have a responsibility. Not just to beautify the city by building new buildings, by building new basketball courts and new sports arenas, but to really begin to look at the life of people who have been impoverished for generations. And how do we break that generational curse? How do we stop that? How do we give them the tools? How do we give them the jobs and the careers so that they can move on and be viable in this city and feel good about themselves. Teach them how to love themselves. That's what we want to do. So we're talking about bringing grassroots organizations, bringing faith organizations who are doing the real work, not the ones that you like, but those who are doing the real work to the table with the police, with the fire department, with city council, with the county, and figure this thing out. It's up to us to be mature and respectable adults in this situation and save lives.
Are you concerned about a certain need of you saying he's going to retire, that sort of thing moving forward?
I am not. I happen to like Chief Putney as a human being, but by virtue of holding the position of chief, you're already an overseer. You're already an oppressor. That title in itself in the police department itself has the whole connotation of being an oppressor. This building may look simply like a nice-looking building, but in this building house many people who believe that law enforcement means when I come into the black and brown community, be ready to shoot and kill. That in itself is the problem. You see every single day my white citizen brothers who interact with the cops in a very threatening way, having an opportunity to leave that situation and be arrested, be processed, and go home to their families. That doesn't happen in our community. If we call the cops because we are concerned, which is what we're supposed to do as concerned citizens, the likelihood is we may not come out of it alive. So not only are we having issues of how we interact in our own communities, we have issues with calling the police department, who has been now placed in position, who swore to protect and serve, who see us as the enemy, because black people are criminalized and demonized every single day. I'm no different from you. I want the same things you want. It's going to take some real conversations and really laying down who we are as people and a whole notion of who we think people are to really have a deep conversation about what's really going on. And the first thing is people have to acknowledge that they've wronged us. We have been wronged for centuries and nobody wants to talk about it. But we're going to have that conversation now. We must have that conversation now so that we can save those who need to be saved. Anyone else? Thank you. We appreciate you coming out today.
Get a shot at the police.
And God bless you. God bless you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. Good evening to those of you on our East Coast side. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. We are taking a live look right now over the Getty fire out in Southern California. This already has escalated multiple acres as it got started early Monday morning around 1:30 a.m. along the 405 freeway near the Getty Center. Many homes have been evacuated. There's about 10,000 structures that are threatened, and that's according to fire officials. And they're also describing this blaze as a, quote, very dynamic, moving in a westward direction, driven by high winds. National Weather Service said winds had gotten up to 66 miles per hour in that area. Now we are taking a live look right now with Sky Fox. I'm going to show you what happened just a few minutes ago. We were getting a live look out at some of that damage that is from this home area, and you can see this is definitely an area where firefighters have been working hard. There are 1,100 firefighters out here helping battle this blaze here. As you can see, they're taking just a little rest. Earlier, they'd been shoveling all day long, trying to help break up some of those lines where the fire was moving from.
Trying to get those containment numbers up. Right now, this actually is the most...
Now, a wind-driven brush fire chewed through these hillside communities. As we've been reporting, there are more than 600 acres that have been burning. people did have to flee from their homes through the middle of the night. Los Angeles Fire Department chief saying despite firefighters' efforts, at least 8 homes have been destroyed, 5 others were damaged. Now that the winds have died down, as you can see, they do have aircrafts also up in the air again, helping fight this fire from above. So again, I wanted just to show you some of these things that had happened just a little bit earlier. Now going back to our live look, you can see community of homes very empty on those streets again, as many people have had to be evacuated because of this fire threat.
You know what I mean?
Firefighters even saying earlier in the morning time,
Maybe it's
saying
where
that
they're
they
picking up
expect to
the
be
water.
out
Maybe
here
it's not
for
actually at the fire.
many hours.
The helicopters are flying again.
Helicopters flying over this area again, not only assessing the fire, seeing which pattern and where it's going, but also helping attack the fire from above. And again, this fire is just over 600 acres right along that 405 freeway where it's already destroyed homes here in LA. We are taking a live look with Sky Fox. And there is a look at the firefighters in those neighborhoods where obviously homes have been threatened by this fire. You can see at least one of them right now smoking. You can see fire crews outside of this home trying to work on this situation. Again, people were told in the middle of the night even that they should be evacuating and to, I'm going to say the swear word, get the hell out. That is exactly what people in this area were told. 10,000 structures, again, in the path of this fire. Again, this is the Getty Fire in the Los Angeles area. Now, as I mentioned, the fire had erupted early Monday morning, just around 1:30, and this was to the west of the 405. It's believed the fire started to be just about 3 or 4 acres, but then spread to 40, and by noontime it was reported at 618. So again, latest numbers have come in by noon saying 618 at 0% contained. Again, they do have 1,100 firefighters out there trying to help contain and get those numbers at least a little bit up from 0% contained. As you can see, many of them on this hillside here where we can see a lot of smoke rising up in the air. And there they go, firefighters after a short break back to work. Again, there are 1,100 firefighters out here just at this Getty fire, trying to work on getting at least a little bit of it contained. At noon, our latest update on those numbers said that it had destroyed 618 acres and it was 0% contained. As you can see, not only are firefighters on the ground, we've also been watching some air support being operated by also the area. So we do have both helicopters and winged planes up above trying to help, especially now that the wind has died down for a little bit. And again, this is just along the 405 freeway out in California. And as we're taking a look, you might be wondering, why is there not a lot of traffic there? The southbound 405 freeway from the 101 freeway to Sunset Boulevard was closed earlier this morning. That's according to California Highway Patrol. All on and off ramps from Valley Vista to Sunset Boulevard in both directions right off that 405 freeway were also closed, as well as some other areas. So that's why we're taking this live look up above. You can see how close this fire is, especially with multiple different locations that seem to still be smoldering at least a little bit as we see that smoke and kind of go across the freeway there. There were several Los Angeles area schools that were closed because of the wildfire had erupted overnight near that Getty Center. And there are more than 2,600 customers without power. That was earlier in the morning, then the number was decreased later in the day. Now, this afternoon, California Governor Gavin Newsom had announced from a press conference in Sacramento just this afternoon that the state has secured a fire management assistance grant from the Federal Emergency Management Agency to help ensure the availability of resources to fight this Getty fire. Now, again, this is according to the mayor this afternoon. And he also had declared a statewide emergency due to the dangerous weather conditions, which have resulted in multiple fires and evacuations across the state. Again, this is a live look near the 405 freeway. This is called the Getty Fire. And while the cause of the fire is still under investigation, during a press conference, it was said there is an active arson investigation going on, adding that the fire was not the result of homeless encampment or any activity by homeless people in the area. So again, that's all according to the latest presser that we had earlier this afternoon.
Good afternoon or evening, everyone, depending on where you are watching. Fox News now from Pilar Arias. Been with you here for the last 6 minutes or so, getting some more things ready to go for you. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on the Getty fire here. Our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles, providing us these aerials from Sky Fox. Such sad news there. You just see people's homes in danger or already on fire, and it just makes you really grateful for what you have. And we've got a lot of people there in California in our thoughts and prayers as we continue to cover this breaking news event in California. We are expecting a live news conference any moment now. When and if that happens, I will bring it to you here on News Now. Meanwhile, we're going to take you to a House Committee on Homeland Security hearing from today called Tackling Human Trafficking, Assessing Federal, State, and Local Information Sharing Efforts. That is next, right here on News Now.
The Subcommittee on Intelligence and Counterterrorism will come to order. The subcommittee is meeting today to receive testimony on tackling human trafficking, assessing federal, state, and local information sharing efforts. Before I pass this off to Ranking Member Walker, first of all, thank you for being so hospitable to this New Yorker. If I may just take a point of privilege and say, it has been an incredible honor to serve with Ranking Member Walker. You all have, I believe, one of, if not the best members of Congress representing you. Someone I learned from, someone it is a great privilege and honor to work with. And I think we're certainly making the country a better place. So thank you for the great privilege of allowing him to keep on coming back. And with that, sir, I'll recognize you for the opening statement, as this is your home territory.
Thank you, Chairman Rose. We may have to get you a little barbecue today before we get back to D.C. I don't know how New Yorkers do barbecue, but we've got a couple ways we do it in North Carolina here. But it is a privilege to work with you in getting to know you the last couple of years. Just your heart to get to really the bottom line of these kinds of issues. And a lot of experience coming from New York, specifically in this area, and appreciate the opportunity to work, appreciate the opportunity to have you here in New York. On behalf of my fellow North Carolinians, I would like to welcome all of you today, as well as the other members of the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Counterterrorism to my home state. I would also like to thank the Chairman for agreeing to hold this important hearing on human trafficking. I believe this is the first federal hearing since 1921 here in central North Carolina. As you all know, human trafficking is a despicable crime that continues to plague the nation. Before I get into the numbers, I also wanted to take just a moment and acknowledge the incredible work of our armed services in taking out someone who certainly was no stranger to human trafficking, and that was al-Baghdadi, the leader of ISIS. Applaud certainly the administration and specifically the great men and women on special forces and other really other servicemen and women who support that to really make a huge difference to eradicate such beings from the planet. In human trafficking, let's look at a couple numbers here. Since 2018, or in 2018, there were 10,949 human trafficking cases that were reported through the national hotline. Trafficking occurs in every state across the country. The vast majority relate to sex trafficking, and the victims and women are girls. Sadly, human trafficking is one of the fastest growing crimes in the United States. Our major highway system, our agriculture economy, and a growing number of criminal gangs have increased the prevalence of human trafficking within North Carolina, with some cases reported even in our district. Some things that I'm sure that Sheriff Sam Page from Rockingham County here today with us can testify. Last year, 287 cases of human trafficking were reported through the hotline in North Carolina, ranking the state 10th in the nation. This is a fraction of the cases reported in California, Texas, Florida, and elsewhere, largely due to the efforts made by stakeholders across the state to coordinate efforts, develop training, and partner with victim services providers. And I will tell you, there's some wonderful ladies on the back, not the back row, but sitting back there, that we have worked on several different statewide occasions that are doing incredible work, not just on state-sponsored thing, but a lot of the nonprofits that really make a difference in the lives. Certainly much more needs to be done to combat this activity, and I'm proud that today's hearing can highlight the important work that is going on across North Carolina. Several state laws have been enacted, which is good, including the permanent creation of the Human Trafficking Commission, which is making annual recommendations to the state legislature on additional authorities and is working with the State Bureau of Investigation to develop a statewide training program and best practices for law enforcement. I have made combating human trafficking a priority in my office for the very first day. I was proud to be the first freshman of the 114th class to pass a bill through the House. This bill, the Human Trafficking Detection Act of 2015, works to train and inform DHS personnel to do better in detecting and intercepting human traffickers as well as their victims. Specific to their professional roles, as well as the making and the training curricula available to all state, local, and private sector partners. I am interested in the hearing from our witnesses today about how the implementation of this law has assisted in the cooperation with all levels of government in their efforts. However, as legislators, we know there is much more that needs to be done. We must continue to work in a bipartisan fashion to solve the complex problems related to human trafficking and ensure those on the front lines have the necessary tools that they need. From talking with victims, advocacy groups, law enforcement, and government agencies across the state, there is no doubt there is a need and a desire for more coordination, training, public awareness, and victim services. I look forward to hearing from our distinguished panel today and learning about how Congress can even further assist their ongoing efforts to combat these international afflictions. This problem is bigger than any one jurisdiction's resources. Again, I want to thank Chairman Rose and Ms. Jackson-Lee for joining us today. I think Ms. Jackson-Lee may not be here. We're waiting on that, but for this important hearing. I also want to express my sincere appreciation for the witnesses, both for appearing here today and for the work that you do every day. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ranking Member Walker. Before I pass it back to you, just to introduce the witnesses, I'd like to just certainly point to a few pieces of legislation I think are of critical importance. One is sponsored by my fellow New Yorker, Representative Carolyn Maloney, the Business Supply Chain Transparency on Trafficking and Slavery Act. It would force large corporations, any company that makes $100 million or more a year, to tell Americans every year what measures the company has taken to identify and address conditions of forced labor, slavery, human trafficking, and child labor. But beyond that, today I'm eager to hear from the witnesses as to how we can provide a whole of government, a whole of society approach to tackling this incredibly difficult, incredibly complex problem that produces untold levels of sorrow and misery. And I believe communities across the country, I do not think that there's any community in the United States of America that is not in some way, shape, or form dealing with this problem. And then in addition, I'm also interested to hear from our witnesses today how we can use the tools of law enforcement available to us, but also how we can use the public health and social service-based tools available to us as well to not only address this problem and the consequences of it, but to also prevent it from arising in the first place. So with that, Ranking Member, I'll pass it back to you again to introduce this exceptional panel of witnesses.
Thank you, Chairman Rose. I appreciate the courtesy of allowing me to introduce this impressive panel who collectively, I think together, we added up, has over 100 years of public service. So we thank you for each of you for that. First, we will hear from Ms. Christine Shaw Long. Ms. Long serves as the Executive Director of the North Carolina Human Trafficking Commission for the North Carolina Judicial Branch. She previously worked and spent 15 years with the Salvation Army of Wake County as the Director of Social Ministries. She also served 4 years on the North Carolina Human Trafficking Commission and on the Salvation Army's North American Anti-Human Trafficking Council. In 2017, she was presented with the National Salvation Army Excellence in Social Work Award. Ms. Long, thank you for your years of dedicated service to human trafficking victims. Secondly, we will hear from Mr. Ronnie Martinez. Mr. Martinez is the Special Agent in charge of the Charlotte Field Office for Homeland Security Investigations within the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. Martinez spent over 27 years of law enforcement, experience. Mr. Martinez has also held several leadership positions within HSI, including Missouri, Washington, and California. Mr. Martinez began his law enforcement career in 1992 with the U.S. Customs Service and served our country in the United States Navy from 1985 to 1989. Thank you for your service, Mr. Martinez, and being here today. Our third witness is Mr. Carl Wall, the Special Agent in charge of the Human Trafficking Unit for the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigations. Special Agent in charge Wall has worked in numerous local law enforcement positions during his 26-year career. His prior positions include serving as a Wake County Deputy Sheriff, North Carolina SBI drug agent, and a DEA task force officer and special agent in charge for the SBI training session. It's a lot of initials there, but I think we've got them covered here. Since 2018, Special Agent Wall has been standing up for the SBI's first human trafficking unit. I appreciate your participation today. Our final witness today is Colonel Andre Azelton. Colonel Azelton is the Chief Deputy at the Randolph County Sheriff's Office. She is a 24-year law enforcement veteran, including 10 years as a detective. She has worked in both Randolph and Alamance County. I think from what I heard last time that Randolph stole you back from Alamance County, but we'll maybe not get into that today. But Colonel Azelton served as a lead homicide investigator in Randolph County and specialized as a human trafficking investigator in Alamance County before returning to Randolph County as the first female chief deputy. Thank you all for appearing here today. I look forward to your testimony and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I would also just like to point out how absolutely beautiful this building is. They don't build stuff like this in New York anymore. So without objection, the witness's full statements will be inserted in the record. I now ask each witness to summarize his or her statement for 5 minutes, beginning with Ms. Christine Shaw Long.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Rose, Ranking Member Walker. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today on this critically important topic. It is an honor to speak on behalf of the many dedicated professionals appointed to the North Carolina Human Trafficking Commission. I currently serve as the Executive Director and only staff for the Commission. Our commission was created by the North Carolina General Assembly in 2012 and was reconfigured in 2013 during the passage of our Safe Harbor Law. The commission consists of 12 appointed members and 3 ex officio judicial seats. Of the 12 voting members, 4 are appointed by the governor, 4 by the North Carolina Speaker of the House of Representatives, and 4 by the North Carolina President pro tempore of the Senate. The statutory charge of the commission is summarized as to apply for and receive funding on behalf of the state, to fund and facilitate research, to assist in creating measurement, assessment, and accountability mechanisms, to inform and educate law enforcement personnel, social service providers, and the general public, to suggest new policies, procedures, legislation, and to assist in developing regional response teams or coordinated efforts, and to identify gaps and recommend solutions. So since 2014, the Commission has participated in several state, regional, and national roundtables or compendiums. In addition, we have also invited regional response programs and providers from the mountains to the coast to share trends they are seeing as well as their program strengths and needs. These experts and many others have given us tremendous insight into gaps across the state and ways to address those gaps. Additionally, state and national experts, as well as survivors, have provided key information and advice for potential changes. Informed by these stakeholders, the Human Trafficking Commission has launched efforts, partnerships, and projects to make steps towards fulfilling our statutory charge. Some of our successes have been conducting a statewide multidisciplinary symposium annually for the past 3 years, distribution of $1.35 million in direct service grants through a one-time state appropriation, mandatory posting of awareness posters in 19,000 locations across the state, and multiple legislative actions that strengthen our laws or create remedies for our victims. Although colleagues beside me today will add much more detail regarding the trends being seen across North Carolina, I can tell you that our state continues to see cases of both sex and labor trafficking crossing all demographic lines. Stories from steadfast providers in the field continue to indicate numerous industries in which cases are being identified, and the opioid epidemic continues to further complicate case management and outreach efforts. While working in the field of human trafficking can be exhausting, I can also speak to how inspirational it is to have dedicated law enforcement, service providers, and community members working alongside each other daily. I would like to highlight two of the collaborations seen within the state. These examples include federal, state, and local levels all working in tandem. First, the process of drafting a statewide human trafficking resource directory has demonstrated to us that there's roughly 24 multidisciplinary regional response programs, task forces on a local level, or local coalitions working across the state. These are groups of both government and non-government that are either providing 24/7 response to the National Human Trafficking Hotline, are coordinating providers in order to ensure wraparound services, or are strategically planning action in areas of their community. A second partnership example is the North Carolina Coalition Against Human Trafficking, or NCCAT as we call it. In its original grassroots form, this organization consisted of committed advocates, law enforcement, and service providers, meeting regularly as an informal membership. These professionals initiated projects aimed at building awareness and response across the state in the earlier days. The collective impact model of NCCAT was monumental in the establishment of the Human Trafficking Commission, and NCCAT holds a seat on the commission. Other statewide projects, research, and grants have also included the commission and NCCAT as part of their advisory committees, which then continues to enhance the collective impact at both a macro and a micro level in the state. As you know all too well, large issues such as this one are met with many obstacles. It seems prudent to share some of those challenges facing North Carolina. One main challenge is with statewide mobilization and action is funding. The commission is currently staffed with a state appropriation that ends before the fiscal year closes. Not only does the commission need reoccurring funding to continue progress towards its statutory charge, but our state desperately needs a state-funded task force to ensure cases are taken from initial identification to proper and full victim service provision, and finally to prosecution of the trafficker. Furthermore, we also believe that it is critical to address prevention efforts and prioritize those in funding as well. As with many states, another issue facing us is lack of comprehensive services throughout the state. While we have a few NGOs operating with federal or state funding, there are still many, many gaps in service provision, such as emergency and transitional housing. In addition, expansion of some services and development of additional specialties, such as alternative therapies, is a critical piece in the puzzle. So in summation, human trafficking is sometimes referred to as a public health, a social justice, human rights, and a public safety issue. North Carolina recognizes that it will take everyone working together to end this horrific crime. It is vital that we continue these partnerships and collaborations. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We appreciate your interest and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
You want to introduce him or you? You go ahead. Thank you for your testimony. I now recognize Mr. Ronnie Martinez to summarize his statement for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rose. Good morning, Chairman Rose, Ranking Member Walker. It's an honor to be here to represent Homeland Security Investigations, HSI. I can attest to HSI's continued commitment to identifying and assisting human trafficking victims and bringing traffickers to justice. I am particularly pleased to be here as the special agent in charge of the new HSI Charlotte office. On average, HSI conducts 1,000 human trafficking investigations annually. HSI identifies and assists hundreds of victims and conducts extensive local outreach and training to generate leads. However, we do not and cannot do this important work alone. HSI participates in more than 120 human trafficking task forces consisting of federal, state, and local law enforcement, as well as non-governmental victim service providers. In North Carolina specifically, HSI participates in 3 task forces in Charlotte, Winston-Salem, and Raleigh. These covering the state's 3 federal judicial districts. These task forces have been extremely successful in identifying and dismantling human trafficking networks. Together with our law enforcement partners, we have increased arrests, indictments, prosecutions of traffickers in North Carolina and abroad. Together with our NGO partners, human trafficking victims have received critical and comprehensive social services. HSI's human trafficking mission is twofold. 1, to proactively identify cross-border trafficking organizations and minimize the risk they pose to national security and public safety. And 2, to employ a victim-centered approach whereby equal value is placed on the identification and stabilization of victims, as well as the investigation and prosecution of traffickers. Law enforcement as a whole is much better at identifying and tackling sex trafficking. However, labor trafficking is just as insidious as sex trafficking, but much harder for us to find. For decades now, HSI has been seeing the same types of cases involving agriculture, construction, domestic work, restaurants, and massage parlors, essentially jobs with low pay and fewer legal protections in the underground economy and in the service industry. When I recently assumed the duty of Special Agent in Charge for North and South Carolina, I learned about a particularly horrendous HSI investigation in North Carolina from 2012. In 2012, a sex trafficker named Shahid Hassan Muslim forced a 16-year-old to have sex with as many as 12 men per day. After almost a year, she escaped, but in revenge, Muslim tracked her down and held her captive for days while physically assaulting her. This was also a threat to 5 other young women Muslim was trafficking that the same would happen to them if they had tried to leave him. A total of 18 minors and young women, both United States citizens and foreign nationals, were identified as victims in this joint investigation by HSI, FBI, and the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. I chose to illustrate this case today for a few reasons. First, there are trafficking cases that involve the recruiting and smuggling of victims into the United States for the purposes of their exploitation. However, Muslim's case is one of many where his victims were both United States citizens and were longtime lawfully present immigrants in our communities. Traffickers will exploit anyone out of greed. Second, criminals, including sex traffickers, are becoming increasingly savvy to use technology to conduct and conceal their insidious activities. Muslim was prolific in his use in online advertising, social media for recruitment, and online companies to conceal his movements. HSI is committed to staying on pace with cybercrime investigative strategies. And third, HSI provides victims with an array of referrals for comprehensive services. As a result, one of the victims now is on a pathway to United States citizenship. Another victim recently graduated from college, and her graduation was attended by the case agent and a social worker. We have seen time and time again that law enforcement officers who work with victim assistance personnel are more stable victim witnesses and stronger investigations. More importantly, the victims of these nefarious crimes.
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
Remains at 618 acres estimated, with some initial containment, 5%. I remind folks, 5% containment means there's 5% of it that we are 100% confident will not grow. That doesn't mean the other 95% is out of control. It remains where it is, in place, with amazing muscle and work coming from our fire crews that are out there right now. Over 1,100 personnel still fighting this fire. For folks that are out of their homes, again, we have resources for you, and I'm sure you want to know the latest information. Councilmember Bonin is going to talk about some limited repopulation of areas. For the great majority of folks, we are not repopulating tonight, and because of extreme wind, we expect tomorrow at about 11 p.m. We have looked back at the historic record of 1961 fire and other of how it jumps. So you should be prepared for 2 nights at least that you will, the overwhelming majority of folks, will be out of your homes. That said, Westwood Rec Center and also Palisades Rec Center will stay open 24 hours. Folks are not asked for identification. Names are not turned over to anybody. Authorities. So those are welcome refuges for anybody. The Red Cross has done an amazing job, and I want to thank them personally. I visited there with Councilmember Bond and Councilmember Koretz earlier. We saw folks with their pets. Again, we have the West LA and West Valley animal shelters for small animals and Hanson Dam for large animals. Let me turn it over to the chief because I want to cut to the chase, not have long press conferences, but get the information that you need. I'll then have Councilmember Bonin talk about which areas will be repopulated. School Board Member Nick Melvoin will talk about the schools that will be closed tomorrow, and Assemblymember Richard Bloom will tell you about the 405 and the reopenings there. So first, let's go to Chief Terrasas.
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last briefing, things continue to progress very well. We're making good progress. Tomorrow we expect to make even more progress. The winds are not expected to pick up until tomorrow evening. So right now we're planning to activate the no parking program tomorrow evening. We're also looking at our staffing plan for tomorrow to have additional firefighters on duty. In terms of rescues, I want to talk a little bit about that. In the early moments of this fire, we were receiving some 911 calls of people who needed rescue from the impacted area. And we dispatched, we had 18 rescue missions. We sent in a paramedic ambulance or an EMT ambulance along with an EMS captain to each one of those locations. And we were able to transport 13 to the Westwood Rec Center, 1 to UCLA, 2 were gone on arrival, and 2 were self-evacuated. All of these individuals were elderly, and they're all doing well. In terms of our traffic to LAFD.org, earlier we talked about our Wi-Fi system and the fire risk system and our emergency alerts, the wireless emergency alerts. We use the alerts to direct the public to our website, lafd.org/alert. And there you'll see the evacuation zones. To give you an idea of how active the site was, at 4 a.m. this morning, the site had 17,000 active page views per minute. During the main evacuations, 90% of these users were on mobile devices. And since the incident began this morning at 1:34 a.m., we've had 1.5 million page views. Since today's fire occurred, starting early this morning, LAFD alert subscriptions have increased 50%. I want to remind the public that you can register for this alert system by texting 888-777. 888-777. And with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Bonin.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you to all the men and women of LAFD and all the other first responders. Glad to report that there is an area that is going to be repopulated as of now, as of 5 p.m. LAFD and LAPD has agreed that they are going to turn into a voluntary evacuation area, the Mountain Gate community. Mountain Gate is just south of Mulholland, but is north of where the burn area was. As of 5 p.m., residents of Mountain Gate are allowed to go back into their homes. They will not be escorted in, but they will be asked to provide an ID with their address before they are allowed back into the community. Again, this is a voluntary evacuation area, and people should be continuing to follow the Ready, Set, Go procedures and pay attention to all of the advisories from LAFD and other authorities. To my constituents, and there are thousands of them who are in the areas that are not being allowed back in yet, I know you are frustrated, I know you are impatient, I know you really want to go home. So do our first responders. They know what they are doing, they have looked at the science, they have looked at the winds, they have looked at the maps. They are eager to let you go back. They let folks go back as soon as possible last week in the Palisades fire. They will let you go back as soon as it is safe and practicably possible. They have determined that that time is not yet now. So I just ask, please be incredibly patient with these people who are putting their lives on the line for us right now and every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Melvoin from the school district, school board member.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to all the agencies represented here. Our priority at LA Unified remains student safety. The schools that were closed today will be closed tomorrow. I'll read that list now. It's University High School, Emerson Middle School, Paul Revere Middle School, Warner Elementary School, Brentwood Science Elementary, Fairburn, Topanga, Canyon, Kenter Canyon, Westwood Elementary, Norris Sterry Elementary, Brockton, Marquez, Roscommare, Community Magnet, Palisades Elementary, and also Palisades Charter High School. Those are schools that are in the mandatory or voluntary evacuation zones or close enough that our assessment of air quality and ash has led us to keep the schools closed tomorrow. We encourage parents to keep an eye out for notifications, and thanks for bearing with us on those pesky robocalls. You can go to lausd.net for any more updates. That's the information as of now. There's a chance that as winds change or as we assess air quality, some schools will be added to that list. But if your school was closed today, it will be closed tomorrow. We appreciate our partners at the city who are opening up our rec centers. Our counselors have been there to make sure that our students and families that are in those evacuation centers are getting services. And we appreciate the heroic men and women who are keeping our schools and communities safe.
Thank you very much, board member. We couldn't do this without the state. The state has been extraordinary in a state of declaration of emergency, excuse me. Been in contact with the governor. We have a great assembly member here, Richard Bloom, as well, I know a lot of people are anxious about their commute back, that 405 freeway, which the state oversees with our CHP, who's been doing amazing work, and Caltrans. So I'd like to have him come forward and make an announcement about that as well.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to express my appreciation for the governor declaring this an emergency area. That happened promptly, just like it did in Northern California. I just came back from Northern California. The area that is burning there is significantly larger than here, and so resources are stretched very thin. That said, we're hoping the weather holds out. Assuming it continues to, and we think it will at least this evening, the 405 is due to reopen sometime this evening, and so that's something to look forward to. We are making progress here, and I want to thank all of our first responders, the mayor's office, and everyone who is responding to this fire for doing so quickly, professionally, and getting the job done.
Thank you. So again, that commute, the 405 should open any minute now. They're working to close the off-ramps between Sunset and the 101 in both directions. You will not be able to exit between those two locations, but both northbound and southbound will be open so folks can get home. Obviously, if you live beyond those areas, otherwise you'll have to come up through the canyons and other places to the east. One last thing I'd ask the press, and I'm sure it's nobody here, but we've had reports of, and we've had some press going into people's homes that were burned. That is in violation of City Code 409 PC. We're asking them to not go into people's private residences for footage or anything else, to please respect that. Again, we have LAPD officers that are throughout this area where the evacuations have occurred, protecting people's property, whether or not they lost those structures or not. One small update since last time, it was 8 structures that we lost. That remains the same. We had said 5 partially damaged. That's 6 partially damaged is the latest count that we have. Otherwise, everything else holds. También en español, tenemos mucho progreso hoy en este fuego, este incendio. Solamente tenemos 618 acres, es la misma nivel de mediodía, y este es en buenas noticias, gracias al Departamento de Bomberos y todos los otros oficiales del Departamento de Policía también. El vecindario de Mountain Gate está abierta por los residentes. Necesitamos su identificación, carta de identificación, para regresar a esta área. El freeway de 405 está abierta ahora, pero los off-ramps no, entre el 101 y Sunset Boulevard no están abiertas. With that, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you again. No, We never know, but we have less people without power than when we spoke at noon. At noon, it was about 2,400 people. It's only about 1,000 customers. So unless there's some direct lines that were affected, a lot of people are asking that because they want to know about their food spoiling and things like that. And the overwhelming majority, remember, this is almost 10,000 homes that have been evacuated, only 1,000 customers without power, and they're not all necessarily in that zone. So less than a 10% chance that your power is out. It's very difficult for us to know exactly where, so I know that's been a frustration for people. I would share that too if I was in the area, but we're in the process of hopefully in coming months and years installing smart meters that would give us that information, but as of now we don't have exactly where. Yeah, less than 10%. Yeah. We can't confirm anything. We do know it is not. It was not from an encampment. There was no encampment there. We don't have any reason to believe it was set by somebody, but we have arson investigators looking at that. It could be something accidental. We have footage from some cars and cameras, and that's being explored. But until we know for sure, we don't want to speak to that, and we want to make sure that we have as impartial a case from our arson investigators. And we use the word arson for all investigations. I remind people that doesn't mean somebody said it just because arson is investigating it. That's the unit that looks at cause of any fire, be it accidental or purposeful. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. I'll just say that last thing to underscore what Councilmember Bonin said. We could, in some places, maybe have some people return tonight only to pull them away tomorrow in the middle of the night with those winds that are coming at 11 p.m. In 1961, that's what we saw jump and very quickly destroy many homes. So please know that this determination, the advice from LAFD to keep this evacuation still mandatory in those areas besides Mountain Gate, which is Mulholland to the north and Sunset to the south, the 405 to the east, and all the way over to Temescal in the west, remains in place. And everybody else should be alert. If something picks up in the middle of this night or next night, we need to be able to go. We will have a good idea Wednesday morning, though, whether that progress has indeed reaped the benefit to allow people to maybe come back later in the week. Okay? Thanks so much. Yep, sure.
I wouldn't say there's special challenges tonight, other than the obvious. It is steep terrain. I'm really concerned about the high wind event projected for tomorrow night. I've asked my command staff to do everything possible to ensure that the line is as cold as possible before those winds kick up. It only takes one ember being blown downwind to start another fire. We have looked at the historical footprints of the Mandeville Canyon fire in 1978, as well as the Bel Air fire in 1961. The fire that we have now, the Getty fire, is well within those footprints. We've kept it to a much smaller number of acres. However, we know what could happen in a worst case scenario based on the history. That's why we're being very cautious about repopulating those vacated areas. Thank God, no. We have not had any reports of civilian injuries or firefighter injuries. Thank you.
Next briefing will be tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. unless there's news that is urgent, that if any development happens. So just know tonight, no matter where you are, our heart goes out to folks who are out of their homes, and know that these firefighters who are also away from their homes tonight will be giving everything they have to this to continue the progress. And we appreciate them. May God keep them safe. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, good evening. Thanks so much for watching News Now. 5:15 here in the Valley of the Sun, and it certainly is starting to feel like fall here. You can even hear it in my voice with my allergies. I have been suffering for the last week. The air, it is a change-in. This is the I-10 at 7th Avenue. It's officially rush hour here. Lots of cars and trucks on the roadways. Please buckle up and be safe if you are one of them or you're planning to hit the road anytime soon. Coming up here next on News Now, we are hearing from the parents of Kayla Mueller. The family of slain aid worker and ISIS prisoner Kayla Mueller have been praising the president and the commandos who pulled off the daring raid that killed ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, but also delivering stinging rebuke regarding President Obama's handling of Mueller's capture. Again, Kayla Mueller, 26 years old, was a humanitarian worker from Prescott, Arizona, who was captured while leaving a hospital in Aleppo, Syria during that nation's bloody civil war in 2013. She is believed to have been tortured and raped by al-Baghdadi himself until her death 18 months later. Again, we are going to hear from Kayla Mueller's parents right now on News Now.
Yes, we can. Hi,
we're good.
Martha.
Want to let you all know this is the raw footage of an interview that aired on Fox News Channel.
Appreciate you having us on. Yep. Okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry? Yeah, yes. Just come this way. Come, say, no, not that. No, come this way. Okay. Don't freak out. They see behind the shot. You talk to them from there.
Can I? The speaking points arrived.
Oh, okay.
Do you want that? I think we'll be okay.
You can stay in there. Just be on this.
That probably is a good idea, Kathleen. Benj, go with Kathleen.
Come on.
You're going to come on any minute, though.
All right, everyone, I'm going to go over this footage a little bit more and take you back there later on News Now. But right now, we've got California Governor Gavin Newsom talking about the wildfires. Let's listen in.
Familiar with the surroundings here today. We're back here just 2 years ago, the Thomas Fire, and here we are back at it again. I recognize, as everybody recognizes, this cannot be the new normal. We cannot absorb this year after year. We have experienced 10 of the worst fire seasons in California's history just since 2015. You look at what happened 15, 17, 18. Here we are at the tail end of the fire season, our peak end, nonetheless, the tail end of the fire season. It has been relatively modest. It's actually been below average, remarkably. Feel at the moment, and it's difficult for folks to digest that, but we've actually done fairly well this year. I think it's a combination of factors, a late season, very wet season. I do think a lot of the pre-positioning that this state invested in had, I think, a lot to do with our mitigation and suppression efforts. But we nonetheless are entering into that peak part of the season where these winds start rising, peaks 60, 70, 80, some cases 90 mile-an-hour winds, not just here in the northern part of the state, but also in Southern California. I want to put things in perspective. Just in the last 24 hours, CAL FIRE's put out 330 fires in this state. 330 saves. They didn't generate the national news that Kincade Fire is generating, or for that matter, the Getty Fire in L.A. is generating. That's just testament to the talent, testament to the spirit of those that are out there on the lines 24/7, keeping the people of this state safe. Just consider what happened in the last 24, 36 hours just all around the northern part of the state. Some of these fires that were flaring up around the Bay, Diablo, Grass Valley, some here in the North Bay, Ukiah. Most of those have been suppressed completely or are under control. The Kincade remains the most vexing and challenging, particularly with the winds that are going to start coming back in next well, the next 12 or so hours. And tomorrow morning, those winds start whipping up again. We don't anticipate them to be as acute as they were looking back 36 or 24 hours ago, but nonetheless, that's reason we remain vigilant. It's the reason we take nothing for granted. And while we're pleased that we've been able to get people repopulated back at home, particularly on the west side of 101, those that are rightfully frustrated, understandably frustrated, please just bear with us. As was stated a moment ago, go means go. When there's a mandatory evacuation, listen to the experts. Save not only your own life, but don't put our first responders in harm's way that have to keep coming back and making sure of your safety. They're doing everything in their power to get these lights back on. We had an all clear in every county in the state. PG&E at 6 a.m. this morning, which means they're going out and physically investigating all of the transmission lines. They have substantially done that. Now they're working on all the distribution lines. Once that is complete, those lights will start coming back on significantly so. We expect that within a 48-hour period, substantially, not completely, but substantially to be done. The depowerization, the de-energization also is occurring in other parts of the state as the winds now are ferocious in Southern California, and that's been part of the story of this Getty fire, and certainly in the San Diego region where we've been battling some fires that mostly have been suppressed, but obviously are on high alert. All of that precipitated earlier with a statewide emergency declaration. We cited in that declaration 43 counties under red flag warnings and high wind conditions. The benefit of a statewide emergency declaration means the following. We're affording people the opportunity to access unemployment insurance, be able to address issues related to fees and fines associated with accessing, or processing, rather, at the franchise tax board, or being able to process documents at the Department of Motor Vehicles. We are working with health and human service agencies to provide in real time the distribution of CalFresh, our food stamp program here in the state, as well as address some of the issues that came up here in the northern part of the state through visits, particularly in American Canyon, around access to prescription drugs and some of the insurance-related issues. Our Medi-Cal system is now waiving some of those time issues as a consequence of that order as well. To the extent that you wish to see an aggregation of all that we have done, we have a new site we just put up at 1 o'clock today, response.ca.gov. Response.ca.gov. One stop that will provide the latest data and analytics on weather, the latest information about these fires and evacuations, shelter sites, as well as information related to benefits and the like. We're also working with local chambers, the state chamber, working with companies, large and small, like Yelp, including Kiva, to help small businesses that have been disrupted, and providing access to loans and also resources to promote businesses that are open, because I recognize it's a very difficult time. Some businesses have not been impacted. Some communities in the North Bay have not been impacted, but their businesses have substantially been impacted. We're trying to promote those businesses to the extent that it's appropriate. So we're trying at every capacity, every factor, to lean in to this moment, maintain our vigilance. Over 4,100 firefighters working 24/7 on the lines. All of our air assets, from DC-10s to these R2s to the 747 that we were able to bring back in the state of California. Night technology for CHP to work with PG&E to get these power lines back on by doing some infrared work, as well as the work that the National Guard is doing with some helicopters with that same technology. All of these things being deployed in historic fashions to meet this historic moment head on, nothing for granted, and by no means are we letting, or rather taking any energy away and walking back in terms of our vigilance. I want to just close by reinforcing what a number of the elected officials just said. The sense of spirit and pride of this community is palpable. It's demonstrable in the eyes of the volunteers and the people being served, and our children in this shelter, our seniors that are being taken care of, the most vulnerable. It's a remarkable thing, and the chief just said something to me a moment ago, which really struck home to me. He said, these are the moments when our humanity is expressed and re-exposed. We live in a world, we're so divided, talking past each other, sometimes talking down to each other, so polarized. This is a uniting moment, and it's enlivening. Despite all of the stress, the anxiety, the fear, it is a remarkable moment to see a community coming together, see people across their differences coming together, and not giving a damn about their differences, completely focused on the things that unite them. That's what our common humanity is all about. That's what these moments represent, and that gives you optimism, fills your heart, fills your soul, and also inspires even more vigilance and resolve to get through this moment. And so with that, I want to now pass this mic over to Chief Porter. I want to thank him and all of the CAL FIRE men and women that have been just doing extraordinary work, and ask Chief Porter to come up and update us on the latest, not only here at the Kincaid fire, but down at the Getty and other fires that we're monitoring throughout the state. Chief?
Well, thank you, Governor, and I'm not going to dwell too much, because there is going to be a fire briefing, and there will be continued fire briefings going on that will be much more detailed. So what I want you to know in general, across the board, across the state, we are prepared. And even though we have a big fire going here at Kincaid that is affecting your community locally, we have similar concerns throughout the state. And we are working with our local government partners, with the National Guard, California National Guard, and many other partners to make sure that we have the resources that we need to protect the state. As the Governor mentioned, we have all kinds of resources coming in, fire engines from many of the western states. We already, before this event, had our Forest Service and federal partners that had brought in resources from across the nation. All of those fire engines, fire crews, hot shots, aircraft, bulldozers, all of that has been employed during this time, whether it was pre-positioned, put on a staffing pattern, or sent to a going incident. All of that has happened. And what I think is very important, and often there's a lot of focus on the responders, and I, standing here as California's Director of Forestry and Fire Protection and Fire Chief, need to recognize what it takes for us to be able to do our jobs. It takes the coordination and cooperation of our elected officials, as every one of them has mentioned here today, is happening seamlessly. And we can't do our jobs, Chief Gosner, myself, local, statewide, we cannot do our jobs if there is wrangling by the leadership that we report to. And so what I'm saying is that is happening. We have cooperation that I have never seen in my career, from the top to the bottom. And it's very important that I recognize that on behalf of the state and the state's fire and EMS system, and just want to make sure that you understand, as citizens that see what happens on a daily basis in your own lives and watch what happens on the news, to understand that the whole system is very healthy here in California, and we're very happy to be able to support you in times of need. We will continue to do so, and I want to make sure I don't miss this opportunity. There was a significant number of resources that came from Nevada in the first hours of this event. They came through our partnership up in the Tahoe Basin, and the Tahoe, Nevada Fire Chiefs Association are very much a part of that. Always, we're going back and forth across the border when we have incidents that need support either side of the border. And so I wanted to make sure that you understand that this is a daily occurrence, as well as something that we plan for through the Emergency Management Assistance Compact that brought the larger number of engines into the state. Thank you, and I will turn the mic back to Governor.
Thanks, Chief. And let me also just briefly close, and we'll answer any questions. All of us are available for questions. I also want to acknowledge I had a conversation earlier with the acting Homeland Security Director, acting FEMA Director. I want to thank the administration for quickly processing 3 requests for what we refer to as FMAGs. Our original one was here for Kincaid, 2 subsequent ones for the Tick Fire in Los Angeles, and now the Getty Fire. They have been nothing but outstanding. And I just want to reinforce the partnerships that are not only happening between local government, local law enforcement, firefighter agencies, but within the states, but the federal government has done an extraordinary job, and they're embedded in this process, and there's nothing we have asked for that they have not delivered. Happy to answer any questions. Yeah, I mean, so we're going to investigate all of this, and we're going to make a determination as culpability, and that process needs to take shape before we make determinations of next step. As it relates to the issues of notification, I can supplement those examples by giving you ad nauseum additional examples, including being in a mobile home park in American Canyon, where they were given not 48 hours notice, but just 4 hours notice that their lights would be shut off. A lot of vulnerable people, including people with needs for oxygen and medical supplies that were impacted by that late notification. Today, the Public Utilities Commission, its new chair, has announced a major investigation into the PSPS process and protocols, the power shutoff protocols. We are assessing whether or not we should advance appropriate fines where those protocols have not been met. Those fines would include possibility of $100,000 per incident per day. Well, we'll go through the process of determining not just for PG&E, but also the other 2 IOUs if they're meeting their requirements. Those investigations have not only major investigations now underway today, but there's been subsequent investigations that started a week or so ago. So we're hitting the ground running on what we do next so that we don't have to continue to experience this kind of disruption and these kinds of issues. The coordination and collaboration is also important as it relates not just to the utilities, but also the telecommunication companies. And so all of those things are being processed in terms of new protocols and procedures in real time, and real accountability will be advanced.
Governor, this is within 2 years, massive evacuations within this community that are having to deal with. When people talk about the new normal, a lot of people say, how much can we put up with if we go through these situations again? You ticked off a list of things that your office is doing, but some of the bigger stuff, how much of a priority in terms of really trying to get a grasp on this situation of wildfires are you looking to do in the future, in the next legislative season, and that of really trying to look at the big picture as opposed to maybe some of these smaller things that you just forgot?
Well, we didn't wait. Right after my transition, we initiated a series of specific tangible actions and developed a comprehensive plan to meet this moment. It took decades to get to this point. It took decades of mismanagement in the largest public utilities in the United States, the most significant being PG&E, and respectfully mismanaged as it relates to how we've addressed our forest management. The Public Utilities Commission, with all due respect, is also culpable in this, so we own this. We hit the ground running with a series of executive actions, a series of legislative actions, and a series of tangible and specific appropriations. You may recall just a day or two after I was sworn in, we signed an executive order establishing an emergency declaration, a framework, so that we begin some high-priority vegetation and forest management projects impacting 200 vulnerable communities. We initiated a series of localized responses, including a $50 million appropriation to local government to help them before fire season on emergency preparedness and emergency planning in terms of communication, alert systems, opting in, opting out. We held a statewide summit, the first of its kind in decades, sharing best practices. We initiated a series of budgetary requests that were approved by the legislative leaders behind me, $1 billion in fire suppression, predictive technologies, and personnel. That money is being spent as we speak. The pre-positioning came out of that budget. The new firefighting personnel came out of that budget. The new technologies that we're using, LiDAR technology, satellite technology, the ability to access some Pentagon technology, all came out of those efforts. New fire cameras were put into place, hundreds procured by the IOUs and by the state specifically. C-130s coming under the CAL FIRE flag, 7 of them. 12 Black Hawk helicopters, $109 million of new money in this year budget to get the Black Hawk helicopters in so we could do nighttime suppression efforts. So a lot specifically is underway. But here's the most important. The plan that's currently being implemented is big and bold. It does the following. $5 billion is now required of the 3 investor-owned utilities for public safety improvements. They cannot access this liquidity fund in order to get out of bankruptcy and secure debt by stabilizing their balance sheets, not just PG&E, but also the 2 Southern California IOUs, without getting an annual safety certification approved by a new subcommittee that we have established that goes into effect January 1st under the Public Utilities Commission. 40 people are being hired. The director was hired last week. 40 people are being hired for this new public safety division within the PUC. We've also created a Public Utilities Advisory Committee made up of the best and the brightest, experts in science, experts in technology, experts in energy, experts in forest management that are also now being organized under the Public Utilities Commission. I hired a new president of the Public Utilities Commission to hold these investor-owned utilities accountable in a way they have never been held accountable in the past. I can continue down that path, but to suffice it to say, a real plan, a tangible plan, real money, historic investments, and we are just getting started. This is a 9-month-old administration, not a 9-year-old administration, not a 19-year-old administration, and we'll continue to work with our legislative leaders and our partners to double down on what we're doing. And speaking of doubling down, double the amount of forest management, triple the amount of prescribed burns that are done in a thoughtful way, protecting our environment. Also part of the plan of action that is now underway. But the protocols for PSPS and the blackouts are our top priority right now, and that's what this major investigation at the Public Utilities Commission is all about, making sure that we get under the hood so we don't have the scale of blackouts that we're experiencing, and we don't have the damn excuses and this mindset that's been advanced by PG&E that suggests that it's going to take 10 years. It cannot, to get their act together, or allowing this to be, forgive me, the new normal, because it simply cannot be.
Governor, there's been a lot of talk about what to do with PG&E and all these disasters. There's been talk of breakup. There's been talk of municipalization. There's been talk of nationalization if they take over. Is there discussion in your office, or I would also direct this to Assemblyman Wood and Senator McGuire, if they're talking to the legislature of taking any of those additional actions beyond a regulatory role and a supplementary role for the state?
Yeah, I think that was all part of AB 1054, was laying out a protocol and framework. You'll recall in our March presentation where we laid out details of how we were going to manage this in a multifaceted way. We talked about municipalization. Now, municipalization is about towns and cities. They want pieces. San Francisco wants a small piece. San Jose is talking about regionalizing some strategies, but you have a utility that goes from the Oregon border all the way down to Santa Barbara. So municipalization may have its role as part of that piece, but all of that is being considered very detailed terms. I hired Guggenheim and another outfit to focus on best practices and look at scoping and scaling our engagement in this, not only by encouraging local participation and potential bids for these assets, but also trying to reach out to others so that we have a competitive process through this bankruptcy process. As you recall, AB 1054 has a requirement that PG&E needs to get out of bankruptcy by June 30th of 2020. In order to do that, they've got to settle with the victims of the fires up here in Camp. We have to adjudicate their responsibility in the Thomas fires from 2017, so they better get their act together and get that done. We also are in the process of getting all these safety improvements done in a very sequential way, and we're encouraging more bidders, not just folks that run hedge funds out of Wall Street, but others to enter into this space, and we are scoping every conceivable alternative along the lines that you suggest.
Including state takeover?
The state takeover is a more challenging prospect, but there are ways the state can support others in the process of securing assets, and I could talk to you in detail about that if you wish, but those includes multiple facets, multiple strategies for helping support debt financing and other mechanisms of which the Public Utilities Commission can assist. But we are not looking right now as a state to manage this utility. We are looking to get bidders into this space and look at a 21st century, dare I say, modern green electric system that uses the best and latest technologies, microgrids, innovative approaches, undergrounding their main distribution and transmission lines and hardening their equipment. And you're going to be hearing a lot more about that in the upcoming months. No. I'm not worried. The chief, I don't think, is worried. We have over 1,100 personnel on the Getty fire. We provided 8 aerial aircraft to support their efforts, including some of the DC-10s down there. I've been in constant contact with Mayor Garcetti. We are not the incident command on the Getty. It's local fire department that is, and they're doing an outstanding job, and they are getting their arms around that. I know that some of the images of that appear to create a lot of anxiety, understandably, and there's been some homes lost. 405's been impacted, but I'm confident that you guys have got the energy around that that will not impact any of the suppression efforts up here in the northern part of the state. Yeah, I mean, it leads to outrage, anger, understandable. Enough's enough. At the same time, we got to keep people safe. We got to get through this peak part of the year. I don't need to remind anybody up here, but it was about a year ago, next week, that we had not just the campfire here in Butte County, where PG&E chose not to de-energize after wind conditions of 60 to 65 miles an hour before the fire the next day. But we also had the Woolsey fire in Los Angeles at that same time. So this is challenging. But we are working like the Dickens, supplement PG&E to get everybody's power back up, and that's why we brought those CHP assets and those National Guard assets to assist them. And we're also assisting them in getting additional personnel to physically inspect the lines. And we're hoping that the conditions in this next week are more modest than what is advertised, so that we do not see the de-energization at the scale that currently is being promoted. But none of this sits well with us, and that's the purpose of this major investigation that was announced today by the Public Utilities Commission, and the protocols and procedures that we are demanding of PG&E, with accountability and potential fines attached to them not meeting the letter of the law as it relates to their commitments.
The CEO of PG&E mentioned it's going to be another 10 years like this.
He's wrong.
So it is going to take time to actually get some of this work done.
Not going to take 10 years to put us in a position we put out a very detailed plan, $5 billion of public safety improvements. We're sequencing the investments of those plans in chunks, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months in preparation of next year's fire season. We're prioritizing public safety investments over other capital investments. The PUC is mandated through this subcommittee, this new division that they've created, to help advise. And I will remind you that compensation to PG&E executives and managers is now tied to public safety. I don't know what more important incentive that you need than tying bonuses and compensation to public safety. I imagine that may inspire a different timeline than 10 years. And respectfully, on an annual basis, the PUC now has to sign off on those safety provisions, and we will hold them accountable to meeting them. And we are not just going to wait for the IOUs. The state's going to continue to make historic investments to supplement the vegetation management, forest management, so that we continue to do more to row in the same direction to keep people safe. 10 years simply is an absurd period of time. It will not take 10 years to get to a better place in this state. Thank you guys very, very much.
Governor, can you just, well, one thing we want to stress is what he's talking about with the new normal, okay? The new normal is not the fires. The new normal is this kind of preparation and this kind of actualization that all these folks have put together to do this. If you feel what it's like on the ground here, you realize that those state resources are working. But if you also look into our community, we've done alert and warning testings in the last 2 years. We've done evacuation exercises with high-low sirens up and down. This governor has partnered with us on getting the resources here. We evacuated the people in a proper amount of time so that firefighters and first responders can do their work. I want to challenge the rest of our counties, 58 strong in California, to embrace the new normal, not as what is hitting us, but what you can do to be more resilient. And I want to thank this governor for leading that charge. Thank you, sir.
I think we got it, unless you all want to get it.
All right, everybody, we will continue our California wildfire coverage right here on News Now in just moments with a news conference from PG&E. But next for you here on News Now, I have that footage that I was trying to show you moments ago. Kayla Mueller's parents talking about the takedown of the ISIS leader. Again, this is Kayla Mueller's parents, and I finally have the video timed up to the right location. Friendly reminder here, this is only one side of the interview that aired on Fox News Channel. So what does that mean? You're only going to hear and see Kayla Mueller's parents. You are not going to see the interviewer or hear the interviewer's questions. So again, there might be some downtime, a little bit of lull, some quietness, but that's just because they are listening intently for the questions that they are being asked. This was an interview on Fox News Channel just earlier today. So again, Kayla Mueller's parents on the takedown of the ISIS leader.
Thank you for having us. This has been going on for so long, I'm not sure about the last 48 hours for me. I'm just searching for Kayla. I was glad that he blew himself up, that no one killed him from our side. That's about all I can say, and I was devastated about the 3 children with him. Because I didn't want that to be on any of our soldiers. One of the things that I remember when Kayla was in captivity was her being screamed at by the Beatles for everything America had done wrong. And so I think of other hostages, and it seemed like she was treated much worse than the people she was with, the MSF women, because she was an American. So I'm just glad he did it to himself.
Well, the reaction to the president speaking Kayla's name was tears for both of us. It was very touching to know that he had been briefed and he knows Kayla's story, and just by him mentioning her name and saying what he did to Kayla, for what he did to Kayla, we knew that he knows the story.
Well, Carl and I went together, and we went with an amazing group of two men who are helping us and have been helping us for quite a while. We've known this man for a long, long time. He's a family friend. It's Ali Soufan. He went with us. He speaks fluent Arabic. He was able to have a conversation with Saif. Carl and I were not a part of that. The Kurds, who were wonderful to us, were not sure that they even wanted us to meet her, and that was the whole reason for us to go. But then we thought, well, if we don't need to meet her, all we need to know, we're only here to find out any information she has about our daughter Kayla, anything that can lead us to finding her and finally bringing her back on American soil. And finding out what truly did happen to her every step. And we're slowly, actually it's starting to move a little faster now, but the pieces are coming together. And, you know, when we met with I really don't think we should go into that, but it probably would be nothing like what you would have expected.
Martha, for the record, it was actually in
Iraq.
Northern Iraq, in Erbil, the city of Erbil, not Syria.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Back when they were holding Kayla, unlike the families of the other hostages, they wanted to get rid of Kayla. They wanted to send her home. I don't recall the number of emails that we received. We have them printed out. They're actually not in our possession right now. But yes, we received at least 10 from them, and we probably responded 15 times over that almost a year, I think, that the conversations went on with them. And I've told this story before, but it's like watching a TV movie or something when the family gets a letter from a terrorist group and it says, your daughter has 30 days to live. Only for us, that was reality, and we lived that 30 days.
And really the emails started in May. May 23rd was the first one. The last one was September 19th. On September 19th, that one said, Kayla's release is still obtainable. But then they gave us these things that these steps we had to follow. In May, the very first one we received, it was just an amount. They didn't even name the amount in the first email. They just wanted us to make an offer for Kayla. So it was pretty intense.
Well, our hope is to seize this moment, and this moment is the fact that al-Baghdadi has been killed, some of his lieutenants have been captured, and we are hoping that they have the information we've been seeking. That is, who killed Kayla, where was she killed, and where was she buried. ISIS told us in an email, along with photos of Kayla's dead body, that she was buried in the Muslim tradition. So we know a lot of what happened and a lot of what transpired. The Soufan group has done a lot more research, and we're starting to actually find out more than we thought we would. We're discovering how these organizations are structured, how they operate, how they move, and that's just a side effect of us pursuing what we want to know.
Thank you for having
So our crews are now hard at work patrolling and repairing any damage that they find out there, and we are getting reports of branches down, trees down. We are currently in a lull between weather events. We do expect another round of very dry north winds, another Diablo wind event to develop Tuesday, tomorrow morning, starting near 8 a.m., first in the Sacramento Valley and the Shasta area, as well as adjacent terrain. And that will be followed by gusty northeast winds developing over Northern California Tuesday evening, overnight into Wednesday morning. This event will be another California-wide weather event. We do expect a strong and prolonged Santa Ana wind event to develop across Southern California starting about 10 p.m. tomorrow evening, and then persisting Wednesday and into Thursday. From what I've seen and from what the National Weather Service down in Southern California has been communicating, this does look like the strongest Santa Ana wind event of the season, with some gusts potentially 70, 80 miles per hour for Southern Californians. So I wish them the best of luck with that event and hope they remain safe. At this time, we are recommending, or we anticipate that we'll be able to recommend an all clear for this next weather risk window that we're going through from about 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. Wednesday morning, depending on the area we are in Northern California. Again, we'll be monitoring those conditions very closely overnight. And potentially as late as 6 a.m. on Thursday, Halloween in the South Kern County, that will be impacted by those Santa Ana winds coming off the Tehachapi Range down in the south. And of course, these times that I mentioned may change dependent on updated forecast model information, as well as observations from our field crews, as well as images coming from our high-resolution cameras that are placed around the territory as well. To put the two events in perspective, the one we just went through and the one that we're heading into, the wind component of this event looks weaker than the event we just came out of, but fuels will be drier, and so the fuel component looks a little greater. Multiple federal forecast agencies are aligned that this will be a very high-risk event. The NOAA Storm Prediction Center has issued a critical and extreme fire danger in California that does cover a footprint of 30,000 square miles and encapsulates a population of 20 million Californians, both in Northern and Southern California. And so I just mentioned that to illustrate the kind of widespread nature of this event. To put that in perspective with the event we just came out of, I believe that number was around 11 million, most squarely focused across Northern California. The Northern and Southern Operations Predictive Services is forecasting high risk of significant fire Tuesday and Wednesday for this next event, and that covers a footprint of approximately 3.8 million PG&E customers. And the National Weather Service is also issuing multiple red flag warnings for this upcoming event already. Have a slide from the National Weather Service Bay Area up behind me that covers a vast portion of the Bay Area. And that footprint looks like it covers a population of about 2 million PG&E customers as well. National Weather Service Bay Area is forecasting wind gusts up to 40 to 65 miles per hour over some of the elevated terrain around the north, south, and east bay. So we will continue to closely coordinate with our federal forecast agencies, the National Weather Service and the North Ops and South Ops Predictive Services, on daily conference calls, and we'll be reaching out to them directly on any coordination needs to assure that we're aligned on the timing, location, and the magnitude of this event. And I'll again close with some good news. After Wednesday, after we get out of this next high-risk wind event, for Northern California and into Southern California. Weather models do not show at this time another offshore wind event through at least the first week of November. Still no rain in the forecast, but it appears we are going to be entering a more quiescent weather pattern. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Keith.
Thanks, Scott. I'm going to invite Mark Quinlan up here in a moment. I just want to note that PG&E did had a contractor who worked for us last Friday night who apparently lost his life. He was on an elevated road doing some work in Humboldt County and was involved in a vehicle, appears to go over the side of a large elevated area. So just wanted, I know that started to pop in the media, just wanted to acknowledge that. The contractors who work with us, in addition to our employees, are all part of our family. So that's something we take very seriously. We wish that individual's family our best wishes, and that's a terrible and horrible thing to go through. And so we just want to acknowledge that here at the top as we found out about that. So with that, I'm going to invite Mark up to give us the rest of our operational update.
Thank you, Keith. Good evening, everybody. My name is Mark Quinlan. I'm the incident commander for the October 26th Public Safety Power Shutoff event, and I'm here to provide an operational update. So to start, at one point or another across a broad time frame, there were approximately 970,000 customers that were impacted by this event. We received all clears from a weather perspective, meaning that conditions improved and we believed it was safe to begin restoring our system beginning yesterday for a few of our geographic zones, with the all clear coming for the rest of the system this morning at approximately 0700 hours. This was a little earlier than expected, and that's good news for us because it allowed us to begin our patrol and restoration process this morning at first light, and we had a full day of restoration activity. Made some good progress. As of 5 o'clock, 1700 hours, we've restored between 375,000 and 400,000 customers. That's at a rate of between 35,000 and 45,000 customers per hour. I made reference to that at last night's conference. We're exceeding those numbers that I had brought up yesterday. Some of that is directly correlated to the size and scope of the event, with larger event footprint, more customers, more resources, and so we're restoring more, and that's good news for us and good news for the community. As it sits right now, at 1700 hours, we have all in about 630,000 customers out of service, either through PSPS or through emergent cases of trouble, just wind-related damage. That was on a total customer count as of last night at the peak of about 1.1 million. And as mentioned, with our restoration efforts today, we've gotten down to roughly 587,000 customers remaining of the 970 that were interrupted from PSPS specifically. Resources that we used to facilitate our restoration progress so far. Number one, we had slightly over 6,000 field resources out there working. We had between 40 and 45 helicopters that we used to facilitate our air patrols. And we had the one fixed-wing aircraft with the assistance from Cal OES, which enables us to do nighttime patrols, which we intend to leverage that capability this evening due to some technology, high-res camera and infrared technology. So we're looking forward to that, and that should free up more helicopter resources that could be applied to the distribution system tomorrow. So looking forward to that progress overnight. Just to remind everybody, the helicopter resources, we do not air patrol at night via helicopter due to safety concerns. We have to fly too low and in the wired environment. And so our only leverage to patrol at night via air is through the assistance of this fixed-wing aircraft through the assistance from Cal OES. So special thanks goes out to them. In terms of mutual aid resources, we did reach out to the utility community and requested mutual aid. We received approximately 300 employees that are all on the system working. They're in a patrol capacity. We've also requested heavy construction crews to help us with any damage cases that we find, and we received 6 of them and they're working. We also requested additional helicopters. We find that the helicopter resources are very efficient for us, and we can cover miles and miles of our system via air and get that patrolled good before we restore. So huge resources for us. Requested and received about 15 to 20 additional helicopters to add to the fleet. In terms of damage cases, roughly 50 so far. And you can see a couple pictures on the slides. They vary. Wires down, poles down, trees into our facilities, and these are still trickling in. There's a number of different ways to report damage. We ask all of our employees and contractors and mutual aid partners that are on our system helping us. We have to follow a very specific protocol that once they find damage or near hits or hazards that could be removed with no damage to our equipment, for instance, like a tree branch lying across conductors that could be removed, no utility repairs necessary, but it would have been an ignition risk, and we have to clear that. We've asked those folks to follow a very deliberate process, pinpoint the lat and long portion of where the damage was found, take pictures, send it back into us. What we do with that information, we review it. We have a very robust review process to confirm that it's actual trouble and not a pre-existing condition. Some of that's a little more obvious when you have a pole down. Some may not be obvious. But nonetheless, we take that information, we send it to meteorology. Meteorology can then use GIS and pinpoint where the damage was on the system and then do a comparative analysis to what the wind speeds were in the area. And that helps us inform future forecasts, which helps us pinpoint and become more precise, so that when we use PSPS as a last resort option, we're really pinpointing it and pulling that tool out of the toolbox, if you will, as it relates to fire safety as a measure of last resort. So I'd like to pivot and talk a little bit about the event coming on 10/29. So this event, as Scott mentioned, is expected to hit tomorrow, various times. It's a wind event, northerly wind event, transitions to an offshore northeasterly wind. The winds start in the North Valley, upper end of the North Valley near Reading, early in the morning, and then progress down the valley floor, and they impact the Sierra foothills and they impact portions of the North Bay on the east and west sides of the Sacramento Valley, and they do that over a sequential period of time. So we expect impacts to the system from a north to south fashion. Those are the forecasted weather threats. We also budget in a little time to perform the operation and actually de-energize the system. Our intent is to have the system 100% de-energized prior to the winds being there to prevent any potential fire ignitions. So the range of customers impacted is currently, as of this meeting right now, between 240,000 customers to 600,000 customers. So we recognize that that's a large range, and many of you may have questions as to why that is and what's driving that. So the 240,000 lower end of the range represents just distribution facilities only, distribution circuits only. The other end of the spectrum, which is roughly 600,000 customers, represents transmission lines, as well as that 240,000 distribution impact. So you can see there's quite a swing between the two numbers. It's really a transmission configuration issue that we are attempting to solve, and we're confident we can get there. We have two very important, critical 230 kV transmission lines that are in the North Bay area, and they serve customers along the North Coast and down into Marin County. Those 2 lines were taken out of service as a result of PSPS today. We're patrolling them, and we're going to return them to service. We are optimistic that our patrols are going to come back with no trouble found, and if they do, we can re-energize them. The contingency there is if they do come back with trouble found and need to remain out of service, they will impact the scope for tomorrow's event. That's one of the reasons why that customer number has a wide spread. If the transmission lines are not available for use, we don't have a source for substations that otherwise would be able to be energized. So that explains a portion of it. The other element is the Kincaid fire footprint. There's a generating station that's in the vicinity there, the geysers, and that facility we connect through several transmission lines to that generation facility. And that generation facility serves the local area of the North Bay. And without having those transmission lines in service, either because they're damaged due to fire activity or they're within the fire perimeter and we don't have access to it for safety reasons as depicted or directed by CAL FIRE, then we will not be able to utilize those assets to serve customers. So those 2 different elements, the 230 kV lines and then the fire-related transmission lines, are driving that potential range up to roughly 600,000 customers. The objectives for the evening shift of this operational period are to look for solutions to those problems and drive down the number of customers that could be potentially impacted from this event. Obviously, we do not want to interrupt customers unnecessarily, and we always look for every opportunity to reduce customer impacts. Finally, a little piece on customer. We're up to 68 community resource centers that we've opened, which is substantial in comparison to previous events. These are places for our customers to go to recharge batteries, recharge devices, get some water, some hot drinks, dry foods, Wi-Fi access, comfort things to help in these difficult times. So we've got a number of them opened up across our service territory in the impacted zones, and they have been visited by over 5,000 of our customers today, so that's good penetration from usability and applicability perspective, so we're happy to see that. So with that, that concludes my operational update, and I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Executive Officer of the utility, Andy Veazey.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening. I'm Andy Veazey. I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Pacific Gas and Electric Company. That means I have oversight of our utility operations. As you heard from both Scott and Mark, we are coming off what was a historic event from a weather perspective as well as from a PSPS perspective. The reason we do this, as we've said many times before, is for public safety. I think 2 things I want to say there is, one, at the moment, our thoughts go to everyone who's had to evacuate wildfires in Northern and Southern California. It's a life-threatening situation. The anxiety, the concern, the confusion is something that if you haven't experienced it, that's not something you want to experience. I can tell you from personal experience, and having gone in northern Sonoma County yesterday to visit our CRCs and our Incident Command Center that's supporting the Kincaid Fire first responders. In my career, I've dealt with hurricanes, major winter storms, earthquakes, actually had operation in war zones. But driving up there in the smoke on the 101, I will tell you, I was concerned as well. It's a level of anxiety that unless you experience it, it's hard to explain. That's the reason we do PSPS, to make sure that the opportunity for catastrophic wildfires to start associated with our provision of service is not something that's acceptable. When we go to the numbers, and we think of 970,000 customer accounts that were de-energized, It's also important to know that those 970,000 accounts were connected to over 20,000 miles of electrified infrastructure. That's the infrastructure that was taken down because it was viewed as being, through our analysis, given where they were located in very high-risk areas, the abundance of fuel, the wind condition, that any debris flying into those energized lines created the potential for ignition. That's why we do PSPS. Now, as Mark said, so far we've noticed 50 incidents of damage. And one can say, well, millions of people impacted for 50 instances of damage? The thing that we have to keep in mind that any one incident could be a catastrophic wildfire, resulting in significant property loss and the potential for the loss of human life. And when you think about 27,000 miles of line, which, as we've said before, is more, can go around the Earth just a bit more than one time, where do you look? It's all high risk. How do you want to judge it? How do you want to limit scope? And we work really hard to make sure we're impacting the minimum number of customers. But the scale of this event led to that outcome. We continue to believe it's the right thing to do. We will not make secondary judgments on our models. We will not try to guess at where we think things will happen. As I said, we will not roll dice when it comes to the public safety. So 970,000 in the initial scope, and as you also heard, an additional 100,000 that had outages due to weather. You can make a conclusion that if you had 100,000 customers in non-high threat areas impacted, had we had more wires energized, what would the results have been? Not ones that we find acceptable. So our progress, as Mark's talked to, out of that 970,000 initial scope, we currently have 375,000 restored. That's a pretty good clip, and that will continue as long as we have daylight. As Mark indicated, we will use the fixed-wing aircraft that was provided by the state to patrol transmission at night. We will bring our full forces to complete the restoration in the daylight hours tomorrow and try to get as much done prior to the next event. That's 6,300 PG&E employees, plus up to 500 more mutual aid employees that will come into our footprint from out of state to assist. Now, here's the thing I want to say again. We are still having instances of harassment and threats to our field forces. There's a lot of anger out there, and we get it. And we're not saying that it's unjustified. But we ask, again, please do not take that out on the people who are engaged in restoring your power. It's dangerous work, it's hard work, and they are absolutely committed to work as quickly as they can to get your power back on. Please don't engage with them to harass them, because they will step back from the work. Our people know that they're never to do any work where they feel unsafe. So please don't create an unsafe condition for them. Allow them to get their work done. And I'll say even more, having crews come in from out of state, please don't harass them, because here's the deal. They won't come, and they're here to help you. So I know the anger's there, but please, please, please don't take it out on the people who are in the field. They have a dangerous enough job to do to get your power back, and they are working very, very hard. I want to stress another point that Mark made, that we have 68 customer resource, community resource centers open. I talked about this yesterday. Those will stay open through the duration of the event and into the next event. We will not be shutting them down. Once they're established, they'll have electricity so people can recharge batteries, recharge their phones, recharge batteries for medical devices, get information they need to plan. Those centers will be open 8 to 8 p.m. in the evening. We are thinking about additional ways to enhance the support that we can provide our customers in those centers. But the most important thing is, since your electricity is off, it gives you the opportunity to recharge your batteries, so that you can be in touch with the company, so you can have the latest information to plan for your own safety. For those who do not have devices and do not have contact with the internet, please go there, because our employees have it and can help you get the information you need. So that's critically important as well. I think the last thing I'll say is that, as you've heard from Scott, that we are expecting another weather event to come into the area on Tuesday early. This will be an equally large event. We're scoping now, as Mark said. There's some complication that we have as we have to think around the transmission elements that are involved. Why that is important is because not only do we have to think about de-energizing assets for the public safety, we still have to keep the electric system up. And when you start to deal with bulk transmission, you have to be aware of the system stability issues that you have. That load always has to match supply at any given moment in time, not close, not near, but exactly in every moment. It has to be in balance. So as we think about load and supply, we need to keep that in balance. And so as we take out bulk transmission elements, that has to be coordinated with the Cal ISO so that we can make sure system stability is in place. Otherwise, we have divergence of current levels, voltage, and the system doesn't operate the way it's intended to and can collapse. So that's what's added the additional complication, but we're working on it. Our goal, as I said before, is to restore everybody we can from this event before the next. But I will also say the following: be prepared. Take responsibility for what you need to. If you have power, you have access to it. Please plan to know what you're going to do should you be impacted. This event will start to impact the same people again in certain areas, and we want to make sure that people are prepared. And remember, we talk about critical weather notices, red flag notices. The millions that are under those, that means you're in the cone of uncertainty. And that might mean that if the weather shifts, you may not always get the timely notification that you need, but we will try to notify you. But be prepared, because it's weather. It is not something that we can control or accurately predict. We do our best. And so the thing that we ask you to do is always think about what can happen and make sure you're protecting yourselves and your families as this event moves forward. So I'm going to stop there and open it up to questions.
Okay, we're going to start over here.
Betty Yu, KPIX 5. Andy, PG&E has indicated that its equipment may be to blame for the fires over the weekend in Lafayette, and these were not designated as high fire risk zones. How does that sit with the PG&E PSPS protocol and criteria? So
we filed 3 EIRs, electric incident reports, with the Commission for 2 fires in Lafayette and 1 in Milpitas. We haven't talked about causation, but just the fact that our assets were in those zones, and therefore we're obligated to report, and analysis will happen, and the appropriate agencies that are incident lead on those fires will do that analysis. I think the thing that we talk about is PSPS really focuses on minimizing the opportunity or the potential for catastrophic fire. So when we look at where the assets are, when we look at the wind conditions, we also look at the fuel that's available and also the potential for fire spread. That's how we identify what we take out. It's not everything. And so when we look at the 2 incidents or 2 fires in Lafayette and the 1 in Milpitas, those were distribution level. Relatively, the potential for broad fire spread was not viewed at the criteria that we would use for PSPS. And so they were not in the footprint. Just like when we de-energize for PSPS and we have 100,000 other customers go out, there are other impacts. But the scoping that we do for the PSPS is really to prevent the catastrophic events from happening, not every event from happening. Because if we did go into a mode where we wanted to prevent everything from happening, then we'd have to shut the whole system down, and that's just not acceptable.
So a follow-up to that, knowing what happened then, was that the right call?
We still have confidence in our protocol. We learn from every event, and as we gather the information we need, we will assess whether there's a need to adjust our protocols to take care of that.
And keeping in mind everything that's in the PSPS footprint is in Tier 2 and Tier 3 in our system. So we're looking at the highest fire threat area. Christian?
Christian Captain, KTVU. Looking for an update. It's a two-part question. First, on the Geysers number 9 Lakeville transmission line, the investigation going on into that line where there was discovered that malfunctioned in some way. Wanted to find out the latest on the investigation of that and see if that could possibly have contributed to the start of the Kincaid fire. And also going into this next PSPS, we have viewers who are wondering if you're going to continue with the same protocol before, which was to keep the high transmission lines energized and eliminate the power going to some of the distribution lines. In other words, those large 230,000 volt lines, if I remember correctly, you'd said are kept active because those are deemed that they are somewhat safer in high wind incidents.
Why don't you start with the last part of that?
So I'll start with the last part. Thanks for the question. So we consider all of our transmission systems in play. And we monitor weather conditions, and we have certain thresholds for different wind speeds and voltage levels of transmission lines. So for instance, 230 kV is incorporated, and it's actually incorporated in this event. I mentioned those 230 kV lines earlier that feed customers in the North Bay area. So we do take 230 kV transmission out of service. If you're specifically referencing the 230 kV system near the Kincaid footprint, all of that equipment is de-energized because of the fire footprint. So to answer that part of the question, I wouldn't say that we have a cap on a certain level of voltage that we would, not keep out of scope. We do pull in assets in scope based on where they exist and what the winds are.
Yeah, and that question has come up before. Public safety is the #1 issue. If we need to put high voltage transmission in scope, it impacts potentially more customers. And we have to think about how we configure our system and continue to have that balance between load and supply. But there is no view that there is a no-fly zone when it comes to high voltage transmission, that we won't impact it. If we believe it could be potentially problematic, we will de-energize. So the first part of your question, we did file the electric incident report on the particular structure and operation that we had at that tower that served the, I think it was the 1/6 geyser. I can't remember exactly. You know the designation, but let's just take that structure. The report was in. Any analysis and additional information there is part of the investigation that CAL FIRE will do, so they're the lead agency. And at this point, what we do is we're supporting their investigation. I'm sure right now all hands are working to contain the fire, but that when that investigation goes forward, we will be supporting it with all the information we have. We don't have any additional information at this time other than what was filed in our EIR report to the Commission.
Mark?
I'm Mark Matthews with NBC Bay Area. Looking at a report that the utility filed with the PUC on Friday about the first PSPS this past month, there were 51 instances of tree branches landing on wires that had to be cleared before you could turn the power back on. People I'm talking to up in Marin today about the blackout are wondering why the company cannot get the wires out of the trees. You've been tasked to do it. You have a federal judge overseeing it, and you're failing.
Let's start a couple things. One is that the requirements for clearances around distribution lines is something that we are very attentive to and believe that we meet those standards. We don't believe it's enough based on experience, and that's why we have begun the enhanced vegetation management program. But also to realize that in these high wind regimes, that debris can fly from way outside the right-of-way. So to the point is, the only way to guarantee to keep debris out of the lines during high wind events is to do what we call the system hardening, which is to make them less susceptible to sparking or arcing when they're contacted, or putting them underground. That's also a program that we have underway, but it'll take some time.
If I could follow up, you said I think in September, you told the federal judge that you'd completed less than a third of the tree trimming that was scheduled in 2019. The latest estimates I've seen, you've now completed less than half, and we're in the most dangerous part of the fire season. So you're telling me you're doing enough, and you're telling the judge
well, just to be
something else.
Just to be clear, that's the enhanced vegetation management, which is beyond what the regulatory requirements are, which I said is what we meet. But given the weather that we experience, which is a pattern of windstorms that we haven't seen before, the question that is legitimately asked, are the design standards and regulation adequate to protect the lines? The point is, we've taken the decision early on in response to events from previous years to have an enhanced program where we do more than what's required. That program will look at 25,000 miles worth of right-of-way. We had targeted about 1/10 of that for this year. We're still optimistic that we will complete that because it takes a deployment of crews and it's work, and that's what we're doing.
How far along are you now?
At the current moment?
Yeah.
Subject to check, I believe that our current program is over 1,000 miles of lines that are
So you've
cleared.
done half.
At this point in time, if that's the math, yes, but we believe that we will complete what we've set out to do at the end of this year, the 2,500 miles.
Okay, next. Here in the back.
Hi, Taylor Bisacki with Cron 4. We saw in earlier reports that 23,000 people weren't notified in an earlier PSPS, so how does something like that happen?
Yeah, I don't know the specifics, but I can tell you how it might happen is that weather changes. That weather changes, and that what we have in our protocol is a staggered announcement getting close as we get closer to the event and weather firms up. That's why we do a 48-hour notification, a 24, and then the imminent 4-hour. But the weather can change on us, and the weather can change within that zone and not give us adequate time to follow that protocol with every customer. Our view is that we will not, the fact that we haven't been able to contact a customer, if we need to de-energize for the public safety, we will do that and deal with the questions that you ask about why weren't they notified after the fact. But it's our objective to give everybody the advance notification they need. But weather does change, and it will change rapidly as we even approach the event. And that's why some customers may not get a notification.
Back of the room.
Hi there, Joaquin Palomino, San Francisco Chronicle. Just wondering if you might be able to give rough estimates for when the planned shutoffs might occur in, say, the North Bay and East Bay tomorrow. I know, subject to weather.
I'll let you stand over here. Thanks.
So thanks for your question. I'm just going to reference my notes. I have approximate times. North Bay, East Bay, correct? Okay. Yeah, as mentioned in my remarks, it's kind of it's an early start up to the north, and it continues through the late morning and afternoon throughout the day on a north to south pattern. So if I look here, North Bay, you're looking at approximately 1,000 hours is when we expect the high winds to be present. So we're going to want to begin our de-energization sequence a little before that to ensure that we're off. So one thing that I'll tell you is that we're constantly monitoring the weather conditions, and as they change, we change with it. Want to make one more point on that in regards to timing. We believe from a PG&E utility perspective that if I could delay the de-energization of customers based on weather conditions, that's a good thing because we're keeping people in lights. On the other side of that coin, if we can bring people back on earlier because weather conditions improve, we believe that's a good thing for customers. What I want to just say to our customers and to the public, when you look at times and PG&E makes a statement that we're going to start de-energization at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we don't because weather conditions change and we actually delay that until 11, one may think that we are unable to pinpoint that timing. And I tell you that that's with good intent. Now, I recognize that customers and agencies and a lot of different stakeholders are making plans based on the times that we're providing to them, and that's perfectly understandable. Just wanted to provide a little context as to the shifts of time. It's really a weather perspective, and we look forward to getting feedback through our after-action reviews with our county agencies and the state on that issue.
So, Mark, just to clarify for the North Bay, so that would be commencing de-energization about 10 o'clock, not the weather arriving at 10 o'clock?
Incorrect. It's actually the weather's around 10 o'clock, so we would commence de-energization a bit before that, 8:30, 9 o'clock, approximate. And that is the start of the process. Remember, it's a process. It's just not one switch and everybody's out, and then on the restoration, one switch and everybody's back. It's incremental. Takes a while, so you'll see a trickling effect of customers starting to go off, and then in the all-clear process coming back on. East Bay, South Bay, later. Late in the day, potentially in the overnight hours, Tuesday into Wednesday.
All right, other questions? All right. Oh, microphone.
Hey, Garrett Herring with S&P Global Market Intelligence. Question on the impact of these fires on PG&E's bankruptcy proceeding. I was in the U.S. District Court today, and the judge asked how PG&E and the wildfire victims' attorneys were preparing for the possibility that the Kincaid fire could be attributed to PG&E equipment. And so the question is, how could that impact PG&E's emergence from bankruptcy?
You know, I appreciate the question. I don't think you're going to be satisfied with the answer, is that quite honestly, being responsible for utility operations, given the situation we're in, our focus is singular. It's to drive all our people to safely conduct the PSPS and bring people back as quickly as we can. We know there's another event coming. I'm hopeful that when we emerge from the fire season with all the facts and figures and issues and a lot of people being safe, those are the kind of conversations we can have and answer those questions for you. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? Thank you all, appreciate you being here. We'll do it again tomorrow afternoon at 5:30. Thank you so much.
southeastern part of it there. The fire made a hard run into that Shiloh Ridge area yesterday, and we were fairly successful today going direct on a lot of that fire with dozers, hand crews, and fire engines. However, I don't think we're done building line there, so we're going to continue working on that throughout the night, getting ready for the wind event that was described for tomorrow. The other thing we're doing for tomorrow is working on a pretty robust contingency plan for the communities of Calistoga and Middletown, preparing for that thing to come across the Lake County line if it were to do that.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any questions for the operations? Chief Blankenheim. All right, not hearing any. Next, I'd like to introduce the Sonoma County Sheriff, Sheriff Essick.
Good evening. I'm going to provide a quick briefing on some of the repopulation efforts we have going on throughout the afternoon. Earlier today, we lifted the evacuation order for the West County, what we're calling Zone 7 and Zone 8. By reducing that evacuation order to an evacuation warning, we are permitting people back into the area. They are free to enter the area without identification or any permits. They're free to go home and check on their home. However, there is still a warning in this area, so that means that people should be prepared as they re-enter the area. If the fire were to change or we saw a drastic change in the weather conditions, they could still be subject to danger, and they could be subject to an elevation back to an evacuation order. However, at this time, we have weighed the risks with the weather forecast and the fire forecast, and we feel comfortable allowing people back into this area. I want to mention that as people return home to this area, that there are still some hazards out there. We did still have a high wind event, so they may encounter trees down on their roads or near their homes. There may be debris on the road, so we want people to stay vigilant as they're driving back into the area, checking on their properties, checking on their house. If conditions change and we do see an increase in weather or fire activity and we have to go back to an evacuation order, we will have deputies back in those neighborhoods using the high-low siren to evacuate again. However, like I said, we feel confident at this point that we can allow people back in safely and that risk has been mitigated. Lastly, I want to cover some of the patrols that we'll be doing in the evacuation areas. We continue to have hundreds of deputies and peace officers from throughout the state patrolling those areas that have been evacuated to ensure that we don't have any theft or looting. Unfortunately, just a few hours ago, we had an incident in the Geyserville area, south of Cloverdale, where we had a couple of people enter an evacuation zone for no apparent reason. We believe that they were up to a criminal intent and that they were prowling or looking for crimes of opportunity. So we have deputies that were up there. They made an arrest, and we continue to investigate that. That is still an active criminal investigation. So we continue to look at repopulation. We're going to continue to look at it over the next few days as the fire weather forecast changes and wind conditions change. We understand that people really want to get back to their homes, check on their homes. We understand there's a lot of anxiety and some frustration out there, but we ask you please be patient, work with us. Our goal is to get you back in your homes as quickly as possible, and we are working very, very diligently to do so. So thank you for your cooperation and your patience, and we look forward to continuing to serve all of you. Thank you.
Next from the California Highway Patrol, Captain Wolf.
Good evening. I'm Captain Aristotle Wolf with the California Highway Patrol. I'm the commander of your local CHP area. The CHP is upstaffed, maximum staffing that we can to help the sheriff department and our other allied agency partners with whatever they need for repopulation, whatever they need for patrol of potential looting, or just general assistance to the public as calls arise. We're coming from all over the Bay Area to assist, but we're also at maximum staffing and extended shifts here in your local area. Just be patient at your closures. We are helping control certain entry points or exclusion points, and we want to make sure that you understand that those are closed for a reason. They're closed for your safety, and that reason may not be immediately apparent to you from where you are, but these folks at CAL FIRE and the folks at the county are looking at the big picture, and they know why they have it closed, and it's for a valid reason.
I do want to just warn you as you're driving in that some of these roads have been affected either by the high winds, by power outages, which could affect traffic lights, traffic signals, which you should also read, like four-way stops, and assume that someone coming another direction is not. So be very careful, understand you're fatigued, and if you have questions, it's fine to stop and ask an officer, but please do not stop on a freeway control point or any other place where it's unsafe. We will definitely get you answers, but there may be times when the officer cannot get to you immediately. If you can't pull over safely, move on and get the information some other way. Thank you.
Finally, I'd like to introduce from the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of all the elected officials here, and especially our esteemed Congressman Mike Thompson, who's been nothing but a hero, thank you. Once again, I want to also thank the first responders who are here in Sonoma County battling this fire. And we all know behind those firefighters are thousands of folks supporting them, caring for and ensuring the safety of the public as the event continues to unfold. What we know here in Sonoma County is that in times of hardship, people always step up. They always have. They are generous with their time, with their money, and with their empathy. And today's partial repopulation is very welcome. It's the first sign that we are turning the corner, but we all know it's a fluid situation. There is much more work to do before the fire is out, the area is made safe, and everyone can get back to their homes. So we continue to ask for patience as we repopulate communities. Safety is always our number one concern. You know, Sonoma County continues to operate multiple shelters in our neighboring communities of Marin, Napa, Alameda, San Francisco, and Sacramento are also operating shelters for fire evacuees. For that, we are extremely grateful. This county will continue to meet the needs of its residents. And again, Sonoma County is, and will always be a strong, resilient county, and that's because of the folks who live here. For really up-to-date information, please visit socoemergency.org, S-O-C-O emergency.org, and please use 211 for non-emergency questions. Thank you.
Just finally, in conclusion, behind me is a very unified front of agencies, individuals, representatives that are all on the same page, coming together regardless of patch jurisdiction to get this fire 100% contained and controlled. However, we are not out of the woods yet, and we are still somewhat at the mercy of Mother Nature with her variable wind, both offshore and onshore. With that, we ask for continued vigilance from the public, and that means just patience to get re-entered, and also patience should you have to get evacuated as this fire moves in different directions. The best way to do that is to stay informed, and social media from a variety of agencies is what we recommend, as well as early alert warning for the county that you're in. Well, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions for myself or anybody up here.
Can you tell us the status of the injured firefighter, what the data is?
Yeah, so there's not too much more to release. In stable condition, the investigation is pending. Yeah, that's a great question. The question was, where are we now as opposed to 24 hours ago? What's the sentiment, really? Really what we're at is, you know, that cusp of cautious optimism. What we're contending with is that ping-pong effect of the wind right now. We just came out of that offshore event. We are now seeing the onshore flow, which is testing our eastern flank. And we are also concerned about the return of that offshore tomorrow, again, testing our western flank. So as the containment goes up, the more confidence grows, but I would say we are not out of the woods yet.
How many people switched from the mandatory evacuation to the other types of evacuation today for the western part?
So for the repopulation of Zone 7 and partial population of 8, what was the population for that? I'd have to defer to the sheriff for that. 30,000 people. Yeah, so, you know, from the briefing this morning for the crews that went out for their 24-hour shift, it was in everybody's mind after that briefing that today was that window to really reinforce this western edge, and that includes engine work, dozer work, hose lines, as well as fight the fire on the eastern side, preparing for that switch that's going to happen tomorrow, essentially. And although the fire may not be active in zones that are currently mandatorily evacuated, we have concern that the offshore flow again could test those lines. So the best way to put it is we're playing both offense and defense right now on two different sides of the fire, and we're going to have to flip-flop that tomorrow when that wind event comes through.
Are the winds currently, do you expect the winds to continue pushing the fire to the east through the night?
Yeah, so that's, I don't know, the fire behavior analyst will be a better person to answer that one-on-one. We do know it's more of an onshore flow right now, which traditionally sets it up for what we call topographical runs. So the wind conditions offshore push it downhill kind of with the wind. When it's more of an onshore flow, it tends to go uphill in the topography. So that's probably the best way to describe the two. Yeah, so the question was in regards to if this fire progresses east and continues to progress east, could it burn into areas such as Middletown that were in the Valley Fire a few years ago? You know, we don't have a crystal ball about where this fire will end. However, the evacuation warnings were triggered in that area due to fire behavior. You know, the thing we do know is that wind is going to subside later tomorrow. So there's a lot of effort being concentrated on that eastern flank right now because of the population in that area of Lake County.
What's your expected containment date, and what is the date when you actually expect the fire to stop smoking and burning?
Yeah, again, that's the question was, when is full containment estimated, and when do you think the fire will be completely out and not smoldering? We tentatively believe the fire will be contained November 7th. Again, that is our best estimate based on models and projections. As far as when every smoking stump may be extinguished, that can be weeks, if not months, really just because the amount of fuel that we have in such heavy vegetation. Yeah, that I don't know if the meteorologist is still here. He'd probably be the best person to answer that.
Yeah, again, so on the fire itself, it's going to be a gradual ramp up through the day. So again, not necessarily where people are living or where they're going to feel it, but in terms of the wind speeds to start the day up on the fire, 10 to 20 miles an hour out of the northeast with gusts to 30. And then as we get into the afternoon hours, especially late in the day when it's the warmest, driest period, we expect 30 to 40 miles an hour with some gusts in the 50 mile an hour range up where the fire is active right now. Again, that's out of the northeast, so that would be pushing it back into its own footprint. Right, so it is distinctly lighter than the weekend event, but I don't want to downplay it. It's similar to the night that it started on Wednesday night. If we didn't have this weekend event to compare it to, we would be very concerned. So I would not downplay the event at all. Till about midnight tomorrow night. Right, so we do have the red flag warning that stays up till 4 o'clock Wednesday afternoon, and that's just basically for the extremely dry humidities that we're expecting. Beyond that, things look more favorable, relatively speaking. Of course, there's no rain in the forecast, but we will start to get a little bit of non-shore that Jonathan talked about, and we don't see any wind events in the future. So I think after we get through tomorrow's wind event and into Wednesday morning, things look much more favorable from the weather perspective.
All right, yeah. Yeah, so I think a couple things are at play. The question was in relation to what are the lessons learned from a few years ago. You know, I think maybe the biggest thing to recognize is before the fire even started, there were additional resources already in place for an event like this. I think second to that is the decision and the knowledge to evacuate early and evacuate in an area that could have potentially been impacted. We had the luxury of 24 hours ahead of the main wind event coming through, and that was the opportunity for us to get out. But it's not just us. We have had amazing compliance with the public for evacuations, and we cannot be successful without the public. So it's really a team effort. We're a part of that puzzle, but the public is also a crucial part.
Yes, two-part questions. Would you consider today the so-called calm before the storm? And then the second part would be, could you elaborate a little bit more on the types of work that was done today and what was accomplished?
Sure. So the first question was, is this considered the calm before the storm? I definitely think we consider this the window of opportunity before the offshore flow resurfaces. So technically that could be the calm before the storm. In addition to your follow-up question, what specifically was done today? When you have 4,000 firefighters on the line, we have everything going on from bulldozers cutting into the dirt to actually put some perimeter in. We have firefighters with hoses around structures that the fire came close to, putting out hot spots and patrolling. We also have aircraft pre-treating hillsides so that should the fire get to that point in some wind, that it can slow it down. So the best way to maybe describe it is a well-orchestrated effort on the ground, in the sky, all in anticipation of what is anticipated tomorrow. So the question was, is the wind anticipated to be strong enough to ground the air attack? The air attacks and the fixed-wing aircraft, there's two variabilities that really restrict us. One is wind speed, and not because of the airframe and flying conditions, but really because of the permeability of the retardant. Beyond a certain wind speed, that becomes relatively ineffective. The second is visibility. And visibility can inhibit the pilots from actually seeing what they're dropping on. The thing that I always come back to with aircraft and firefighting, it is a moment-by-moment decision based on the skies, and that is the responsibility of the air attack officer who's above us. All right, we'll go ahead and do one-on-ones. Everyone behind me will be available for questions. Please recognize that the Spanish language version will start in just a few minutes at this podium, and I thank you for your time.
All right, everybody, we are about to start Fox 10 Extra News at 7, Channel 45, Cable 9. Please join us there to watch the entire show. If you're not in Arizona or you don't have a TV, no problem. I call it #DoubleTap. That means you can be right here on the News Now stream, chatting with all those News Nowers worldwide. You can also be watching by being at fox10phoenix.com/live. That's FOX10PHOENIX/LIVE. As for me, you'll see me fixing my hair in just moments, preparing to go live. pretty sure this is live in San Francisco, everyone. Don't forget, hashtag double tab fox10phoenix.com/live to watch Fox 10 Extra News at 7. If you're in Arizona, it's Channel 45, Cable 9. All right, everybody, I'm on standby to be live. Now that the sun goes down a lot sooner, it gets darker in here. There we go. Looks a little bit better. Yeah, good evening, Mark and Christina. A state of emergency in California as ferocious winds drive raging wildfires at both ends of the state. In Los Angeles, thousands forced from their homes early today, including NBA star LeBron James and former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, as a brush fire erupted near the famed Getty Center Museum. The flames also causing part of the busy 405 freeway to shut down. Los Angeles' mayor warning residents that go means go, as at least 8 homes have already been lost. Firefighters attacking the 600-plus acre fire from the ground and the air, hoping to gain control before the dangerous Santa Ana winds flare up again tomorrow night.
Woke up about 2 o'clock. I heard sirens, and I wondered why I woke up. I could smell smoke in the living room, and I looked outside, and ashes are falling on my car, and I got nervous. And I looked around, and finally I saw flames at the top of the hill, so I put a few things in the car, and I left.
In Northern California, frightening moments for drivers near Vallejo as a small fire burned on both sides of the I-80 freeway. While that fire was quickly contained, the Kincaid fire in wine country is now in its 6th day, burning an area the size of Orlando, Florida. Nearly 100 homes and structures lost and some 80,000 more still in the danger zone. Officials say conditions in LA are improving, but up north containment remains only at 5%, with those fierce Diablo winds returning tomorrow morning. Fox News Now streams live news coverage from across the country all day. A link is on our website, fox10phoenix.com.
All right, guys, thanks so much for staying with us here on News Now. Christy Larson taking a quick turn at the desk. I do have to record a hit for our 10 p.m. show, so you're going to see myself up on camera. Good evening, and let me just get a few things ready. Again, going to be doing a quick hit here for our 10 p.m. newscast. Make sure I have my lower thirds ready to go. All right. All right, 3, 2. Christina and Mark, for the first time as president, Donald Trump visited the city of Chicago. He was met by thousands of demonstrators outside his hotel, waving colorful signs like "Impeach Trump now" and chanted things like "Lock him up." But it wasn't just residents who didn't give him a warm welcome. Some city officials refused to attend the International Association of Chiefs of Police conference. Now, this included the superintendent of the Chicago Police Department, Eddie Johnson, Mayor Lori Lightfoot, and Governor J.B. Pritzker. Now, Lightfoot wrote on Twitter saying she won't let anyone, no matter how high a title, criticize their city. Trump has frequently shared his disapproval for Chicago's crime problems and status as a sanctuary city.
Police officers of Chicago are entitled to a police superintendent who has their backs and knows what he's doing. You're entitled to a police superintendent who sides with you, with the people of Chicago. The people want this. And with the families of Chicago, not the criminals and the gang members that are here illegally, and not the stupid politicians that have no idea what the hell they're doing.
Now, at a presser later, Johnson did say Trump had ignored a double-digit reduction in violent crime in the city over the past 3 years. And during the conference, Trump signed an executive order creating a presidential commission on law enforcement to study issues like substance abuse, homelessness, and mental illness. News Now streams stories and events happening across the country 13 hours a day, 5 days a week, and you can join the conversation and our News Now stream. All you have to do is go to fox10phoenix.com. All right. Thanks, guys. Pilar's going to be hopping back up here in just a second. Let me give you a shot of the San Francisco Bay Area.
All right, everybody, I'm going to take you back out to that congressional hearing we were watching earlier about human trafficking, because we only got about 10 minutes until I'm live again on Fox 10 Extra News at 7, Channel 45, Cable 9.
Mr. Wall, I hate to interrupt you there, but I want to make sure that your mic is working. Is that something that we can check, make sure that's, if that doesn't, I know Manny, that's not. Okay, I think we're on. Just maybe speak as much as you can to the mic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Carl Wall, and I'm the Special Agent in charge of North Carolina State Investigation Human Trafficking Unit. For more than 26 years, I've had the honor of serving North Carolina as a law enforcement officer, and the last 21 as a special agent with the SBI. In 2017, the North Carolina General Assembly gave the SBI original jurisdiction in human trafficking. In 2018, the SBI began efforts to establish a unit to combat human trafficking in North Carolina. In July of that year, I was assigned of the SAC of the Human Trafficking Unit. My goals were to provide training, both basic and advanced, to identify and support and rescue victims, and identify and bring to justice traffickers, and also to coordinate with local and federal law enforcement. Currently, I'm the only full-time human investigation or human trafficking agent within our agency. The SBI has lobbied for more agents with the General Assembly. In our pending state budget, the General Assembly has designated funds for 8 full-time human trafficking agents. If our governor signs the budget, we'll have a full-time unit to serve the citizens of North Carolina. When I began this position, I had no experience or prior knowledge of human trafficking. I attended every training and conference I could find to learn what human trafficking looks like, especially in our state of North Carolina. I've also learned from other agencies, including the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, as to what their states do to combat human trafficking. Many of these agencies exceed North Carolina in resource allocated to combat human trafficking, the understanding of the crime, and the structure of the response. Many have protocols and excellent working relationships between federal and state and local agencies, to include non-governmental organizations, to make human trafficking cases seamless in their investigations and response to victims. In 2017, as you pointed out, Ranking Member, North Carolina was ranked from the Polaris Project as being 8th in the nation with human trafficking tips reported. That year in 2017, we had 221 cases reported. 149 of them sex-related, 51 of them labor-related. And in 2018, there were 287 tips reported, 192 of them related to sex, 54 related to labor, which ranked us 10th in the nation. Although these reports appear to be low, these are just tips reported to Polaris, which were agreed to be shared with law enforcement. I've learned through active communication with local service providers, a safe place in Wilmington, North Carolina, that they alone had serviced over 190 victims in 2018. So what is the accurate data? It's my belief that the actual numbers are much higher than Polaris reports. And as we as a state simply don't know the real number of victims in North Carolina, we need to find out. The SBI's intelligence analyst, Ashley Burke, was asked to evaluate the number of sex-related advertisements on the internet specific to North Carolina. On just one website, Skip the Games, we discovered that in 2018, there were over 400,000 ads specific to North Carolina. It's evident that North Carolina, like other states, has a human trafficking issue, and law enforcement is behind in effectively combating it. To date, the Fayetteville Police Department is the only one agency that has a full-time human trafficking unit in the state. They have four full-time working human trafficking, or officers working human trafficking cases, and have been extremely successful. North Carolina is unique as we're still educating officers, chiefs, and sheriffs that human trafficking exists. And it's our mission at the SBI to educate and assist them in coordinating investigations and rescuing victims. At a recent Police Executive Research Forum, the PERF Roundtable, I explained that not everyone in North Carolina recognizes human trafficking, and that the victims are truly victims and not suspects in a prostitution case. I have found that the best way to relate to local law enforcement's misunderstanding of human trafficking is to explain to them from my point of view as a previous drug investigator. Traffickers are like drug dealers. They're business people. Rather than selling narcotics, their commodity is another human being. Sadly, people are a commodity that they do not have to replenish. Their product doesn't go away when they sell it. They can profit over and over. During classes that we teach all over the state, we make sure to show human trafficking is not just in our most populated areas, as some assume, but it's everywhere. Attached is attachment number 2 is a map of the state of North Carolina that shows how many ads are specific to each selected city. Even rural communities in North Carolina are not immune from this heinous crime. When I hear someone say the victim could leave or run at any time they wanted, they're not a victim. I explain to them I've yet to have a victim tell me that they chose to be a prostitute when they grew up. It doesn't happen. These are victims controlled by force, fraud, coercion from the traffickers. Over the past 15 months, the SBI has conducted over 20 trainings covering 15 counties, with more scheduled. In the 15 months, the SBI has gone from conducting approximately 18 human trafficking investigations to having opened 61 cases to date. We have 14 SBI agents who have volunteered to have a collateral duty in addition to their regular duty to investigate human trafficking. And of course, this comes as a secondary duty only to their original assignments. As the SBI moves forward in establishing a full-time human trafficking unit, we continue to train, educate, and conduct proactive investigations. We do this in collaboration and partnerships with local and federal agencies. In the past
All right, everybody, I'm about a minute away from going live again on Fox 10 Extra, Channel 45, Cable 9, so I just wanted to let you know that was the situation there. A lot of you always wonder, hey, Pilar, why are you coming up on camera, not saying anything? I'm trying to go up here. It's not going up. I guess I got to go all the way. Nope. I'm trying, everybody. Always got to fix the camera settings. There we go. Thanks for your patience and understanding. Might return to that congressional hearing in just a bit.
Which would lead to be why why some of these officers are voting to make calls, because they feel like the department's not doing enough to push back on the attacks that they're getting from whether they think media or public. It's a very thankless job. And you're right, there are going to be officers like this guy who make it look bad for the other ones.
Welcome back to Fox 10 Extra News at 7. I'm Pilar Arias from the News Now set. Earlier in the show, we provided you an update of the daring raid that killed ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. And tonight, we streamed the raw interview of Kayla Mueller's parents that aired on Fox News. Mueller was a humanitarian worker from Prescott who was captured while leaving a hospital in Aleppo, Syria, during that nation's bloody civil war in 2013. She is believed to have been tortured and raped by al-Baghdadi himself until her death 18 months later.
Our hope is to seize this moment, and this moment is the fact that al-Baghdadi has been killed, some of his lieutenants have been captured, and we are hoping that they have the information we've been seeking. That is, who killed Kayla, where was she killed, and where was she buried. ISIS told us in an email, along with photos of Kayla's dead body, that she was buried in the Muslim tradition. So we know a lot of what happened and a lot of what transpired. The FNN group has done a lot more research, and we're starting to actually find out more than we thought we would. We're discovering how these organizations are structured, how they operate, how they move, and that's just a side effect of us pursuing what we want to know.
The mission that killed al-Baghdadi in his hideout this weekend was named after Mueller. National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien said yesterday morning on Meet the Press. President Trump said al-Baghdadi died after he detonated a suicide vest, killing himself. Trump said 3 children who were with al-Baghdadi were also killed in the blast. The president said 11 other young children were taken out of the location uninjured. Fox News Now streams live news coverage from across the country all day. A link is on our website, fox10phoenix.com.
I think of all the chiefs, she's actually done a decent job.
Bye, everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right, guys, hope you are having a great Monday night. Pilar left for the evening. Christy Larson now sitting down at the News Now desk here with you guys. And something that I missed earlier today, we did have it for you right here on our News Now stream. And we do have it also clipped on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page. But I want to go back and replay it. I'm talking about what I just did for my News Now hit, the Chiefs of Police annual conference where President Trump had made a speech. I'm going to replay that for us right here on News Now. Of course, if there's any breaking news that does come up during that time, of course, I'm going to stop our replay and take you straight out to the breaking news again, if that's to happen here tonight. Thanks for being here with me on this Monday evening. We do still have more than 2 hours left here together. So let's again listen in to the Chiefs of Police annual conference.
Of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Over the past year, I have had the honor to meet with the President several times. During these meetings, I have witnessed a President who has demonstrated commitment and meaningful work with criminal justice reform that will make both law enforcement and our communities stronger and safer. IACP was fortunate enough to work closely with the President and his staff during the development of the First Step Act, a process that involved not only the IACP, but also prosecutors, community members, civic leaders, and religious organizations. All input was heard, discussed, and thoughtfully deliberated. And this effort led to the historic bipartisan passage of the First Step Act. I want to thank the President for his support of law enforcement and his continued commitment to strengthening our criminal justice system. It is now my distinct honor to introduce the strongest supporter of law enforcement that this profession has ever seen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and remember still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Been my friend for a long time. But thank you for that introduction. That says it all. You can say very shortly, but I think there's nobody that's ever done more, certainly in the position of president, for our great police. And it's an honor to be with you. And please sit down. Let's go have a good time. And Paul, I want to thank you for nearly 4 decades of exceptional service in the line of duty. I'm thrilled to be here at the 126th annual conference of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, joined by thousands of amazing law enforcement leaders, people that I know, people that I love, people that I respect, who defend our communities, chase down criminals, and keep America safe. You don't hear it enough. You do an incredible job. The people of this country know it. And the people of this country love you. You don't hear that from these people back here, but they love you. You don't hear it from the fake news. The fake news doesn't like talking about that, but they love you. Every day of my presidency, I will be your greatest and most loyal champion. I have been, and I will continue to be. It was a tremendous weekend. As you very well know, it was a tremendous weekend for our country. We killed ISIS leader al-Baghdadi. They've been looking for him for a long time. They've been looking for him for many years. He was a sick and depraved man, and now he's dead. He's dead. He's dead as a doornail. And he didn't die bravely either, I will tell you that. He should have been killed years ago. Another president should have gotten him. But to me, it was a very important, I would say all the time, they'd walk into my office, sir, we killed this leader at a low level, this leader. I said, I never heard of him. I want al-Baghdadi. That's the only one I know now. I want al-Baghdadi. Get him. And they got him. But he was big time. He built the ISIS caliphate. You hear about ISIS, that was him. It was once the physical size of the state of Ohio and had 7 million people, and it was growing big, big, big. And they had a problem. It started about 2.5 years ago. And during my administration, we all together destroyed the caliphate 100%. Remember, I got it down to 97%. And I said, all right, let's go home. And then those people started saying 100%. You know, before me, they didn't care. But now they say, what about 100%? And we met some great generals. I learned a lot about generals. I met some good ones, and I saw some bad ones, some that didn't have what it takes, and others that had more than anyone would have thought. And it was supposed to take a year, maybe even 2 years, and I said to one of them, how long will it take? Think we can do it in 1 week, sir? He was a little more like you. But we have now tens of thousands of ISIS prisoners under tight supervision. And now we want the countries in the region to police their own borders. We don't want to be a policeman in this case of two countries that haven't gotten along for centuries. But we're keeping the oil. Remember that. I've always said that. Keep the oil. We want to keep the oil. $45 million a month. Keep the oil. We've secured the oil. This morning, we are delighted to be joined by a lifelong friend of our brave police. Incredible guy, tough guy, and somebody with a tremendous heart also. But he is strong. He can take it. Attorney General William Barr. Where is William Barr? Where is he? Where is he? They're giving him a side angle of this. Good. Thank you, Bill. Doing a great job. We're also glad to have with us Representatives Rodney Davis, Mike Box, and Darren LaHood. These are warriors. Where are they? Where are they? The three of them. They're warriors for us, for all of us. They're warriors. Thank you. They've done an incredible job. Thanks as well to the entire IACP board, and congratulations to your new incoming president, Chief Stephen Stevens. That's a nice name. I like that name. Where's that name? Where is he? He should be sitting right up front here someplace. I mean, okay, I'm going over here. Stand up, Stephen. Okay, Stephen, there you go. I went all the way around the room to find you. Thank you very much. Congratulations, incredible group. And I hear you're an incredible leader. Thank you very much. And thank you also to the international law enforcement partners who join us together. Our nations ensure the rule of law prevails in the entire civilized world. We work together. I also want to extend our immense appreciation to all of the law enforcement family members in the room. Please stand. The family members really make you folks work. I know how it all is. They're so proud of you. Family members, please stand. I know how that works. I know how that works. Without those family members, you wouldn't be doing so good. I know that. But there is one person that's not here today. We're in Chicago. I said, where is he? I want to talk to him. In fact, more than anyone else, this person should be here because maybe he could learn something. And that's the Superintendent of Chicago Police, Eddie Johnson. A few days ago, Johnson said, quote, "The values of the people of Chicago are more important than anything President Trump would have to say." I don't think so, because that's a very insulting statement after all I've done for the police, and I've done more than any other president's ever done for the police. Over 100 years we can prove it, but probably from the beginning. And here's a man that could not bother to show up for a meeting of police chiefs, most respected people in the country, in his hometown, and with the President of the United States. And you know why? It's because he's not doing his job. Last year, 565 people were murdered in Chicago. Since Eddie Johnson has been police chief, more than 1,500 people have been murdered in Chicago, and 13,067 people have been shot. During the first weekend of August 2019, 7 people were murdered and 52 were wounded in 32 shootings in Chicago. And recently they had 78 shootings over a weekend spree and 3 people killed. And Chicago has the toughest gun laws in the United States. That doesn't seem to be working too well, does it? And a lot of you people know exactly what I mean. But under Johnson's leadership, they certainly don't protect people. Then you have the case of this wise guy, Jesse Smollett, who beat up himself. And he said MAGA country did it, MAGA country. Okay? He said MAGA, that's a hate crime. That's a hate crime. And it's a scam. It's a real big scam, just like the impeachment of your president is a scam. And then you look what's going on. Smollett is still trying to get away with it. He would have been better off if he paid his $100,000 bill. Chicago is, unfortunately, the worst sanctuary city in America. Chicago protects criminals at a level few could even imagine. Last year in Cook County alone, ICE asked local law enforcement people to please, pretty please, we beg you, We'll do anything necessary to stop crime. We want to stop crime. Please detain 1,162 people, please. But in each case, the detainer was denied. And Eddie Johnson wants to talk about values. No. People like Johnson put criminals and illegal aliens before the citizens of Chicago, and those are his values, and frankly, those values to me are a disgrace. I will never put the needs of illegal criminals before I put the needs of law-abiding citizens. It's very simple to me. So when Eddie Johnson and many other people from lots of other regions and areas support sanctuary cities, it's really, in my opinion, a betrayal of their oath to the Shield and a violation of his duty to serve and to protect the courageous police officers of Chicago. And I know some of them, and they're the most incredible people. They could solve this problem quickly. It's embarrassing to us as a nation. All over the world, they're talking about Chicago. Afghanistan is a safe place by comparison. It's true. Police officers of Chicago are entitled to a police superintendent who has their backs and knows what he's doing. You're entitled to a police superintendent who sides with you, with the people of Chicago. The people want this. And with the families of Chicago, not the criminals and the gang members that are here illegally, and not the stupid politicians that have no idea what the hell they're doing. But I'm going to tell you a quick story, because it happened right here, and I was very impressed with a certain person, whoever that person may be. I'm sure that we could find him. But about 3 years ago, I was leaving Chicago, and I was accompanied by a massive motorcycle brigade of policemen. And to do that, they have to volunteer, because I guess most places say you have to volunteer. Well, I had a lot of volunteers, I'll tell you, hundreds and hundreds of them. Other candidates have none. It's almost like a free poll. I had hundreds of them. Chicago was in the news a lot, just like it is now, because of all of the killings going on and all of the shooting and all of the horrible things happening. When I arrived at the airplane, the police officers asked whether or not it would be possible to have some pictures. And before I won the election, I could do that. I would do that routinely. Now I think Secret Service has a little bit of a problem. It was up to me, I'd do it. But it was just before, might have even been president-elect. Wasn't long ago. The leader of the brigade was this really powerful, strong-looking guy. Big, booming voice. And he was definitely the boss. Do we know what that means? He was the boss. Put your cycles over here. Come on, let's go. He's going to take a picture. Come on, let's go. Hurry up. Come on. And yet they all loved him. They love Vince Lombardi. They love Belichick, right? They love Coach Belichick. They love certain people. It's called respect. But he was very respectfully shouting at his men and, come on, let's go. And they were doing exactly as he said. He was the guy. Just as I'm boarding the plane, I asked this man, I had a lot of respect for him myself because I saw the way he was. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He was just the boss, who was a respected person. I said, excuse me, come here. What the hell is happening in Chicago? He said, it's very sad, sir, very, very sad. I hate to see what's going on. I love this city so much. I hate it. I asked him, what do you think the problem is? And he said, there's no leadership from the mayor, and there's none at the top of the police department. They're afraid to do anything. He said, we have great police, sir, the best in the country. And you all feel that about your own police, but he said that. He said, but we don't have the leadership at the top. It's so sad. I said, you're a tough guy. How long do you think it would take you to fix this killing problem in Chicago? He looked at me and said, one day, sir. These cops are great. They know all the bad guys, sir. They know exactly what to do. We could straighten it out so quickly that your head would spin. I left very impressed, whether it was one day, 1 week, or 1 month. There was no doubt he could have done it. And I actually told the story numerous times, and I actually sent his name in to somebody involved with Chicago. And that's the last time I ever heard of that man. He's probably got a good job someplace outside of a police force. I'm sorry to do that to you, but he's happy. He's happy. So he doesn't have to put up with the nonsense that you have to put up with. But I thought, there's a guy who could be your police superintendent and do a hell of a job. He'd straighten things out. So that was years ago, and I was just thinking about it. I just thought about it on the trip over. I said, you know, I'm going to Chicago, and I want to tell the story because it was, to me, a great story. Because you could fix this up so fast. Good leadership would be pretty easy to find. You have a lot of people right now in the department. You know, I love when they go to other parts of the country and hire people, and they don't know the name of the most basic street. They go all over the country. They hire somebody. Comes in, oh, good, where's our headquarters? What does that mean? Where is it located? You have incredible people in the police department, Chicago. I know some of them. I met some of them. But remember, 565 people were murdered last year. And it's a shame. And I want Eddie Johnson to change his values and change them fast. Today, we're here to report on the outstanding progress we've made to combat violent crime and restore peace and safety to American cities. And most cities are setting records for good crime numbers. In the years before I took office, outrageous slanders on our police went unanswered and unchallenged from your leaders in Washington. You know that very well. Radical activists freely trafficked in vile and anti-police hostility, and criminals grew only more emboldened as a result. In the 2 years before my election, violent crime increased 8%, murders were up by more than 20% and going a lot higher nationwide. The steepest 2-year consecutive increase in over 50 years. But with your help, all of that is changing and changing very rapidly. Under this administration, we're once again standing up for law enforcement. We're condemning anti-police bias in all forms. And we're giving you the support, resources, and the respect, and we have tremendous respect for you, the respect that